start everything.
I'm ready anytime everyone else is. So,
I will say any member of the task force who is not ready, raise your hands. I mean, wiggle your hands wildly. Otherwise, okay, we're ready to go. Go ahead. Let me just confirm, Corin, are we out of practice session? Are we in?
We
And
are,
ready?
and we're recording. So everyone, we're recording that.
So we're ready to go. Go ahead, Gavin.
okay, great. Thanks. Welcome all, and thanks to CARB and our facilitators and our task force members for all the work that got us to this point this morning. Thanks also to all the commenters who provided, who read the draft and provided feedback to us. Thinking back to our initial meeting in March, it seems almost like a lifetime ago, probably one of my last pre-COVID gatherings in a public way. This was already going to be a challenging task. And I think it was made, that much more so by the pandemic. It took us a while to kind of, get our groups together and figure out all of these various platforms for meetings. I appreciate that, the work that went into all of that. I think, since we met in March, a great deal of hard work has gone on by the various task force. And I just want to quickly, summarize what occurred. We had that meeting in March, subgroups formed at that meeting. We have, as you see in the report, each, the chapters track the subgroups. So wetlands, blue carbon, forestry, agriculture, livestock, crops, grasslands, compost, biochar, high global warming potential gases, mine methane capture, urban forestry, and then, overarching considerations. One thing I really want to stress is that, when this process was set out, there was an opening meeting, and then a draft final report, and then a closing meeting. And we, as a task force, talked and thought we need a check-in in the middle. And that's really what this is. So, I've seen some of the comments that I think there's a perception that this may, represent more than it is, that this is like a final report or these recommendations are now going to CARB. That's not the case. The subgroups, in order to comply with the Bagley-Keene Act, we formed subgroups and we did not communicate with one another. So for many people out there, who are, if I was not in a subgroup, I'm seeing the other subgroups work at the same time as everyone else, as the public is seeing it. So, this is a time for all of us to review and provide input, and we will then take comments that received so far and more comments that may come in today, and we'll consider all of that as we continue to work, including input from other subgroups now who have an opportunity to see what other subgroups have done, and some of that includes things like formatting. Different groups follow different formats. I think we'll be talking about that this morning or later today. And I think we can discuss, whether we think all the chapters need to be the same or how to deal with all of that, other formatting issues. I also want to point out that, I know there's been some comments and perceptions about what the task force is doing and what the report represents, or the draft report to date. I think we all, viewed ourselves as hewing closely to the statutes that established this, which is, Assembly Bill 398 and Assembly Bill 293, we are providing guidance to CARB or our recommendations for either new offset protocols or modifications to existing ones, with the emphasis on direct environmental benefits in California, while prioritizing disadvantaged communities, Native American or tribal lands, and rural and agricultural regions, as well as considering protocols, regarding enhanced management or conservation of agricultural and natural lands, and enhancement and restoration of wetlands. There are some statements that appear in the report that people have pointed out that seem to indicate that the group's purpose may go beyond that, we accept the comment, and we'll consider that as we go forward, how to phrase it correctly. But the group is not doing a technical historical review of the existing offset program, nor are we analyzing or giving feedback to CARB whether there should or should not be offsets, whether there should or should not be a cap and trade program. And if there is a cap and trade program, what role offsets should play. And we've been asked something fairly specific, which is, what I just identified in those statutes, how to, come up with recommendations for offset projects. I just wanted to provide some reassurance on that, because it did seem to me that there was some, concern that maybe we were doing something beyond the scope of what we've been asked to do and what the statute sets forth for us. So I do believe that the section on overarching concerns is a very important section, and I think there are a lot of good things in it. And I do think that while it may not technically fit into analysis of particular offset protocol type projects, it's difficult, if not impossible, for this task force to evaluate offset protocols without looking at some of those types of overarching issues, and the structure for how offsets operate and exist. So we welcome feedback on all of that, but I think that was not necessarily something that I had thought about as being something we would do when we set out, but we talked about it at the first meeting, and I think that section of the report has a lot of good recommendations and thoughts for us all to consider. What we're here to do today, this is just an interim step. To follow Bagley Keene, the group couldn't just meet and talk to each other, which is a little frustrating. So we're doing it in this way where we're having a public meeting, and I think it's great that we did have a chance to have a draft and get some feedback on it before we got right to a final that people commented on, because it gives us all more of an opportunity. But this is because we've been working in silos. This is an opportunity for the task force members to share their thoughts, both about their own sections as well as the other sections, and to have a dialogue about that, and to hear from the public with their thoughts. So I hope when we leave here today, we'll have some consensus direction on the format of the report, and we'll have gathered feedback from other subgroups and task force members and the public, so that the subgroups can reconvene and continue to work on the sections of the report that they've already worked on, and that CARB has direction from the task force of how we want them to work on developing portions of the report, such as appendices or executive summary or introductory or explanatory material. So if there are other things that people want to add to that, that's fine, but that's where I hope we're going today. And, you know, unless there's anything else, I think I wanted to, I think one thing we need to do as part of the Bagley-Keene open meeting requirement is to establish that we have a quorum. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Paul Chang to ensure that he does a roll call and that we have a quorum. I think he may not ask you to speak. I think he may identify who's here based on logins, because it might be cumbersome to have everyone turning off and on their mic and saying here or whatever. So I will turn it over to Paul if that's, unless anybody else has something to add. Robert?
Gavin, can you talk a little bit about timeline for us going forward? You did a great job of laying out kind of where we are in the process and where we're going forward. It would be good to talk through the timeline that, and maybe that's something we defer to the ARB staff on. On that. And I see Ariel raising her hand, so I may be jumping the gun a little bit. I apologize.
No, that is on the agenda to talk about in the meeting. I can just say roughly that, you know, we're still aiming for the March 2nd completion date. That is in the statute, you know, that this is a one-year event. And you know, whether we need more time remains to be seen. I think, you know, when we had discussions about this second meeting, as you may recall, it was originally going to be in October, and, you know, people thought that they wanted and needed more time. And, you know, we're all aware of the degree to which the pandemic has disrupted work and slowed us all down a little bit. So, you know, it's certainly possible that we could go beyond the March 2nd date, but that decision hasn't been made. And whether that requires a board action, I don't know. You know, but you know, we that's still a goal, and you know, which would mean kind of following this process we're in now, needing to get to get CARB back an updated version of this in, you know, mid to late January, so that they have time to, you know, work with it and get it back out for comment in February, and then we can have our final meeting and come up with the final version of the report. So that's the rough timeline, but we'll have that's a subject for discussion, and the group can certainly, you know, provide input on that.
Yeah, and just to clarify, what we're going to be doing is, you know, we clearly do have a quorum, but we want to find out which task force members are here, and then we'll go over the agenda for today and kind of set the framework for today, and just do a little technical orientation for the members of the public who are in the meeting today, and then we'll start moving into the backgrounding and the timeline, and then you'll be chewing directly into the report pieces. So Paul Chang does not have a camera, so but he should be with us verbally. Paul, did you want to do the roll call? And because of the situation of Zoom and the technology, we would typically ask each of you and have each of you verbally assent, but that takes a long time as far as turning mics on and off. So we'd suggested that Paul would start with the participants list that we have of the task force members, and he can name off who he sees here, and then we'll see if there's other folks we're missing. Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Ariel. I'm just gonna help expedite this just by reading out the names of the task force members who are here. Andrea Tuttle, Antonio Sanchez, Brian Nowicki, Bruce Springsteen, Connie Best, David Ford, Emily Worms, Frank Midloner, Neil Tangri, JP Catabila, Robert Parkers, and Gavin McCabe. So we have 12 out of 13, and right now we don't have Tim, so we have a quorum.
So we've been informed Tim is trying to log in again. There are quite severe storms where he's located, so he's been having some issues there, but he's trying to log in right now. So Tim Hayden is trying to join us. And then Frank is on phone, and just because of the technology of the Zoom webinar that we're with, he's shown in attendees, but we're aware that he's here with us and will be participating actively by phone. So we will let everyone know as soon as Tim is able to join. Okay, with that, so I'm Ariel Ambrewster, and I'm with the Consensus and Collaboration Program at CSU Sacramento. And Paul, do you have the agenda slide? So, folks, just to give you a sense of where we are, we don't know how long various discussions will take. So we have really kind of roughly sketched out what we're going to be doing today. We'll have a specific order, but the task force and the public may choose to spend more time on various parts of the initial draft recommendations. So things are a little proximate today, but basically we'll be starting with a review of the laws that are applicable to this meeting as far as openness and transparency. We'll review the mandate of the task force. Then the task force has sort of an initial decision to make about report format. Each of the subgroups developed their content, and there's a question about keeping things, in their unique format or trying to blend them into an overall format. Then we'll go into the schedule, the question that Robert asked about. Depending on how things take, we expect that it might be around 10:15 where we would start diving in to the initial draft recommendations. And there will be public comment for each substantive piece today. So that's when we will start our substantive discussions. And the first discussion will be on the overarching and programmatic recommendations. And so people who have general comments about the report might want to offer public comments there. Because the timing is uncertain, we've decided we'll definitely take lunch from 12 to 1, so there's that certainty there. Then we'll continue going through. And then at the end, there had been some areas flagged that were overlaps between what the subgroups produced and some items that we thought the task force might want to determine if you were all in agreement on, and that would be another opportunity to talk generally about the report. And then we will just talk about next steps and move on. So the next slide, please. So if you all remember, we agreed on operating procedures way back in early March with meeting 1. And that laid out a process that we can use to help you all come to consensus if we find that there's a range of different perspectives. So we've got that tool to support you in that. And another piece were these meeting agreements, which is just, if we all agree to work in this way, it tends to support developing a collaborative culture where everybody is listening to each other and we can find ways to move forward. So we suggest that we all agree to assume goodwill on the part of other people, to listen with an open mind, and to take an active problem-solving approach to look for areas of consensus, to avoid editorials about other folks, to engage with respect, use conversational courtesy, which is less of an issue in Zoom. It tends to mean not having side conversations and interrupting. Please honor time and share the floor with other folks. Humor is appreciated as long as it's not at anyone else's expense. And definitely today, this is a long Zoom meeting. We want to support everybody in being comfortable. Please take personal breaks as needed. Feel free to stand up and move, even if you're on video. If you want to be off video, please task force members control your videos as need be for your own comfort. And task force members also let us know when you need breaks. And we're happy to flex to keep everyone as comfortable as possible. So just a quick technical overview for the members of the public. Next slide, please. So this is a Zoom webinar, and so you should see the raise hand right down at the bottom of your screen. So when we enter discussion on topics, we'll hear what the task force is thinking, and then we'll hear what the public is thinking. So you'll have an opportunity to weigh in on the conversation you've just heard and to offer your comments on that topic. So you will raise your hand when there's a public comment period, and we'll be able to see who is in order. And if you are on the phone only, you can press *9, and that will raise your hand, and you'll hear, some sort of an audio voice telling you that you've been added to the speaking queue. Next slide, please. Okay, and then as far as unmuting yourself, you'll receive this box requesting you to unmute yourself, and then you can click unmute, and then we'll be able to hear you. If you're on the phone, you will dial *6 to mute and unmute, and we will remind you of these *9, *6 items when we're in public comment. Next slide, please. So written comments, any written comments, please send them to offset.taskforce@arb.ca.gov. And that's also on the task force's website. Written comments are welcomed. Next slide, please. All right, so for those of you who may be having technical challenges, my colleague Corin Chopin is here to help you, and you can reach him by text or phone at 916-606-9609. And once again, that's 916-606-9609. A reminder that this meeting is being recorded, and it will be put up for the public afterwards. Just generally, if folks, when they're speaking, if you all can remember, we do have some people on the phone who can't see the task force members. So if you can give your name before you speak, unless, somebody may have referred you and named you, but if not, if we can keep that in mind. And for members of the public, when you first offer your comments, if you can give your name and affiliation, that would be great. And I think that is our last technical slide. And there may be a lot of folks interested in commenting, so we're setting a 3-minute per comment. If we find out we end early and we're ending early and there's a fair amount of time at the end of the day, we can work with that, but we just want to make sure that we're offering an opportunity for everybody to be able to participate. Okay, and with that, I'm going to move things along to Nicholas Rabinowitz, who will talk about the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Before we move on, I just wondered, were we able to get Tim Hayden on today?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Tim. Great to have you.
Good morning. Sorry. Yeah, I was having some technical issues, but I've been able to listen in, so thank you for signing me on.
Great to have you then. So we do have a full task force today. Thank you. All right, wonderful. So I'll turn it over to Nick.
Thank you. My name is Nick Rabinowitz. I'm one of the attorneys at CARB who works on offsets related issues. You'll probably see another one of us on the line at some point today, David Holtz, who will be joining intermittently as well. But I did want to start off with a few brief reminders about the transparency measures that apply to these task force meetings. And Gavin's already done a good job of pointing this out a few times already this morning. But the main set of rules governing these meetings is the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, which is a California law that applies to all California state boards and commissions. It requires state deliberative bodies to provide notice, prepare agendas, conduct their meetings in public, etc. And a meeting as defined under the Bagley-Keene Act occurs when a quorum of of a body convenes, as we clearly have here with more than 7 task force members present. Very nice job on the attendance today, by the way. Nice to have a solid quorum. The task force meetings are public and they allow for public input, as we'll have opportunities for today. The Bagley-Keene Act prohibits deliberations regarding a potential item of business among more than a quorum unless you're in a meeting context, of course. And so this applies to informal meetings as well, other than social gatherings. Members must also, outside of the noticed meetings, must also avoid serial communications involving more than 6 members. So that's an overview of the Bagley-Keene requirements. And then on the next slide, we touch on the documents related to the task force. The task force's business is public, and so the records it possesses are public as well. The key task force related documents are posted on the task force website, which is linked in the slide here, or you can just find it by Googling Compliance Offset Protocol Task Force, and it'll be the first result that comes up. The website includes a lot of the key documents, including the draft task force reports, public comments, background information about the task force, meeting notes and recordings, the task force charter, etc. So these documents are all accessible at any time on that website. And with that, I will pass the presentation back to, I believe, Gavin.
Yes. Thanks, Nick. Yeah, I think I addressed this already. The first thing I had wanted to do was to reorient that we're guided by the 2 statutes here, Assembly Bill 398 and Assembly Bill 293. I just wanted to reemphasize that I know that there's some question about the overall scope of what we're doing, and we are not doing a review of the current offset projects or the success or failure of the offsets to date. I mean, that is somewhat implicit in if we're recommending modifications, where we're seeing that particular protocols are not being used, or there seem to be barriers to use that improvements on them, but it's not we're not doing some look at cap and trade or the role of offsets within cap and trade. We're trying to do what the statutes tell us to do and to give recommendations to CARB on these very fairly specific areas. So and then related to that, one of the comments that came up, and this is a question I want to kick back to CARB, is that some commenters have suggested that there be disclosures by task force members of their financial interest in offsets or offset projects. So I wanted to have CARB's guidance on that. It was not something that I saw in the the documents soliciting stakeholder members to apply. I don't know what everyone submitted when they applied, but since that's come up, I thought this might be a good place in the meeting for CARB to address that.
Sure, this is Nick again. I'm happy to address that point. So we're not aware of any legal concern regarding task force members having interests in offsets generally or in the offset program. Indeed, the legislature, when it created the statutes that set up the task force, it contemplated having various stakeholders involved, suggesting that those members would have a stake in some regard in the process. And so we've got representatives from industry side, from environmental side, from environmental justice side, scientific perspective, and others as well. And so just from the outset, it seems the legislature contemplated having interested parties involved from all sides involved in this process. State law does include some financial conflict of interest requirements that, for example, state officials and state employees are subject to, where they're in positions that involve making decisions concerning regulations, contracts, and things like that. The task force, by contrast, does not have decision-making authority. It's an advisory body that provides guidance to CARB's board, which then is able to choose how to handle the recommendations as it sees fit. As we noted in our publicly available solicitation materials for the task force, the members on the task force are not consultants as defined under the Political Reform Act, which is the main state law that requires financial disclosures in California for public employees. The task force, again, is an advisory body, which is not the same as a public employee or even as a consultant to a public employee, since the task force is operating in a more independent type advisory manner. So that's all I had on that point, unless folks have any questions.
Thanks, Nick. I don't have a question. I don't know if anyone else does. I do know that, in the report, we've had where applicable task force members have noted their quote affiliation, so that it may be evident from a person's employment if their job somehow relates to development of offset projects or something like that. I don't know if board members wish to speak to this. It's something we can consider, I suppose, as we develop the next draft, if people have some inclination to include such information. Personally, I have no financial stake in any of it, so I'm not affected by the issue. But I also I want to leave it open to the group to give input if they think that it's something that they don't want to be a distraction from the message we give, if that would help or not. I would just open it to anyone if they have a comment on that within the task force membership.
This is Nick. And Nick, again, I just wanted to point out that task force members certainly could disclose any financial interests they have if they choose to do so. So just wanted to point that out as well.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, good point.
Great. Task force members, any thoughts on this? Go ahead, Neil.
So, so thank you for clarifying the legal question. I think there remains an issue just in terms of the balance of the task force in terms of membership, where we do seem to have, I think it's a majority of people who are either associated with or work with project developers, or are otherwise in a position to directly benefit from increased protocols. And I think that there's a concern, reading the many comments that came in, that has weighted the recommendations in the draft report in the direction of, in that direction of increased openness to protocols that would not necessarily otherwise pass muster. And I take your point that the legislature wanted to have a balanced membership here, but representing a variety of stakeholders, but I think that the membership is unbalanced.
Neil, are you urging that the membership does reveal its, related to this question? Did you have a preference one way or the other?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure I have a concrete recommendation. As
Okay.
Evan said, I think most affiliations are already listed in the draft document. And maybe that's sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Great. Thanks,
Yeah.
Neil.
Thanks. So I wanted to say, I think it's fair game to raise, and that's why I wanted to discuss it. And I don't want to force anyone's hand on it either. I do want to make one note that in one chapter of the report, it lists my affiliation as being in the Yurok tribe. And I'm not. That was somehow included it would certainly be an honor for me if I were, but I'm not. So I'm unaffiliated. So just to be clear.
That might have been a typo related to Tim, possibly.
Yeah.
Other members. So I think we have Brian and then Robert. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm Brian Nowicki, Center for Biological Diversity is my affiliation that I bring to the task force. I read that concern in the comments. I think I took it very much to heart. I don't think, as I look through and as I look through the list of participants, as I reflect on the experiences we've had, the open discussion we've had among the task force members over the past 8 months or whatnot that we've been doing this, I don't see it so much as an issue of hiding the ball. I don't think that it would be right to say that we're hiding or not being upfront with those affiliations. I think instead what I'm reading from the concerns in these comments is more applicable to what our process is moving forward, what our process is as we hone in on finalization of a product here. And the point would be that depending on what our process is for making decisions within the task force, whether it's consensus and how we address dissenting views and public input, that it not become, we've brought together a bunch of folks who may have various interests in promoting offset protocol, new protocols and the use of offsets. We don't want this to be just a list of a wish list put forth by a bunch of interested parties to the Air Resources Board. We want it to reflect some of the realities that we have raised so far within the task force and are hearing from the public. And I think it's incumbent on us now to be able to respond to that. And I don't think it's just a matter of us disclosing what our predilections are. I wear mine on my sleeve, and am actually, many of us have a long time history with the offset protocol and Air Resources Board process. But I think it's incumbent on us to figure out how we're going to reflect that as we move towards finalization and respond to those concerns from the public and make sure that that all of that is stated outright and guides how we come to a final recommendation process. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. And I think you all did mention in meeting one so long ago that there would be, an effort to sort of reference where there was diversity of opinion and among the task force members too. Robert, go ahead. And then David.
I'm glad that this subject came up. It's an important discussion to have. And I think I have two thoughts on it. I think first, there's a delicate balance between self-interest and expertise. The people here, there's a diverse group of people with lots of knowledge, deep knowledge in certain areas. And I think, there are people here that have developed tens of hundreds of projects, well, probably not hundreds of projects, but have worked really detailed on protocols, on projects. And I think it's that gives us some richness of what is possible and what the challenges are. If you had someone that was completely disconnected from it, they wouldn't know kind of where all the challenges are and what's it going to take to bring something to market. I think the second comment is that I think it's important for us to recognize, as I think Nick pointed out, that these are recommendations. We are not voting on anything. We are not we're not making decisions that are in law or regulation. This is what we think as experts in our field to do that. And I do think that because we have the 13 of us here, and we've got groups of a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 7 in the subgroups, you've got some diversity of opinion. If any group wanted to, I don't think they could stack their the recommendations, because they'd have to include someone that is not completely aligned with them. So again, I'm glad we're having this conversation. I think it's important to have people that know what they're doing here, and that we're just putting forth our best recommendations for ARB, for the board to decide going forward.
Great. Thanks, Robert. And just a note, I think it's a 6 in the subgroups, because 7 would be, a little too much. Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. David Ford, Senior Fellow, American Forest Foundation, and Chair of the Forestry subgroup. I appreciate the comments here by the other task force members. And Robert, I agree with your comments. There is this line between having the expertise to evaluate and be able to make specific and concrete recommendations versus this potential conflict of interest that's been raised. I think from my perspective and my experience with the forestry subgroup, we weren't able to reach consensus on all the recommendations that were discussed, and in fact identified several recommendations that no consensus could be achieved, but in a transparent way included those in the report, which I'll talk about this afternoon when we talk more about the forestry subgroup report. But I think, again, just to reiterate, we are only making recommendations. We're advisory. We're not making decisions. We may be making decisions about what's included in the report, but we are just advisory. And I saw it from that perspective. The decisions are going to be left to a public process that CARB will be running based on what choices or decisions they make about either changes to existing protocol modifications or the adoption of new protocols. So thank you, and I do appreciate that we had the opportunity to talk about this particular issue.
Okay, great. Thanks, David. I don't see any other hands raised from task force members. So it sounds like what we've heard at this point, I don't hear any task force members specifically suggesting that there be a conflict of interest disclosure type of a situation, but I am hearing some interest in ensuring that there's transparency as far as the balance and variety of perspectives. And David mentioning how the forestry group handled that by being transparent about what did and didn't have consensus.
Yeah, if I could add one thing, I think that what David
and then Andrea.
was getting at was, that, we will provide recommendations, and CARB will, do what it will with them. We don't have any control over that. They'll certainly read the report, I hope, but they may or may not act on any of the recommendations. And were they to take, say, one or more suggestions and to pursue an offset protocol, that would then commit them to a full process where they would have workshops and do an eyesore and take public comment and a full rulemaking, so that issues of concern could certainly be raised in that process as well. So whatever recommendations we may end up coming up with, certainly not the last word on the topic. So I just wanted I don't know if I included that in the process that remains here, but after this is all over, that's what lies ahead.
Great.
So,
thanks, Gavin. So Andrea and then Brian. Go ahead, Andrea.
Hi, everybody. Thanks. I do want to make the point that I served on 2 of the subcommittees, and we actually had a really hard time getting full participation from all of our members. A couple of the members just did not, in spite of a lot of outreach, and we would have loved to have had them engage more in the conversation. We could not get them to respond at, frankly, any point along the way. So I think we need to take that into consideration too, that either for some reason, some members didn't contribute in the way that they could. That's it.
Thanks, Andrea. Yeah, and hopefully we will be able to weave in those perspectives today. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks, Brian Nowicki, Center for Biological Diversity, and I realized that I missed the mark when I talked last time, as far as there was a specific question on the table, and I certainly would support putting out our conflict of interest, or our having more, putting in some more detail into what our affiliations actually mean. I mean, you folks on this call might know, our colleagues at Air Resources Board may know that I've been a gadfly on forest offset issues in particular, and on offset protocol, the offset program for 12 some years now. But that's not necessarily obvious to the members of the public, nor to the members of the legislature who asked for this, and readers years from now when they're looking at this recommendation as it gets put in the file. So depending on our process in how we identify kind of the support behind various proposals within the recommendations, it may be very helpful to have a better explanation of what our affiliations are. And I'm not talking about anything laborious and pinning money to particular affiliations, but certainly I could explain in a paragraph kind of my background on this that I'm bringing, so that folks reading it, if there are recommendations or specific proposals tied to me, that they would understand, oh, this is where this guy's coming from, and therefore the perspective that he would be bringing to this. And I could see that would be very helpful. And if we have comments coming from the members of the public and I'm seeing them, I don't see any reason not to satisfy those.
Thanks, Brian. So there's a proposal for just fleshing out a little bit more background about the members of the task force for the final report, like a paragraph or something where you're all able to share your affiliation history and background. Thanks for that. Okay. Gavin, what's your preference at this point?
I don't think we had anything more on that topic, on that section. I think we were going to move into the report format proposal discussion. Are we ready to move on to that agenda item? Do people want to take a break right now, or?
Are we good? Okay. We had initially thought this would be a fairly procedural discussion. So maybe when we have that first discussion on the overarching and programmatic, that would be an opportunity for the public to comment, and maybe we can hear if they've got comments on this topic as well at that point in time. Would that be the best way to? Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. And that should be coming up shortly.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So we're moving on to the report format question. Paul, go ahead.
Thanks, Ariel. So the initial draft recommendations report presents each subgroup's discussions and recommendations, and the report is organized into chapters specific to a subgroup. With that in mind, CARB staff is suggesting a few items to the task force for consideration. First, CARB will develop an executive summary listing all recommendations. 2, appendices would appear at the end of the report, not at the end of each chapter. And right now, this would be applicable to the forestry chapter, since that's the only chapter that has any appendices. So that will be moved to the end of the report. And lastly, there is a question on the overall report format for the task force to consider. Because each subgroup developed their chapters in different ways that reflected their approach. We have 2 kind of overall approach to the format of the report that the task force could take. The first option is to keep the report as is, as far as the unique framing of each chapter, or reformat the initial draft report to have some more consistency across chapters.
And I think Paul, you were suggesting, did you have sort of a straw recommendation? Or
Oh,
just those
yeah,
two options?
just those two options, but we could definitely consider other options as well.
So that's the question for the task force. You each took somewhat unique approaches, but I think as CARB and as we read through them, we could see the the unity and the reason behind those approaches. So we thought potentially you all might just appreciate keeping them that way, or else we could look at how you might want to standardize the report. Brian, was that you?
Brian Nowicki, Center for Biological. I
Perfect.
promise, guys, this is not going to be the Brian Nowicki show. I just have a few comments up front and on some of these issues. So to reiterate what Gavin and others, I think, have already said once at the beginning of this, members of the public, just to remind you, this is the first time that members of individual subgroups are seeing the full report and what's happening in the other subgroups. So it was very much with the same kind of, it was new to us as we read it through the first time in its entirety, with entire sections that we had no insight into, the same as we were seeing it the same as the public, which gave me some of the pause that I think that some others might see when they open up a 190-page document and try to figure out what's going on in there. So I do not think at this point I have a clear recommendation on whether we need to go through formatting for formatting's sake to make them all uniform. But what I definitely was wanting and was hoping that we could look at these and do some reformatting at the beginning of the chapters, or some overall summary that very clearly, succinctly, and in a standardized way lays out, here's the level of reductions that this particular sector offers. Here is the list of co-benefits, kind of the trading card version of this up front, so that we can look through and see this it's not a beauty contest in comparison where, oh, well, this one is going to offer more than the others, but having the relevant stats up front of why we think these are worth putting in front of the Air Resources Board for consideration should be standardized, and otherwise this is somewhat impenetrable with the different formatting as it is right now.
Brian, just out of curiosity, is there a particular chapter that does that you are sort of thinking of as sort of a model?
No, I think we were pretty bad as far as making this attention grabbing and like readily accessible. So no, I would like to see that applied across.
Other folks, Connie, go ahead.
Sure. I love the idea of an executive summary and a little more of a at a glance, easy table or something at the beginning of the report, because it is daunting. I also think, however, within each chapter, there are some distinct differences to keep in mind. Most importantly, the forestry recommendations for the forest protocol are very granular because it's an existing protocol, whereas the recommendations for new protocols can't have that level of granularity absent a very long stakeholder development process. So I think with the limited amount of time and resources that have been available and the relatively limited mandates, we're not going to get every single chapter to look alike. I think we have to let them take on some of their own nature. But I do think there's some, having an executive summary, dealing with redundancy, and making some extra effort across the at least the chapters dealing with new proposed protocols, that there's a little more consistency in how they take up that challenge. So that's my thought. I do think some of this is in the realm of technical editing, and I'm not sure the task force as a whole is, the committee editing is bound to not be very successful and will be very inefficient. So just pointing that out, that there may need to be more working with ARB staff, or having a subgroup that's just doing technical editing or something. So.
And I will say, I think in general, CARB has been very reticent to sort of put their hands on your work. They wanted to be very respectful of your work. So,
which is great, yeah. And we don't want them to, just potentially distorting the just inadvertently through the editorial process. But I do note that some of what we're struggling with is purely editorial.
Great. Other thoughts, folks? So we have the idea of, more of those at a glance pieces, and then potentially having a subgroup or CARB doing a little more work to try to get a little more consistency. Robert, go ahead.
Yes, Robert Parkhurst, Sierra View Consulting. So I agree that each of the sections has a unique flavor, a unique approach to it. So I think that should remain. I would say there may be a half step further we could go. Just looking at the report, there in the various beginnings, some people call their first section executive summary, some call it introduction. I think we could streamline that a little bit so we're consistent. I also think that a number of the sections have references. It may be worth putting all the references at the end. I think it's something that's worth considering. It's small things like that, so that when a reader looks at it, they can see where everything comes together at the end. So I think that may make the most sense, is just some consistency in just overall terminology. So when someone's reading it, they know from each section, every section has an executive summary. There is a detailed references or bibliography or a common term at the end of the document. So that may be a way to make it a little bit easier for people to digest it.
Great, thanks, Robert. Other task force members?
Hi, it's Antonio Sanchez. I just want to echo Robert's comments as well, too. I mean, just going through everything, I like that the uniqueness, of course, is important for each chapter because they're different issues and written by different people, but there should be some overall consistency on that presentation.
And I'm going to ask Antonio and Robert, if we were to take consistency of approach, is there a chapter that comes to mind that we might use as the model and then make the others a little more consistent too?
I think there are parts of different ones that, at some level, at some point we have to decide on a terminology, whether it's references or bibliography, whether it's does each section have an introduction or an executive summary? I think there's probably,
Robert, I'm going to encourage you to just throw it out there and say what you want and see if the task force members bounce off of it, because as specific as you all can be to CARB, they're going to appreciate that.
Yeah, I'd have to take a minute to look at it. So maybe during a break or during lunch, we could revisit it. Right now, I'm not sure that I'd have something specific enough that could give them good guidance. And where I was pausing and frankly struggling is, how do we do this meeting the Bagley-Keene Act? Is, ideally what I'd love to do is take it back, curl up with it for a day and send it back, but then we have the open meeting request. So I defer to Carb on guidance on how to do that, because I'm not an expert in open meeting requests, but that may be one of the ways that they could be helpful.
Okay, that's great. No, that's helpful. Frank, go ahead.
Yeah, hello, Frank Midlander, UC Davis. I remember raising this issue early on in our deliberations as to whether or not there's a template such that we all kind of follow the same overall structure. And I believe, Robert, that we were handed a template, right? That there was a template that was sent to all of us. And if indeed that was the case, then we should have more consistency. And I think consistency is important. I do believe that the report, normally a report like that would have a executive summary for the whole report, maybe. And then each chapter should have, maybe a summary, a background and so forth, a uniquely worded reference or so at the end. I do think that we have to have some consistency so that the reader will not get confused when going through this document. So that's just and that doesn't mean that we are losing individual flair. I think we can preserve that while also having a structure throughout.
Okay, thanks, Frank. So basically there's an executive summary at the front. So we're not using that term in the chapters, but we're using a standard approach based on the template, but then maybe with like summary, background, and any references at the end.
Yes.
Thank you. David, go ahead.
Thank you. David Ford, American Forest Foundation. So we were provided a template. However, there's a difference between the template was more really designed for new protocol recommendations rather than what the forestry subgroup focused on was not a new protocol recommendation, but rather adjustments to the existing protocol. And so there is a difference, and we actually reached out to CARB staff and proposed an outline that we use for our report, recognizing the difference between recommending a new protocol versus modifications to an existing protocol. I would agree that an executive summary is important at the beginning of the report, and that can be consistent, and I'm not so concerned about full consistency in each of the chapters because they are unique and are looking to do different things. And then I guess the final comment is, yes, I think there ought to be some consistency on language like references, and the references should be, I think, put at the back of each section. Because as a reader, for me, I would read one of the sections and be able to within that section find the references as I'm reading through it. But that's just my thought. So thank you.
And David, can I just, you folks are mentioning references. Are you actually referring to footnotes? And because I want to get clarification. I know one group had a number of appendices, which CARB ended up putting at the end. Are we thinking sort of footnotes with the chapter and appendices at the end, or also appendices with the chapter?
Yeah, no, I think appendices at the end, but footnotes are references to particular specific reports or other documents or research papers, or would be appropriate at the end of each report chapter, in my view.
Great, thanks. So far, that seems to be a consistent theme, so thank you very much. Any other task force members?
JP Catabiella here.
Great.
For one, appreciate that CARB has been careful to, not yet stomp on the individuality of the different subgroups. Thank you for that. My perspective on this is I appreciate that the attempt to make a template for a report that had many kind of different sections was helpful, but like some of the other groups, we were not able to, we didn't find the template as provided super workable for our section. So what we did was we basically disassembled it and put it back together. We believe we addressed all the questions in the template, but we tried to make it a little more workable for the way we were going to write our section. And of course, we checked in with CARB staff to make sure that was okay, and we're told it would be okay. So we appreciate that flexibility that helped us put together our section. I just want to weigh in and add that I support an executive summary. You know, we've all done a tremendous amount of work to get this far. You know, my co-chair and I and our committee spent many meetings and many hours, and I'm sure that was the experience of a lot of the rest of us. At this point, I'm very supportive of CARB writing an executive summary that kind of captures the whole report. I think that, you know, we should be given the opportunity to comment on that executive summary to make sure that we agree that it in fact captures our recommendations, but I expect it will probably do that. The other consistent sort of general consistency throughout the report, I agree with the previous comment about editing by committee is not fun and very useful. I think CARB could take that on and make a number of changes throughout the report, so long as they're essentially consistency and not, you know, changing actual recommendations. But I would suggest that along with that, a sort of a 1 or 2 page summary of the type of changes that were made and why they were made, so that folks don't necessarily have to go line by line through the 180-page report, but really that task force members could basically look at 2 things: a new executive summary, does that reflect what we thought we said? Yes. Oh, and they made a number of changes throughout the report, and they were, changes to how footnotes were presented, or the beginning of each section is now called a section summary instead of an introduction or an executive. Whatever those things are, we would be able to sort of quickly be able and not have to actually do our job all over again to get these sections written. So that's my 2 cents on this. Thanks.
Thanks, JP. Those are some useful suggestions then. Other task force members. And then I'm just going to check in with CARB folks. Is this enough direction, or is there more specificity that you would like? And if so, if you've got specific questions.
Yeah, this is Jason. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Jason. I'm unable to see what other task force members are raising their hand or not, so I was waiting. So for subgroup chapter 5, you know, we did do our best to just follow the template as provided, and we had both, you know, a new protocol suggestion as well as modifications to existing protocols. We did find it, I think, you know, somewhat cumbersome, and we didn't. I appreciate that other groups decided to take it upon themselves to, you know, reformat. And when we had the first meeting, I think we came up with a template because we wanted to make sure that each group covered the same information, generally speaking, and the format, you know, and the topics for each of the separate sections in the template was intended to, you know, ensure that each subgroup at least considered, you know, are there perverse incentives, you know, how are the AB 32 criteria addressed at all, if at all, you know, things like that. So whether the actual sections flow in that exact way, I think that's open to the subgroup, and as long as, you know, all the information is covered. I do agree that having an executive summary at the very front of the report would be excellent and helpful. And I also did like, you know, Brian's suggestion of, you know, some very quick hitter up front that, you know, lists project type and some kind of basic information about, you know, insofar as it's ascertainable, you know, this amount of, it's estimated that this amount of emissions occur from this source. The project could possibly, you know, the project type could possibly, you know, reduce by the following amount. So, something like that would be great. I don't know how easy it is to do for each of these things, but, I agree that something that when we, I don't know how many members of the public are going to slog through this whole thing. I mean, there's certainly some very interested people who will, and that's great. But it is, it's long and technical. And so insofar as it's possible to, make some upfront kind of easily digestible summary of a sort, I would support that. And I like the idea. So that's all. Sorry, go ahead, Jason.
Oh, no, that's great. And first of all, I just want to appreciate the amount of time everyone has spent on the different subchapters and the full meeting and today's meeting, which I know is just getting started. I think from our perspective, the more direction we can get from you, the better. We certainly do not want to change anything that you guys are recommending. This is your document. What I'm hearing from several folks is you would like CARB staff to summarize the recommendations into an executive summary. I think we're definitely happy to do that. We want to make sure that we reflect your recommendations in those executive summary kind of write-ups. So I think for Bagley-Keene purposes, we may be able to do that in chunks, which we have to make sure we're following that law. But if we were to take each subchapter, or sorry, each chapter, and create an executive summary out of that, and send it to the subchapter to make sure we're conforming to your recommendations as we move along, we could do that in pieces and then pull it all together once it goes back to the public for additional review and comment. Would that work on an executive summary for folks?
I will put it this way. Is there any task force member for whom that would not work? And if so, please raise your hand. Or if you are on phone only, you can unmute yourself and say, doesn't work for me. Okay, so it sounds like that works. I had a question, and this is to Brian and Gavin. The sort of at a glance piece that Brian, you were talking about at the beginning of each chapter, is that something the subgroup itself would be working up?
I think so, yes, because the information that I'm talking about isn't necessarily jumping out in each of those chapters. So in some cases, we actually have to put numbers to where hundreds of words are instead.
Okay, well, here's what I'm going to suggest, because as you know, because of Bagley-Keene, we need the task force to reach agreement on something so the subgroups can all go out and do their work with consistency. I'm going to suggest at the end, our last item for the day will be going through the flags where we might have potential overlaps. I'm wondering if Brian and Gavin are able to, in other words, if there is a very clearly laid out list that you are all able to propose to your fellow task force members today, so we can actually get closure, so the subgroups then agree and say, okay, we know we're going to develop this at a glance piece. Does that make sense? And we don't need to do it now, but maybe, sometime during the day that gets developed, and then we can talk about it at the end. Gavin, does that sound like the best approach? I'm just trying to figure out how we do it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think because we won't have another meeting for how many months, we should try and come up with something today. I think just sort of a general format, really. And I think what Brian said is each group is going to have to figure out the actual information that gets plugged in, but at least some sort of a format that we could take a stab at and see what people think.
And we have the ability for you all, for the task force members, to share your screen. So if in fact, you had like a Word document with bullets on things, we could later on just share the screen and show it, and the task force members could say, yeah, that works for me, or no, let's tweak it this way. Does that make sense?
Can I make a slightly alternate opportunity? I think today, if we can do it, that's fantastic. But an alternative approach that we could do is, and Gavin, I can't remember if you were one of the chairs of the subgroup, so I apologize on this, but let me just assume that he isn't for a second, that if we had 5 groups, and if Gavin wasn't that 6, you could have a quick, the chair or one of the chairs of all of the groups get together with Gavin, and they represent their sections and say, here's the layout that we can agree to. And that might be an easy way to do it if we can't reach agreement today.
I'm absolutely fine with that. I would like to hear from Nick or Jason if that seems to fit under Bagley Keene, because I would appreciate that.
Yeah, this is Nick. That's sort of hard to answer on the spot because I'm not as familiar as perhaps Jason is about who is on what subgroup and how any overlap could result in a potential, serial meeting or something like that that involves more than 6 folks talking about the same thing. So I think that would be the main concern there. I don't know, Jason, if you're able to speak to whether that would potentially get us over that, 6-member limit.
Yeah, I think it might. I mean, I think the suggestions are good ones. And as long as you guys are sticking within the subgroup and giving that direction, that gives us kind of the marching orders of how to do this without changing things. I guess it might depend on what we see out of that.
I am a chair of subgroup F for chapter 5. So if it were 5, there are 5 chapters, and I think there's at least one of the chapters has co-chairs, so that would be 6.
Or one of the chairs could represent that one.
Yeah.
Is this something that CARB needs to talk about off and then come back to us, just to make sure that this is a Bagley Keene okay thing?
Yeah, if we could, that would be helpful.
Yeah. And I'm just as your, process person, anything that you guys can put on the table today is wonderful, because we know we're okay when we're talking today. So, and I realize it's really hard to do that on the spot. So, yeah. And I know Brian is not on screen. Maybe he went off to work something up. But yeah, so it sounds like maybe we've got a little bit and we'll hear back from CARB. Is that good? And we're ready. Are we ready to move on from formatting then otherwise? Gavin and Jason?
I think so,
Great.
Unless anyone else has anything to say.
Okay, well, it's 10:18 and we're only 8 minutes beyond where we thought we might be. So that's wonderful. I think we had this scheduled as a movement break time where we might want to take at least 5 minutes for moving, breaking, whatever. Do you all have preferences? Is 5 minutes okay? Would you prefer 10 minutes, task force members?
Can I make a proposal at 1/2 the hour? That just makes it an easy number.
There we go. All right, it'll be about 10 minutes, 11 minutes, and we're back at 10:30, and then we're starting overarching and programmatic. Okay, oh, I need to do this. Let's see. And folks, I misspoke. We actually have our proposed schedule as our next topic, and then we'll move into overarching and programmatic. We'll start moving into the report.
Great. So I'll just start off with the proposed schedule. Pursuant to the task force charter, the task force will prepare a final written report within 1 year of convening. And since the first meeting was on March 2nd, 2020, final report by March 2nd, 2021. And what we have here is an approximate timeline sketched out to kind of meet that time. So revisions to CARB, we would expect that around mid-January, and then we would begin a 15-day public comment about a week or so after that, revisions to CARB. So late January for the public comment period to begin, and that will go on for about 15 days. That would end early February, and then a final meeting will happen about a week after the ending of the public comment. So final meeting mid-February, and then we can CARB will post a final report, which would be finalized at that final meeting. Again, this is just kind of an approximate timeline, just to help you kind of plan your next few months, and then CARB will offline seek out your availabilities on that final meeting with a doodle poll or something similar.
And I think it was Robert had asked specifically about this. Does this schedule make sense to you all in this approach? David, go ahead. You had your hand up.
Yeah, just a clarification question. So once we receive the final public comment, is there going to be a process to make the subgroups to make final changes to the report based on the final feedback from the public, or what are your thoughts on that?
I think after the comment period, there'll be some time for you guys to look over those comments and within the subgroups discuss those, and then at the final meeting, those changes or edits that you would like to make, you would suggest, or you would direct CARB to make those changes, or I guess you can also just have it ready at the final meeting, and then CARB will take those changes and just put it into the final report.
And so, Paul, so that would have opportunity for the subgroup to meet, discuss the public comments related to their subgroup, and then potentially they could have some sort of revised text that they can produce before the meeting then?
Yes, yes.
Great. David, does
I'm
that?
just a little concerned. Well, I'm concerned about the timeline here. If we're going to get comments by early February, and then we have a report, then we have a final meeting in mid-February, you know, that's going to be a pretty limited window. I guess I'm just a little concerned about that timing. And then once we have that final meeting, and if there's some further discussion and some agreement that we need to change a few more things, I'm just looking at this window as being fairly tight, but that, I guess once we see the exact dates, maybe there'll be enough time.
Brian, you had your hand up?
Brian Nowicki.
And then Emily.
I have to admit that I was very disappointed in the level of detailed substantive comments that we got from the public on the individual recommendations. I do not blame anybody at all. I understand that this is an extraordinary situation that we're all working under. at this point. But I didn't see the level of review from academics and other parties that would be interested in doing a deep dive on some of these recommendations. And it also acknowledging it's a big document with a lot of different pieces. So there's some parts that are going to be more attractive than others to parties that are looking through this, looking for reviews that are on things that are going to affect their issues. So all of that is to say that I want to make sure that we have we have adequate time to fully address those comments, even if they're coming in late. To give my perspective, like I was primarily involved with the first chapter, the overarching recommendations, and the forestry chapter. I had very little to no expertise on the other chapters, and without having some more review and comments and making sure that we've had a chance to incorporate, to see and incorporate the comments that we get from the public on the other chapters, I'm going to be working in complete ignorance, going only by what's put forth within the document. And I think that we want to put more effort in personally into making sure that other groups, other academics, other experts in this are taking a look and giving us the comments they want, and then being able to actually respond to them. 15-day public comment period and then the quick turnaround. I could see that being very frustrating and difficult for us as a task force to be able to take and respond effectively to those comments. We might get no comments, and this might not be an issue. So I don't want to make work, but I do want us to be prepared and have the ability to fully dig in if we get strong substantive review.
This is Gavin. I guess I would, my reaction, I feel similarly that it's hard to gauge now and whether we'll have a large amount of comments or not, and maybe some sections will and some sections won't. So it might be easier for some subgroups to meet that deadline than others. I guess I would like to view the March 2nd date as a goal, but that if the group finds that it needs more time, I would also like to think that we could have it. I know the legislature set this out as a one-year session. We didn't discuss this in the legal section. I don't know what legal consequence, if any, there would be were we to go beyond March 2nd. Would it require board action to establish that it's okay for us to do that? Would it be, would CARB reject the report if it was a day late? I don't think they would, but it might be good for us to have guidance on that and to have some assurance that, if we get to mid-February and there's literally a mountain of input that we need to go through, we don't want to just give it the short shrift because we don't have time. We want to, have the comments fully and fairly considered. So I guess I would appreciate some guidance on the flexibility that is, if there is any, and if there's not, if there's a way to obtain it.
Sure, Gavin, this is Jason Gray with Air Resources Board. And appreciate all the comments that you guys are raising. This is something that I think in our own process, we face a lot as well. And we've laid out this as kind of a tentative schedule just based on what the charter and the board direction was in terms of timing. I think one of the things on receiving public comment is how you guys can address those. If there's a new report, then that has to be reviewed for public comment as well. So I think the thought process here is you guys are taking into account the comments that have come in to date, that'll keep coming in terms of developing the next draft. And if there's additional time that's needed, I think we would work with you under the terms that the board set out. So perhaps having a final meeting on March 2nd, where you're able to provide us additional direction to say here's the report, the final report with the changes we'd like you to put in there. Part of that is recognizing that this process, there's no, like in a rulemaking process, you would be responding affirmatively in writing to every comment that came in. That is not an obligation you guys need to follow. And that, given timing, it may be a hard one to try to follow. But in terms of taking those into account, definitely you guys, I know, will be doing that. So I think there's some flexibility in terms of the timing of when we have a final meeting, and then the direction you all give to us on any final fairly minor changes, I think, to what the draft is that goes out for public review. But I think the March 2nd final meeting with direction to us to what specific changes you'd like to see in the report that you're approving, that would be part of your approval. And that's kind of administrative. We could do that on after March 2nd. So that would be another timing that it might be able to work.
Okay, so we have Emily and then Connie. Go ahead, Emily.
Thanks. Yes, Emily Worms from New Forest. I was just going to suggest that perhaps we revisit the timeline again, maybe at the end after having a chance to discuss the more substantive content of the report and hear public input, so that if we decide as a group we have a whole lot of work to do, and we could kind of we might be in a better position to assess adjustments to this timeline if we don't think we need necessarily until mid-January to do the next phase of revisions, or if we think we need more time, that could be informed by the further discussion we have. So just a plug to perhaps circle back to this at the very end before we close out.
That sounds helpful. Go ahead, Connie.
Sure. Just one comment on public engagement, and Brian, in reference to your expression of disappointment and the need to get more people commenting. It's consistent with outreach efforts that the forestry subgroup tried to undertake throughout our deliberations, where we reached out to many people saying, send us thoughts, and didn't get a lot of response. So I don't know if that's good, bad, or indifferent. But we did just sort of broadly seek people's ideas, not just from the usual suspects. But I was glad to hear the standard that you were proposing as to how we're supposed to respond to public comment. So I think your guidance on that's really important. So I heard you say take into account and versus actually having a log and doing individual responses. I wonder if there's any, take into account is still subject to a lot of interpretation. So, we want to do the right thing. So, to avoid us, each of the subgroups sort of going off on different tacks as to how to deal with public comment, I think maybe addressing that in a little more detail might help.
Sure, thanks, Connie. I can try to address that, and Nick, jump in if I need some support here. So for a rulemaking process under the Administrative Procedure Act, we as the staff at an administrative agency have to firmly write down and respond to all comments. That is not your task. All the comments will be included in the public record. So they're all there. They will all be there, I'm assuming, as an appendix, or however you guys decide to do that with the report. They're on our website. Taking into account for me means if there are comments that you think are you'd like to address in terms of changing language that's in the protocol, adding new recommendations based on things you hear from commenters, that's really up to the task force in terms of how that fits into the subgroups. So I think that our discussion throughout this past meeting and then this current meeting is really that's something that all the task force members will be seriously looking at. It sounds like everyone has looked very seriously at the comments, and I'm assuming that'll be the same case for comments coming in. So for me, taking into account means reading them, determining whether you missed something or need to add something or change something. And if you guys as a task force determine, nope, I think we're good with this, describing why you came to decisions, I think that's really what I meant by that. Does that help?
Except the last thing you just said, describing how you came to decisions. So, what you see in the report are the recommendations, not, and here's everything that went into making them.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So, I mean, you guys, one of the questions is, do we have references or endnotes? I mean, I think the citations and the discussions you have reflected through the decisions is really, I meant the same thing. And I apologize. I had one question from earlier today that I just want to get some clarity for the staff, and then a response that I thought we can maybe quickly do on your question about ensuring Bagley-Keene compliance. And then one other comment on Bagley-Keene as well. If there are members of the public in terms of your outreach or that want to reach out to staff, just folks have our offsets email, we're very happy to make sure we're compliant with Bagley-Keene for you all, and we'll put people in touch with the appropriate subgroups. So if there's challenges to outreach, if there's members of the public who want to outreach to different subgroups, please email us. We're very happy to put you in touch with the subgroup chairs to make sure all the communications are consistent with Bagley-Keene. We have already done that for folks that have come to us directly, and we'll continue to do that. So if that helps on outreach, we're happy to serve that role as well. My comment on the Bagley-Keene for the executive summary, just a proposal. Legal and I quickly convened over the 10-minute break, and I think from our perspective, the safest thing under Bagley-Keene for us all to follow would be probably us putting out a template to try to get some consistency on an executive summary. We could share that publicly. We'd share the template publicly and with all of you. And then on each subgroup, we would share the executive summary based on what we read from your report to make sure it's good with that subgroup. I think having Gavin or someone else kind of play an overarching look at that gives us some pause under Bagley-Keene, but we're hoping that with the template and then talking to each subgroup on their portion of that executive summary, we could come to a pretty good level of consistency. And then there will be an additional, public comment and review process for everyone gets to see that. So that would be our proposal in response to the earlier comment. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, we can go back and consider some additional things. But I guess that's really for Gavin, Robert, and Brian, if that makes sense.
So, and just to clarify, Jason, so that would mean we would not be having the subgroup chairs meeting offline on formatting issues. So, if we could get as much clarity from Brian and Gavin today on what you all are suggesting as far as an at-a-glance piece for the top of each subgroup chapter, if we can get agreement today, and start rough, right? Just start with what you've got, but just anything listed out so that people understand and can say, yes, this works for me, and I'll take it and do it. Gavin, does that make sense from your end then?
Yes, that's fine
Great.
with me.
And Brian, go ahead.
And then I had a question. So first of all, that works for me. Thank you. That makes complete sense. And secondly, a pair of questions of clarification to you, Jason. One is, can we leave is the portal remaining open so that we can continue to receive comments that come in? I know we asked for them to be in before by last Friday, but can we keep it open so that we can just have a legally responsible way of of continuing to receive those comments as we bring folks online. And then similarly to that, could we, as subgroups working on these individual chapters, is it even feasible for us to have a workshop or a ability to kind of have an open forum? We could have a Zoom meeting where we present it and take comments, acknowledging that some folks, experts, interested parties might not have time to sit down and write out all of the comments, but might be able to provide us comments in a workshop forum if we were to offer that as an opportunity.
Yeah, on your first question, that's definitely fine. We can continue to accept comments. I will look at our process to see if that's left open, or folks can just send it directly to us and we'll post them on there. But we will get back to you later today, just on the website portal. On the second group, in terms of having meetings of the subgroups, I don't recall if we tried to address that in the first meeting. And Nick, I may defer to you on this one. And we may need to take that question up and come back later today. But Nick, I don't know if you have thoughts.
Perfect.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I'm not sure I totally caught what the proposal was for meetings of the subgroups. Could you repeat that really quickly?
Essentially, the legality, compliance with the forestry group that worked on the forestry chapter wanted to have a 1 hour webinar. We explained what we had and then just took comments in general from folks verbally. Now, it would not be formal, but a way for us to drag some folks into the process if that worked better.
Gotcha. So like an informal workshop kind of thing. Yeah, I think we should probably discuss that and come back to it later if that's okay. I'd like to talk to David on that one as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And then I apologize. I had one other issue that Brian raised earlier, and I wasn't clear from the staff side if it was a proposal or if it was something we're addressing later, if we could address it now. And this related to affiliation and having somewhere up front in the report a paragraph per each task force member just talking about affiliation. Some, I guess, Brian, I don't know, history of involvement or something. And I heard that as a proposal. I wasn't, and I apologize if I just missed this. I wasn't quite clear if you guys were going to talk about that briefly now. Seems like if folks were in agreement, that could be pretty quick, but I just don't know.
And okay, let me just ask, because of our zoominess here, probably the easiest way to do this is to say, if any task force member feels differently about that proposal, if you can raise your hand, and then, or if you're only on phone, I think some folks are having some connectivity issues and maybe only on phone, please unmute yourself and voice if you've got any concerns with that. In other words, silence will mean consensus that everybody would develop a 1-paragraph bio, right? That would go into, I'm assuming, the executive summary. Jason, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, Brian, I don't want to, I think that's what Brian suggested. I'm not quite sure, but I just, in terms of the decision on that.
And to clarify, if we wanted to be responsive, and I would argue we do, to what some of the comments are, it would not be so much the point of the paragraph is not so much to be able to lay out your expertise, although that obviously would be welcome, but to make sure it's clear to naive readers of the document what the perspectives of and potential interests are of you with the affiliation that you're listing there and ones that maybe aren't listed. So it would be more towards the disclosure of conflict of interest than establishing the expertise.
Okay, great. But not a technical listing thereof, but sort of a description of perspective and interest of each of the task force members is what you're proposing.
It is.
And affiliation. Perfect. David, you've got your hand up. Sounds like you're thinking differently.
Yeah, thanks. Well, no, just clarification, David Ford. So Brian, sorry, you're suggesting, I guess I'm a little confused about what your proposal is. I have no problem identifying my affiliations. They're publicly available. They were included in the information provided to CARB as part of the application process. They're on LinkedIn. People can see all that. So, so I guess I'm just curious. If you think, I mean, there were some comments about conflict of interest, and I guess it's in the eyes of the beholder, right? So I'm happy to disclose who I'm affiliated with, but I guess I'm curious about how far you think we should go on that front.
So purely from my perspective here, and how I'm reading the comments, is that naive readers may not know, does the Center for Biological Diversity develop forest projects? Do we go? Are we involved in conservation agreements that would help to that would be helped by Forest Protocol, or any of the other, looking through any of the other recommendations, things that there. And I think that also from my for me in particular, identifying that the Center for Biological Diversity, and also my position in particular, has been a kind of a watchdog on these issues, and that I've raised concerns about the offset protocols program since time immemorial. At this point, all would be easily summed up and relevant to readers who would say, okay, that's, so when I see a dissenting opinion, or if I see this disagreement, or if I see this recommendation, then I want to be able to, I can take those into, I can understand them in those contexts. Whereas right now, just seeing Center for Biological Diversity, somebody isn't necessarily going to know what that means, even if they can look it all up. I'd like to pull those different pieces that you mentioned, David, from LinkedIn and the bios and whatever that we have on our websites, and just make them, the parts that are relevant, easily accessible right within there as a disclosure, as a shorthand disclosure, so that folks would be, I don't know if that's going to satisfy the commenters that we've received, but that is what I'm seeing as being most useful as I look through these and acknowledge, my lack of deep knowledge about what each of you work on.
Thanks, Brian. Robert?
So I agree with the approach of having a paragraph of bio kind of on our background and kind of where we're coming from with this. My one suggestion would be, I don't know if that needs to be at the front of it or more of an appendix. I think if someone wants to go and look at it, they're going there for the recommendations we're pulling from. They may have questions about where we're coming from and what our backgrounds is. To me, my only suggestion is where it should go in the document, and my proposal would be, as a section towards the end.
Yeah.
Somebody said yes. Who was that? Was that Gavin?
This is Gavin. Sorry.
Thanks.
I think I like that idea. I was thinking the same thing, that up front or in the table of contents or something, we already have a roster of who the members are and what stakeholder group they are, as part of the task force. But I think it should be an appendix to the report that where we include this additional information for each person. So I think that would make sense.
Okay. Thoughts from other folks? Brian, does that work for you? And I see that JP looks like he's trying to figure out how to raise his hand. So JP, you've done it. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks for the help on hand raising. I was getting ready to just do this. I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents on this. And, I don't think a detailed description of people in the executive summary makes a lot of sense to me. But, some reference in the executive summary to information about the members is fine. And then including that. We had to submit packages of information on who we are and what our interests are. I would push back a little bit on the idea of conflict of interest. I don't believe it's even possible to have a conflict of interest in this setting. We were we were asked to apply and selected for this task force because we have an interest in this issue. There's no decision, financial. This is not like I've had to fill out conflict of interest forms in the past when I was serving on decision-making bodies. But we're making recommendations here, and we're specifically invited to this task force because of our interests in these situations. So, I'd be very careful about using that kind of phrasing, conflict of interest. But I'm more than happy to disclose everything about it. And there's a 13-page document that I submitted as part of my application that has every possible thing you could want to know about me there, I think, and I'm more than happy to have that publicly disclosed. So anyway, I'm a little reticent on the one paragraph thing, because if that one paragraph is everybody, writing their own opinion of it, I don't know that, that really is going to be standardized or answer the questions that people might have anyway. If it were a conflict of interest situation and we needed to really show that, then I would suggest that, ARB prepare a form and ask the same questions to everybody about conflict of interest, and that we all answer them, and that the answers be on that form be a public, document rather than a public paragraph. But I just don't think that step is really necessary here. So
JP,
that's my
JP
2 cents.
JP, just a question for you. My sense is that what Brian is suggesting is, as you described, interests, laying out your interests. And so with that, what I'm hearing, if it's interests, are you also suggesting that ARB develop a form so that there's consistency in the way that folks develop that? And also, I think the last thought was that it not go at the front, but that it be an appendix in the back.
I do agree with that. That it not be a detailed thing in the executive summary. But if it's stated as, why did you want to serve on this task force, and we're asked to give a paragraph of that, what are your interests in this issue, then I think that's a lot different than saying what are all your conflicts of interest and how are you profiting from this and that sort of thing. I'd be happy to submit a paragraph along those lines and to do that. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I'm just bristling a little bit at the idea that this is a conflict of interest type situation. It's specifically people that are experts in certain areas, because we're interested in those areas, is why we're on the task force.
Yeah, and there are a range of perspectives on that, so understand where you're coming from. So we've got Antonio and then Connie. Go ahead, Antonio.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick comment as well too. This document, this report is very technical by nature. That this is a very complicated issue. I think we have to keep in mind who the audience is. Also, we're living through a pandemic, right? So I don't know if too many people are giving public comment on anything. But to be specific, maybe this is something that we can include in an introduction or in an executive summary, and that is how people were appointed and what the process is. I do think even listing where we work or what we do, anyone interested can absolutely Google that and do their research. So just to set the context, I think we can have that conversation on what to include about the appointees, about the task force members. I would want to see it at the beginning in an introduction, just to set the context for how this report was produced in the first place.
Great, thanks. Connie, go ahead, and then Brian. Oh, Connie, you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry. You would think at this point in Zoom life, I would remember. I just briefly following on from what JP was saying, this is a stakeholder group. So by virtue of that, we have an interest. So it is impossible to have a conflict. We're here because we have an interest. And we're here because the legislature set this up to have representatives of different interest groups explicitly participate in this process. And we're advisory, as JP points out, we're not a decision-making body. So I think it's great to explain why we're here and what is relevant in our background. But I think we have to reject this language of conflict, because I don't think it's relevant.
Okay, folks, so Brian is next. I am looking for consensus from this group so we can move on to chewing into the actual subgroup chapters. So I'm looking for common threads, and I'm hearing that it'd be helpful to have some framing at the beginning about how CARB chose you all. So there's some context in there. And then some other folks had talked about some sort of an appendix where people might discuss their interests. Brian, I'm going to turn it back to you as sort of the maker of the initial proposal. Does what you've heard sound work with you, or where are we at?
Thank you. Yeah, Brian Nowicki here. And I think we've landed in a spot that will be helpful. I want to be clear. I was the conflict of interest link, the term, that was the term that I was using as shorthand to be able to refer to this. It was not meant to cast any aspersions or to imply any ulterior motives. In all of my interactions with the task force, that is not at all the dynamic that I have seen. It's been very open conversations, open within and open to the outside. My interest is, number one, in responding to these comments, which are very clear. As we've been talking, I was bringing some of the comment letters up. You're talking about financial interests, folks who have financial interests in promoting offsets in general, or particular offsets in the individual pieces. I think that is what I'm reading the interest from the public is, and to be able to look at to be able to see that in overview. If we wanted to just state that up front, that the purpose of this entire task force was to bring together folks who had financial interests in promoting offsets, yeah, perhaps we could forego all of this discussion about what individuals in there are. At that point, I might not be, coming at this from the Center for Biological Diversity and my perspective over the years, at that point, I might not want to be part of the final product. But I think that would be entirely appropriate for the task force to do, to say, look, this is what folks who develop projects and implement protocols. These are things that we would like the ARB to work on. Folks from the relevant industries who would benefit from this. That would be entirely appropriate and I think useful to see, but it's not something that I would necessarily be party to. As far as saying we all have bringing our own interests, obviously having an environmental justice protection interest or an environmental interest is not the same as having a vested monetary financial interest. And I think that as I read these letters, what I'm seeing is that they are asking for some clarity on that, so that folks coming at this, again, naive from the outside, are able to make sense of that. So I think the two proposals in front of us now are, do we just frame the whole thing in those terms, and then it kind of is irrelevant what each of the individual players and contributors, their perspectives and backgrounds are, or do we, to be responsive, do we find a way to show what our particular financial interests are per person that was involved in putting this together?
So I'm really going to urge all of you to strive to be open-minded, listen and hear where other people are coming from, and realize that you are a multi-stakeholder group. Some of you do have financial interests, some of you don't, and we do want to try to find a way where we can find common ground among all of your varying perspectives and find a way to move forward. And sometimes that means that nobody wins, but you find something you can live with just barely. So I'm going to urge you all to try to find a way to find some common ground. Go ahead, JP.
Sure. I guess I'm just a little confused. I appreciate the clarity that Brian's sharing, because he's really saying, you know, this is about what's your financial interest. So that's and he's responding to comments that he's read. So I guess it's been mentioned a few different ways. And I guess what establishes a financial interest, I guess, is what this gets down to. So I can imagine there are people who out there, maybe not on this task force, who literally would get paid to develop, to be a project developer for an offset project. That would be a sort of a really direct type of financial interest, or would be a verifier of a protocol or something like that. Then there are people like me who represent industries, who it's in the benefit of the industries that I represent in agriculture to have additional offsets available to them. I won't directly benefit from that, but part of my job is representing those industries. So that will, I suppose you could say I have a financial interest in that way. You could even argue that Brian has a financial interest if he works for an organization that is paying him to oppose adoption of protocols. Although the way he said it, I think that's a very responsible position, because he didn't say I'm opposed to protocols. He said I'm opposed to protocols that aren't ready for adoption or don't pass muster, I believe was the words he used earlier. I am actually also opposed to protocols that don't pass muster. So I guess I'm just a little confused about what it is that we were saying. I think the proposal I had earlier of a more generic, why are you here, why are you participating explanation that allows everyone to kind of explain that in their own words, that would be fine. You know, I'm fine with that, but I'm a little confused about the whole, you know, what's your financial interest question.
Okay, Neil and then David.
So at the risk of complicating the conversation, I did want to link to an earlier comment by Andrea, and I will confess that I was one of those who has not been able to participate in the process simply by virtue of time and the pandemic and work from home and all of the other things that so many of us are struggling with. And that I severely underestimated the time commitment involved, that this was not simply a couple of meetings and a report, but you know, subgroups meeting dozens of times over the course of the last 8 months. And I think part of the financial interest, either personally or because of the organization that we work at, is one piece of this. And another piece is simply that you know, I'm not getting paid to attend this. This is something I'm doing in volunteer time. And I think that those of us who are being paid to include this in our work are getting financial support for that. And that if if ARB or the legislature really wanted a balanced multi-stakeholder group that includes all of the perspectives, then it has to provide funding for that, because at the moment there's a self-selection process in terms of who can be on here and who can actively participate. I think it would be useful either to identify that at an individual level, or if that raises the questions that several people have raised about to what degree and to what extent and all of these things, or simply, as Brian is saying, to and I think another member had also suggested that we have some framing language, that this is in fact a task force of people representing sectors that want, that are expressing their interest, primarily their financial interest, in further developing offset protocols. And I think the message from the environmental justice community is very clear, that there's not an interest in participating as developers or as recipients of offset credits, that their interests are in the programmatic aspects. But I think that is very much the direction that the draft report has taken already. And so perhaps setting that out more clearly, I think would be appropriate.
Thanks, Neil. David, go ahead.
Well, thank you. And I guess just a couple of quick thoughts. One, I do support the notion of CARB somewhere in the report identifying we were selected through a process. We applied and we were selected, and therefore I was selected, so I chose to serve. And so I guess from my perspective, writing a paragraph about what my financial interest may or may not be doesn't seem very relevant to me, because I think I would be happier to just share my LinkedIn. You can see my background, my affiliations, and I'll let people judge for themselves rather than me making some sort of statement about what those interests may or may not be. And so from my perspective, we went through a process, we applied, we were selected by CARB to be a stakeholder interest based on our experience, knowledge, and what we thought we can contribute. And so for me, I just think that CARB is appropriate to put some information at the beginning of the report that does identify the process of how people were selected. And again, we're advisory, we're not making decisions here. And so I find the discussion around financial interest or not, really not relevant at this point, because we were selected to do this work. And I'm certainly happy to share my LinkedIn or my CV, which we've done to CARB with those that are interested in seeing it.
Thanks, David. And just to caution, remember, there are a lot of different perspectives. You may disagree with a perspective. It may still be, a valid perspective, but we may all disagree with those. I think, Jason, did you have some thoughts?
Yeah, no, thanks. Just some observations and responding to some of the direction you're giving us as staff. I mean, I think definitely we will draft up, and I think we had a little bit of discussion in this draft report, but what was the process, the solicitation process for assessing candidates and then for our board to select them. I think that will also focus on what the statutes required in terms of the categories of experience that our applicants came in under. And I think that on that piece, to Brian and Neil's points, I mean, this statutory process and our selection process and the discussion is really focused on trying to get a very broad range of interests and stakeholder groups and understandings and expertise. So I don't see this group as a monolith. I think you all are 13 individuals with very different experiences and interests, which is exactly what the statute asked for, and that's what we tried through our solicitation process to ensure. So while there are some folks on here who have very specific expertise and experience on developing projects, there are other folks who don't do projects, they do something completely different. And as we're hearing, some folks who may not agree with having projects at all. I think from the staff perspective, and I can't speak for our board, but from the staff perspective, making sure that that range of interests is reflected in the recommendations, and whether that's, as you guys talk about, whether that's through a dissent or through areas where you're saying this one's not consensus, that's really helpful. I think that's what we all want. And so far, that's what I've seen in the draft. I think for meeting the statutory obligations for the task force, I mean, it is focused, as Gavin mentioned earlier, on identifying new potential protocols that have those additional direct environmental benefits and specific focus areas for the task force. So, I think that's the mandate, that's the goal, that's what you guys are talking about. And I think having that more clearly described up front, and we're happy to take a crack at that. We're very happy to do that. I am hearing from, this is just an observation, I'm hearing from folks that while you may not everyone sees a specific need for including a bio or a discussion of activities you're all focused on. I'm not hearing a strong opposition to doing that. I'm hearing some folks, David, you said you can look at your LinkedIn. I guess for an observation on Brian's request or Brian's suggestion is if there's no real opposition and folks can already look at that, it seems like that may be something that's quickly and easily able to be added so that folks that may not know where to look on LinkedIn or may not look in other places can look in the report. And I guess a question, maybe Ariel, I don't mean to step on your facilitation role here, but is that something that folks would be okay doing? And as you guys come to a decision today, I heard a couple options of putting that into an appendix, other options putting that into an executive summary. Again, Brian, your comment about having a statement up front saying this is for project developers, I don't, my understanding of the statute and of the task force direction, that I don't think that's fully the picture. I think it's really looking at a diversity of ranges of views. But in terms of putting down, what people work on, if that's public, if it's able to be put in a paragraph, I'm trying to push you guys on a decision from Brian's proposal, I guess. Sorry.
And if I may, thank you for all of that, Jason. I appreciate all of that, and I'm totally in line with all of that. And again, I was not trying to cast any aspersions. I saw no ill intentions or anybody trying to hide the ball. And this is not for me. The recommendation that I put on the table, I don't need to know what you guys do. I know the characters on this task force and what they're from. I'm trying the recommendation proposal I put forth was to respond to the comments. You guys are looking at the same comment letters that I am. If somebody is reading this differently or thinks has a different interpretation of them, please, by all means. I don't mean to be. We shouldn't be reading the tea leaves if we have an actual better understanding of what somebody has a better understanding of what actually is being asked for here and whether we can respond to it. And I guess along those lines, I don't know if it's possible or appropriate, but this might be a point where we could take a moment and hear comments from folks who've been listening, from the public at this point who have been listening to us talk about this, some of whom may be the authors of those letters or have ideas for us on this point. Again, I don't know how that works for our process, but instead of trying to interpret letters, we've had a good discussion on it now for half an hour. It may be helpful to hear from folks.
If I could just jump in for 1 second, this is Gavin. So I did bring it up at the beginning because it seemed to me, several commenters raised it, and I think that it's appropriate for us to address and to think through how to grapple with the concern that's been identified. I agree with what JP said that I don't view this as a quote conflict of interest in the sense of we're not a decision-making body and we will not profit directly from any recommendations we make because what remains after this report is done is to CARB may or may not act on any of it. you know, I don't want to just wave away the concern. I do want to have some response to try to provide assurance, or at least more, you know, if there's a perception that there's some lack of transparency, that, you know, if someone doesn't understand what a person's affiliation means, that some, you know, additional info about what that affiliation is could provide more transparency about it. As Brian said, you know, some of us are plugged in enough to this to know what it means when they see the name of a person's organization. But I don't think that getting into, I mean, at some point a financial interest could become very attenuated. You could go on, you know, as JP was saying, he doesn't, you know, his job is advising people, and I don't know how you would translate that into some dollar amount going into his pocket. I don't know that you could. And I don't think that's called for. To me, it was simply more a matter of providing slightly more information about affiliations. I thought that it made sense to, you know, have something up front that, you know, gave some spiel about how CARB and the statute set forth that they wanted different interests represented, and then said, you know, for additional information, you know, regarding the task force, you know, selection process and members, you know, see Appendix C. Because I don't want that to become a dominant or, you know, focus of the report. I think, you know, I want the report to be really about the substance of it, but flagging it up front and allowing people to go to a place where they can review that further, you know, insofar as that assists with, you know, their understanding or gauging of it, or with the weight they give to it, you know, that would be a way to do it. So that would be my proposal.
So just, I would like to say, let's put that proposal on the table as sort of a consensus proposal. And I've pulled up your operating procedures. So I'm just going to review. Task force will strive to reach consensus. The consensus seeking process is based on principles of consensus with accountability. And that requires all members to try to reach consensus while expressing their own self-interest and the interests of stakeholders they may be able to represent. Now, here's a key thing. In the event a member must reject a proposal, the member is expected to provide a counter proposal that would legitimately achieve their interests, but that they can see it would also appeal to the interests of the other folks. In other words, we're always looking for something that would meet what we're looking for, but also everyone else. So with that, I see Connie's hand is up. If we can focus the conversation towards something that everyone can move forward with, that would be wonderful, because we have a limited amount of time today. Go ahead, Connie.
Well, since I think we're looking at this point at what Gavin just said as a proposal, I would support that. I think that the most important thing is for the readers of the report and the interested public to know how we were selected and how it ties to the statute, what this group is, and then who we are. I don't think we need to go to, you know, great lengths on financial disclosure, because I think it becomes vague and weird. I mean, you could say I'm being paid to be here because I'm an employee of the Pacific Forest Trust, and the Pacific Forest Trust manages a carbon project for someone else. But that's sort of tenuous. The money that's associated with that is not the same money that is enabling me to participate in this. So I think if people understand the fullness of what the Pacific Forest Trust doing and how I am here representing the conservation community, that I would think would be enough information to frame, you know, people can draw their own conclusions about whether I'm personally benefiting or not. So I think just, you know, when I read some of the comments from the public, I thought, well, maybe people actually don't know how this group was selected. And so making sure that's clear and giving a brief personal background as to our interests and what we're doing on this task force, which I believe is in line with what Gavin was just saying, makes sense to me. So I'm speaking in support of this proposal.
So what I'm going to suggest for folks, I think what we're looking at is some sort of framing at the beginning and some sort of appendix in the back. We understand this is a working proposal. We'll have to work the tweaks out maybe at meeting 3 after the next draft comes out. I would like to ask the task force members, is there anybody opposed to moving forward with this proposal? If so, either raise your blue hand, or if you're only on the phone, unmute yourself and say, I'm feeling differently. Okay, great. And we're understanding it's a work in progress, to the extent that we can try to develop these pieces with an understanding of the concerns and perspectives of everyone involved, you know, we can hopefully thread that needle. Thanks, everyone. So we're moving over to overarching programmatic chapter, and we'll hear from the task force members, and then there'll be an opportunity for members of the public to comment on these sort of overall aspects of the draft report. So Emily, would you like to make an introduction?
Sure. I'm happy to give an overview as the chair of this subgroup, but I'd also welcome any of the other subgroup members to chime in as well if I've missed anything. But yes, I'm Emily Worms. I'm with New Forest, and I chaired the programmatic subgroup. The intention of the subgroup was really to provide a forum to discuss cross-cutting issues and a venue to provide input that would be relevant to all protocols and all project types. So we had 6 members volunteer for the subgroup, and we had regularly scheduled weekly meetings that really started in earnest in July this year. Early on when we met and discussed our charge, we agreed that the report could use kind of a general introduction to really frame up the recommendations that would be contained in the rest of the report. Obviously, we didn't know what those would all contain, but by setting up this introductory section, we really set about to do 2 key things. The first was to discuss some overarching considerations, including, general background of, what offsets are and the principles that underpin them, as well as to provide a summary of some of the key facts associated with the offset market to date. And for that, we relied primarily on ARB's publicly available data and some third-party market analysis. And then the second main thing we did was to provide some cross-cutting recommendations, which largely fell into 3 buckets. The first was related to the offset market and offset demand. The second was related to tribal and disadvantaged communities. And the third was, and I'll go into these and I'll review them in a little more detail. So I'm just giving an overview. The third was the prioritization of new protocols and amendments. So the first category of recommendations, when we started discussing our charge to look at the adoption of new protocols, our subgroup discussed some concerns about the impact of encouraging additional offset supply in the context of shrinking offset usage limits starting in 2021. And so we put down, we put down some ideas for how to potentially increase offset utilization within those limits set by the legislature. And I think you can see the recommendations here on the slide and in our report. Secondly, one of the main charges for our task force, of course, was to prioritize disadvantaged communities and Native American and tribal lands, as well as rural and agricultural regions. So there are a number of recommendations related to particularly to addressing economic and technical resource challenges for these communities that are contained within the section and that are also echoed in other sections of the report as well. And then thirdly, there were recommendations related to criteria that CARB might use to prioritize the adoption of new protocols. So those include air quality and environmental justice considerations, direct environmental benefits, integration of some common criteria and standards for aggregation of project participants, and then finally, a consideration of CARB's own resourcing and staff capacity. You know, in reviewing the public comments, it appears that a number of comments were supportive of the recommendations in this chapter, but we're aware that there are some notable criticisms as well. You know, one comment in particular that's been mentioned already was that a criticism that statements and recommendations in this section, you know, should not be construed as an independent formal review of the program. And Gavin touched on this in his introduction. So as discussed earlier, that was not the intent of this subgroup. You know, we did not conduct a formal independent review and we didn't set out to do that. This chapter primarily expresses the views and opinions of its members, you know, many of whom are practitioners and active participants in the program. And so we speak from that experience. But it doesn't mean that it should be construed as an independent formal review of the program at large. So this is an area where we really want to hear from task force members and the public. In particular, there were a few sentences in our chapter that were called out in particular by some commenters as making assessments of the program. And so, you know, as chair, I can say we're very open to revising these statements or removing them altogether if that's the consensus of the group. I'm really glad, and the nice thing about a draft is it can be revised, and I'm glad we have this opportunity to incorporate feedback into the final draft. Another area where we'd appreciate feedback is, you know, whether there are recommendations elsewhere in the report that would be more efficient to consolidate in this programmatic section. There were some comments made by members of the public that certain recommendations in specific subgroups, like forestry, you know, might be applicable more broadly to other protocol types. And so, you know, should those be consolidated in the programmatic chapter? So with that, I'll just open it up and look forward to discussing this further. If any other subgroup members would like to chime in, please feel free to.
Okay, task force members, questions, comments, suggestions? Andrea, go ahead. And then Robert.
Hi, Andrea Tuttle here, representing the public on the task force. I just want to echo, I was on this overarching subgroup, and I just want to reinforce what Emily just said, especially with respect to our intent in the first two sections at the top of our report, namely the overview of basic criteria for offsets, what they are, and also the overview of the market status now. Our intent was not at all to be promotional. It was to be informative, that here we have this big report coming up with all these pages behind this chapter. And it just seemed that we needed some overarching setting of the context for what it is we're talking about as we evaluate the pieces that follow. So that's my point, is I just want to reaffirm that our intent was, one, not to be inflammatory, not to be promotional, but to simply be explanatory of where we are with the criteria that CARB expects in a compliance quality offset, and to give a setting of where we are in the market as far as supply and demand of offsets, and with the intent to help CARB as they consider priorities for what protocols to, what new protocols to consider, and how to amend existing protocols. Other than that, all the rest of the points that Emily made are accurate. We thought that there was definitely a place, since the concept of aggregation of small projects into a larger allows small participants to participate in a larger project in order to save on costs. We thought there were probably some principles that we could identify that should be applied to all aggregation proposals, irrespective of which subject area they're in. So that was our intent there. Thanks.
Thank you. Robert, go ahead.
So I was not on this working group. I think it was really well written. So reading it over the past month, I think it was well done, lays out the background and the case really well. You know, I like a lot of the points you made in it. The one comment that I would like just to highlight, and this is really getting into the nitpicky, is that when you do talk about aggregation, you talk about the size of land, and this is on page 25. You know, there's a significant amount of agriculture and forest land in California owned by families whose average ownership is small. To that point, I completely agree. Less than 1,000 acres, 1,000 acres would be considered a very large farmer. So I think, you know, as we go forward, as there's some, and I can provide this in writing to you, Emily, and submit it formally in public comments. But there's one thing I wanted to point out was that, you know, the average size in California of most farms is 500 acres or smaller. But other than that, and that's quibbling. But I think it was really, really well done, and I appreciated the effort that went into it.
Thank you, Robert. Other members of the task force, folks who were not in this subgroup who have thoughts, additions, go ahead, Neil.
Hey, yeah, I want to echo Robert's comment on the clarity. I have to say, it's not often to find a 180-page report that's actually easy to read. And I think that is, it's an achievement for everybody who contributed text. I want to raise the issue, as Emily said, around some of the, there are statements in there, you know, sort of that seem to give a clean chit to the offset program as a whole. And I would just support removing all of the kind of retrospective language. I think that we heard at our first meeting that it is not our remit to do an analysis of that sort. And so we just should not have language in there that could be, particularly that could be taken out of context as having done that kind of analysis. I also want to tackle I think the elephant in the room, frankly, which is that we know, and as the draft indicates, that there are already more offsets in the system than can usefully be used. And so it would be my hope that in this section where we talk about overarching programmatic considerations, we would tackle that. It does not make a lot of sense to be creating new protocols when there's no demand for those offsets. And so I think there are various ways that we could explore creating that demand, either by urging the legislature and the CARB to further lower the cap, to reduce the number of allowances offered. A proposal that had come up at the CDM is a 2-to-1 surrender ratio. So 2 permits are required to equal 1 allowance. I think there's various ways tackle that. But I think unless we do that, then the rest of the recommendations make very little sense. I'm also, I mean, don't make sense on their own, but they don't make sense in the context of there not being sufficient demand to generate, to drive any of the market. I also would like to be a little more clear. There's text in the overarching considerations about the proposals that came from the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee in 2017. And I think we can incorporate those by referral and explicitly endorse all of those without having to, to go through all of them again. But I think that was the process that was long and a lot of labor by a lot of people. And, rather than going over that ground again, I think it would be good to just kind of incorporate that. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Okay, so Tim, Connie, and then Brian. And we do
Hi,
have
this
a
is,
hard
Tim with
stop
Rock
in
Drive.
15 minutes. Go ahead, Tim. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll be brief. So, yeah, as the subgroups worked, of course, we, worked independently, and as I wasn't a member of the overarching subgroup, I did put a lot of time and effort into the section F on disadvantaged communities and tribal groups, and I do think this is that section probably makes sense to be captured in the overarching programmatic consideration section of the report. So I think my comments related to the report format and a little bit about structure, I think, I worked on that section, and I think it does capture, writing it from a tribal perspective, I think it captures, some of the recommendations that are kind of programmatic to the program. So I think each of the subgroup sections can still retain, some elements, for that section F, but I think this overarching programmatic consideration section could kind of house this better. Keep in mind, working on this, knowing who I am and working for a tribe as a tribal member, it really took a perspective of how to meet some of those tribal needs to increase participation in the program. But I think, I'd really welcome input from folks like Neil and others in the environmental justice community that to really, welcome input and some perspective. So, I think in the context that how that section was written, of course, we wanted to include, participation from all the members, but, we just did our best we could. So, but certainly think that this is probably the best place for that section. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Tim. Connie, and then Brian.
I think, yeah, I'm off mute. Great. Just briefly, and Tim, I think that makes an awful lot of sense to have your the section you worked on really be incorporated into this overarching area, and would be consistent with trying to deal with redundancy also throughout the report. So yeah, I was really grateful that you put that effort into that section F. I know there are different opinions about whether the sort of offset basics and the data on the programs, issuances and usage is relevant or not, but I would suggest from the point of view of readers who may be coming into this discussion without a lot of information to frame the report, that it is very useful. Maybe it belongs further in the introduction, you know, similar to when we first convened and ARB gave a presentation about the state of the program and the history. I don't think it's value laden or promotional. I think it's the facts. This is what the program is. This is what it's done. And I think that's useful framing factual information. So I would not support just removing it entirely from the report, but it you know, is not meant to be an analysis of the overall program. It's just saying, well, here's the program, and this is what it's done.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Connie. So we are running a little bit later than we thought. We were going to take lunch at a hard stop at 12. We're going to take it at 12:15. We'll hear from Brian and then we'll shift to some public comment, then take lunch, then kind of come back and continue on. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Brian Nowicki, Center for Biological Diversity. I'd like to, first of all, a lot of the huge part of the success of this particular chapter and the value here, Emily deserves a lot of the credit for that. She kept this group together through that and did a lion's share of writing on that. So thank you, Emily, for all of your work and for the folks who are on this subcommittee. In full disclosure, I was on the subgroup that put this together, but when I signed up, when we started this in March, I signed up for three different subgroups, and reality soon hit many of us, all of us, and my ability to be involved at the level that I was hoping obviously was impacted terribly by COVID and all of the things. Like so many here, so I have to be upfront, both that much less involvement than I was hoping to in some of these, and also my thanks for those who did carry it through. On this particular one, and I realize I'm standing in between us and lunch, want to back up what Neil said with a little more flavor in that, and that is, we are talking, as we saw in the comments, we are talking about a question of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee's recommendations, and then the ARB's response to those recommendations. I think we want to be really clear. We are not evaluating either those recommendations or the ARB's response to those recommendations and the proposals that they put out in response to those, and that we've actually done no analysis on the impacts to environmental justice, to impacted communities, disadvantaged communities, et cetera, in all of this. I think, like a couple of folks have mentioned already, and Neil in particular, there is a worry. I'd like to back up that that this sounds as though there's been some analysis or estimation or assessment here that has not happened. It's not our place to do it, but it does deserve another look through to make sure that it is not implying anywhere in here that we've ascertained that the current program is working, is satisfying those requirements, is satisfying those requests and recommendations from the environmental justice community. I'll leave it at that.
Great. Thanks, Brian. So we wanted to give some time for members of the public. As we said at the beginning, we weren't sure about the timing and we're a little bit later on than we thought we would be. We thought we would have had more time for public comment before lunch. So we're going to move start of lunch to 12:15. And I put in the chat, members of the public who want to get in line to speak, feel free to click on that raise hand icon. And then once we hear from folks, I'll also just check for people on the phone as well. If you're on the phone, you can press *9 and that will put you in line to speak. So I have Anthony Brunello, then Nina Mohan, then Danny Cullenward, and then Christy Paulette Young, excuse me, and then Matt Lithgow. Excuse me if I have not correctly pronounced your name. Anthony, why don't you go ahead? You will receive a request to unmute, and you just click on that, and there you go. You should be audible.
Great. And I won't say much again. I know lunch is coming up. I just wanted to thank all the members. I'm here today. I'm Tony Brunello. I'm representing the California Forest Carbon Coalition. I just want to say some very brief comments. We represent tribes, conservation nonprofits, timber companies that own and operate forest offset projects in California. Collectively, we have about 30 million offsets in the system over about 1 million acres of land. So again, thanks to the task force. I know everybody is voluntary in the effort and has already done a lot of work. So appreciate that. Just a couple quick points. One is just to reinforce, we strongly encourage forests to be part of the whole solution. Offsets are a key piece of that because they're not under the actual cap of the program. Also have a number of co-benefits. Second, one that is really important and I hope will be emphasized in future efforts is that these offsets are really key in economically depressed areas across California. But also, a lot of people don't realize that over 50% of all of the offsets that are in ownership right now are actually on tribal lands, as well as for nonprofit conservation groups. And then third, just to remember as well, that the rules around this program for offsets are exceptionally rigorous. So, I think it's important that we look at what the existing rules are, and obviously improvements need to be made. That's why we strongly encourage ARB, once this report is out, to actually open up the forest carbon protocol so that we can make changes. And finally, for the actual report, and just very quickly, we submitted comments, so we'll just refer people to those comments. We second would strongly support greater inclusion of tribes and disadvantaged communities. And then third, we did have just a few things that we think probably need to revise in some of the comments. We saw some, for example, of discussions around how reforestation projects operate. There's one that talks about you can actually clear cut land and then plant seeds, which is just, I think, a little more education is needed. And then finally, just wanted to, again, thank the members and the integrity of the members that have been chosen for this group. There was some pretty harsh criticism in the comments, and we just wanted to make sure that we strongly supported the groups that are there and appreciate them and hope they stay on. So that's it. Thank you very much for the time.
Great. Thanks, Tony. Nina, go ahead. You should get a request to talk. If you unclick that button, your mic will come on. Your mic should be
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Nina.
Thank you. My name is Nina Mohan with the California Environmental Justice Alliance, or CEJA, representing 10 grassroots EJ organizations across the state. And upon reading the task force's recommendations, we found it pretty concerning. And to elaborate, I want to direct you to 3 key points. First, as the climate crisis continues to worsen and impact already vulnerable communities the most, trying to expand the offsets program will continue to harm EJ communities and circumvent necessary investment in achieving direct emissions reductions. This is especially relevant in the context of the oversaturation of offsets in the market and related lack of demand that I think Neil spoke to earlier. Secondly, any expansion of the offset program must be predicated on genuine and independent assessment of current offset quality, which to my knowledge has not yet been conducted. This leaves many false assumptions and questions within this set of recommendations. And finally, members of this task force do not reflect the diversity of California, nor do they reflect communities who are most impacted by climate change. Some task force members also pose to financially benefit from increased offset use, creating a fundamental bias and further delegitimizing these recommendations. So we really call on CARB to suspend the offsets program and first start with the proper independent analysis of the program to date, including its ability to reduce greenhouse gases, to prevent degradation of local air quality, and to evaluate harms caused to Indigenous communities internationally. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nina. So next we have Danny Cullen-Ward. I'm going to send you a request and you should have that. You should be, there you go.
Thank you very much. My name is Danny Cullen-Ward. I'm the Policy Director at Carbon Plan, a lecturer at Stanford Law School, and a member of the Independent Emissions Market Advisory Committee, also created by the same statute that authorized this task force. I sent in my written comments. It sounds like some of you may have received those, and I appreciate your attention. I want to speak to two issues in those comments and make two very specific proposals that you all as a task force could consider adopting to address the concerns that I raised in that comment letter. First is on the question of scope. And I heard Ms. Worms articulate a perspective about the purpose and writing of the framing chapter that she helped lead, that, to be perfectly honest, reads very differently than what I saw in the draft report. And I want to thank her for those comments. I think one of the ways to make sure that this task force report not only complies with the instructions that the task force was given from the board, but frankly sticks to the appropriate path that's been laid out here, is to simply say affirmatively, we are not doing a retrospective evaluation. This report does not constitute an independent or retrospective evaluation of the offsets program. It's limited to recommendations for new offset protocols and modified offset protocols. I think saying that affirmatively would assuage a lot of these concerns and be something constructive that is consistent with what I just heard you all say as members of the task force. The second issue I want to address is the financial conflicts of interest. And as Nina just mentioned, I mean, I think we have a task force where there are a lot of members of this task force who have obvious expertise and experience in this industry, and that's very important in any sort of policy and deliberative process. But I think the fact that the committee, the task force, is so heavily stocked with people who have involvement either directly or through their employers is something that needs to be disclosed clearly. And I have to be honest, I found the discussion earlier today about, oh, should we have some biographies? Should they be here? Should be there? None of that really matters. I think it needs to be really clear which members have those kinds of conflicts and which don't. I don't think it matters if it's in an appendix or at the beginning of a report, but I think it's essential that this task force, if again, folks feel that it's capable of making these recommendations in good faith, there should be no concerns whatsoever about saying, yes, I work for an organization that develops projects. Yes, I work for a conservation organization that benefits financially from hosting them. Yes, I work for a land manager that manages lands that are credited by these projects. There should be nothing controversial about that, and I urge you to just adopt basic transparency measures, whether or not the law requires. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Danny. Okay, so next we have Christy. So you should have a request to unmute.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Christy Pola-Young, and I'm the Director of Greenhouse Gas Verification with SCS Global Services. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments about the report of the Compliance Offset Task Force. SCS applauds the success of the Cap and Trade program and encourages the use of innovation and improvement to the program and to its protocols. As an accredited verification body as an entity who has performed the majority of assessments under the Forest Compliance Offset Protocol, SCS would like to speak from this perspective. Our role as a verifier is to uphold and support the integrity of the Cap and Trade program. Along with ARB's very capable staff and the regulation and its protocols, we ensure quality assurance and provide risk reduction for the citizens of California and for the larger public. Our role is fundamental because it's necessary to ward off criticisms of offsets, whether they're not real or additional, and we know that our role is very important. So I would like to just point out that we really like to understand, and we would like to say our role is concerning us that while we seek improvement, innovation, we would like to make sure that streamlining the process does not affect our ability to perform high quality verification. One such factor to include is that we have a lot of requirements for our role as a verifier, whether it's accreditation costs, training for our verifiers every 3 years, as well as technical requirements related to staying up to date on the newest technologies, approved growth and yield models, geospatial analytical tools, and the requirement to have a professional forester for each state, especially if there's an accreditation requirement. With that in mind, we would like to specifically comment about the reduction of the invalidation period from 8 years to 3 years. We see that there could be some issues related to this in that the current system is working quite well, and it is colloquial, but if it ain't broke, we don't want you to try and fix it. And we do think, if at the very least, if you would like to reduce the validation period, it would be important that it matches where there is a full verification. We have seen that the time period since we begun the offset program or providing services for it, there have been many versions of the regulation, and we would like to make sure that folks are able to be aware of those changes, incorporate those, and going from having a longer verification would reduce that. And currently, we have seen strong agreement with our inventories and that this trend may not continue. Growth and yield modeling is typically in a 5-year increment. And if the verification period is much longer, there might be more disagreement or divergence in carbon stock values. And we would like to make sure that there is the need to have full verifications, especially where there have been changes to ownership, management, or other issues. And lastly, we have seen when we have done full verifications after another verification body, there have been changes required to the baseline, and we would that would be sad to see in later reporting periods. So we would like to support the improvements to the forest protocol. We are encouraged by the additional protocols that are being offered. And just in general, we would like to say that we would like to support these improvements, but at the same time, it is difficult to have a reduction in verifications when we are required to have extensive training, high quality staff, and potentially a reduced workload. So we want to make sure that we are able to support the best, most qualified individuals to provide high quality services, which are so important and necessary to offsets in general. And we have seen the decline in quality of offset verifications in other programs, and they have suffered consequentially. So we would like to make sure that the ARB's cap and trade program does not see a similar downward trend. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Christy. Okay, Matt, it's going over to you.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, this is Matt Lithgow with Carbon Pulse. I just have a couple of questions.
After this part, and then she didn't have the rest, and she was like, I don't know what I'm saying.
I think someone else talking, sorry. I thought I heard someone on the other line. But in regards to the overarching recommendations, I just had a couple of questions I'm hoping the task force members could answer. On the recommendation to go to a 3-year default invalidation period from an 8-year, is this something that the task force would recommend be retroactively applied to existing credits? And then the second question I have would be if you could clarify whether the recommendation on entities being able to trade their unused offset quota would be based on an absolute amount of offsets, or would that be based on a percentage basis? Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Is there somebody who can respond to that? Or are we just taking comments at this point and sort of tracking questions that need to be answered?
This is Emily Warren with New Forests. I can say that we haven't discussed those particular details as a subgroup, but we will take the questions into consideration, and we welcome additional feedback and input on those two issues.
Great, thanks, Emily. Okay, Barbara Hea and then Kevin Townsend. So Barbara, you should be getting a request to unmute.
Hi, thanks. So I'm Barbara High. I'm a research fellow at the University of California, Berkeley. And just really quickly, supporting some of the or seconding some of the comments that Danny Cullenward made. So first, I want to say thanks to the committee members for all the time and expertise that you brought to this work of the task force over the last year. And I appreciate the expertise that the members bring from your understanding, from your experience working with protocols and projects and in the industries covered. So 2 things on conflict of interest. Disclosing financial conflict of interest is standard practice in academic publication, and conflict of interest doesn't discredit the conclusions, it just puts that conflict of interest up front. And I would strongly encourage just following that standard practice and being really clear about what the financial interest of each of the members is. And then secondly, there are some statements made in the report that retroactively judge the quality of the credits on the market. And I'm a researcher that's focusing on assessing the quality of offsets on the market. And this work is really, it's an involved analysis that I see that this committee did not have the time to do and did not do. So I strongly suggest taking out those quality assessment sentences. And I noted the pages as Danny in our comments, in and my comments. And then just lastly, in discussing the size of the program, of the offset program, there's a sentence that says, oh, the offset program is small and it's a small part of the cap and trade program. And I would take out the word small because it's actually, the offset program is a substantial portion of the reductions that are required under the cap and trade program and in emissions in California. And I have more in the comment letter with the numbers. So that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara. All right, Kevin Townsend, you are next, and you can click on that. All right, you're unmuted.
Thank you very much, and my comments will be brief so that you guys can all take a well-deserved break. This is Kevin Townsend from Blue Source speaking, and I did just want to begin by thanking the entire task force, and in particular the subgroup that is in question right now for all the work that you put into this. It's very clear that how much time you have spent, and I'm sure that it was probably more than you bargained for. So I want to thank you. I don't want to debate the existence of the offset program and whether it is appropriate or not, because I don't believe that is the purpose of the task force. It was put in place originally and then reaffirmed in later legislation, but it was put in place to provide, among other things, cost containment benefits to California residents, consumers, ratepayers, and small businesses. And as of now, the program design does not allow for these smaller California emitters to participate in the offsets program. And a review of the surrender reports will support that statement. The recommendations brought on by this particular subgroup do address this problem, or they address some of the things that contribute to this problem with the system as it stands today. And so I wanted to express support and appreciation for those recommendations. And that is all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Okay. Well, we're at 12:14. So that, and we've got no more hands up for public comment. So with that, I think we are ready to take a movement and eat break for an hour. So it's 12:15. We will see you all at 1:15 and keep on powering through. I hope that everybody's meteorological conditions are okay out there. And let us know if there's anything we can do to support the task force folks, and we will be back in an hour. Welcome back, folks. Hope everybody had a good lunch. So I see that Gavin is not back, so we'll pause a little bit till the chair gets here. Oh, there's Gavin. So as people are settling back in, we were in overarching programmatic and had heard from the public. And so it's now back before the task force. You all may have had some additional thoughts to weigh in on this section. Or we may have heard what we needed to hear from the task force members. So as we're settling down, if there are any task force members who had additional thoughts they wanted to add about the overarching programmatic piece, feel free to raise your hands. Go ahead, Brian.
I'll take the first stab. Brian Nowicki, Center for Biological Diversity. Welcome back, everyone. So in response to some of the comments that we heard right before we broke, and in response to my feelings as I read through all of the individual chapters, I think this is the place where we would, if we could, propose that how we think about these new offsets, our set of recommendations in the context of what's already happening in the state, and in particular, where we would be able to make a recommendation about the DEBs, that is the direct environmental benefits to the state, that goes beyond what basically the basic requirement that there is some direct environmental benefit. This is the place where if we wanted to be responsive, and I'm going to argue that we do, and I definitely do, that we would be recommending not just that any offsets that get put forward, any new recommendations satisfy the legal requirements of the law of demonstrating some environmental benefit to the state, but actually provide some way of comparing that, of addressing that within the context, assessing that within the context of the environmental impacts that we know are happening in the communities that would not be seeing the reductions occurring within their communities. So this is the spot where we can say, here's how we look at these, here's the type of criteria we want ARB to be looking at. So when they look at these new programs, to show that we're not just moving reductions and the associated reductions in co-pollutants from the disadvantaged communities, highly polluted areas, and into the places where these projects are. And I guess I would like to get some response on that. I'd be more than happy to draft some language along those lines, but that's what I was thinking as I heard some of those comments earlier, and we'll wait that we can be responsive to it.
I was muted. Other task force members. Go ahead, Neil, and then Emily.
Yeah, I would support that. I think that this is the appropriate place to talk about DEBS, which is obviously a salient issue. And in particular, how we would want to define or restrict DEBS.
Okay, Debs. Go ahead, Emily.
Just to follow up on that, I agree. I think this would be the place. Not to put you on the spot, Brian, but can you elaborate a bit more on what you're thinking along those lines?
Well, I mean, to be honest, along the lines that we heard from environmental justice representatives, both in the past, both an hour ago and in times past, what kind of criteria are even available for ARB to be considering when they bring up, when we're looking at a new protocol and the new types of offsets that would demonstrate or be able to quantify what kind of, what those environmental benefits are in comparison to the reductions that we would otherwise be seeing within the communities where the smokestack emissions are occurring. So definitely we're looking at geographic criteria, air basin criteria that could, things that ARB is very well aware of, and comparisons to, how those very potentially dispersed reductions might compare to the more site location of the emissions that we're offsetting. So I don't want to speak for environmental justice and impact and included communities entirely, but it's obviously something that's important to me, to others who have commented, into the Center for Biological Diversity, that we make sure that's being considered. And honestly, I think we're not going to solve it. I don't think it's our charge to solve it. I think it's our charge to say what's appropriate, what's our, that's not for us to say what's appropriate, it's for us to give some ideas and recommendations to ARB on what they could do to crack that nut, which is honestly a difficult one.
And so, Brian, you're suggesting that there be some sort of, you said, qualification, quantification, or demonstration and analysis anytime that there's a new protocol being considered.
Yeah, to bring in that context. And this is something that Emily and I and others on the group that was working on just this, obviously we can tackle or not, but I feel like because of its overarching implications, it shouldn't just be me and Emily start to draft language. It should be that we get some feedback from the group before we go wading into it.
Okay. Emily, you'd had your hand up. You'd asked for clarification. Did you want to say anything, or should we keep moving around?
No, that was helpful. Thanks. So let's keep moving around.
Great. Other task force members? And I will say we may be at that unfortunate, we've just had a big meal and we're starting to relax a little bit kind of point of the day. If we were all in a room, I'd be passing chocolate around about now. So I guess, okay, Robert, go ahead.
So, I'd appreciate some guidance on how we think more about the EJ issues. The immediate thing that comes to my mind, and Brian, what I heard you say, and I may not have heard it correctly, was we want to try to find EJ, we want to find offsets where they intersect with EJ. And often I think of EJ of areas that are part of the CalEnviro screen, and that can be a pretty broad list. And so what I'm trying to wrap my head around, and I'm not saying it very clearly, is the difference between a rural and urban EJ area, because I think there's different challenges in those two locations, and any guidance that we can look towards, because I am not an expert in this area, I'll be completely honest, would be helpful in trying to think about how to consider that in both this section and then in the agriculture chapter 4. So Ariel, I think Neil's got his hand up. I had just wrapped up a comment that I had. So
Ariel's saying something, but she's muted. Okay. So I can address that, I think, a little bit, or rather better than me. I think we can look to the EJAC's 2017 recommendations, because there's some very explicit recommendations in there, and we can talk about how to incorporate those into our recommendations. You know, the overriding priority for EJ communities is that offsets not reduce the reductions, sorry, but they not interfere with the greenhouse gas and co-pollutant reductions that are to be expected from the cap and trade programs overall in those communities. And so one of the proposals was, for example, to ensure that offsets be used within a limited geographic area, so that we do not have DEBs in one part of the state that are then being used to compensate for increased pollution in another part of the state. There was a request to consider transportation infrastructure as a target for reduction. So I think we can look through those recommendations and then talk about how do we integrate those perhaps into the DEB's recommendations.
And Neil, did you respond specifically, and I'm sorry, I had to get off and get the phone, to Brian's proposal for that sort of analysis piece for any new?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I would want to include that.
Okay, thanks so much. JP.
I'm probably going to show my ignorance here with this question, but I'm a little confused. So the purpose of generating compliance grade offset is to provide an alternative to a company using an allowance to meet its cap and trade requirements, and thereby also pushing money into projects, directly into projects that are reducing GHGs somewhere. That's the way I'm understanding how this works. So I'm a little confused about how providing an offset program creates more pollution from the person that is using the compliance offset instead of an allowance. It seems to me like you have to meet your cap and trade obligation regardless. And whether you meet it with an offset or meet it with an allowance seems to be, the question here. And where I guess where I'm struggling is how does that affect where we do projects? So again, I'm not even sure who I'm asking that question to, but that's I just want to admit that I'm a little confused about what all of this is. I've been involved in previous task forces where EJ made a strong and I believe an argument I agree with, that offset projects should not reduce GHGs while causing other environmental problems. That I've understood very well and agree with that case. But what I'm having a little bit difficulty understanding, I guess, what Brian is saying. So maybe you could clarify, Brian. I should give you first shot on that, and if that's okay with the facilitator. But I'm just having a hard time following this, and I really do want to understand it.
No, this is a good discussion. Brian, go ahead.
Great question. I can answer it in one sentence. I think this is the kind of the perspective of the folks who are looking at this, including myself, is that allowances are a closed pool. It's a set number of allowances. Offsets are coming in from outside of that pool. So allowances, an emission here has to be offset by an emission there within the polluters. This is exporting them outside the boundaries of those pollution areas. This is opening up beyond where the polluters are. This isn't just switching between polluters. This is actually stopping reduction of pollution and having it come from outside the program.
And JP, does that clarify that then?
Hey, I'm not sure I'm fully understanding it. Maybe is it possible for, because I know there are limits on how much compliance offsets can be used. Can compliance offsets be used by, in other words, can a company pollute more by using compliance offsets and allowances somehow? Or that's what I don't see how the compliance obligation of a company under cap and trade, that's regulated under cap and trade, changes. I only see whether that they have a choice between using allowances, actually reducing their impact, using allowances, or using offsets. That's the only. So I guess maybe that's helping me understand what Brian's saying. Are you saying that when a company, when there are no allowances to be had, that forces a company to actually reduce its emissions instead of relying on offsets?
Yes, but answering the question of, is it possible for a emitter to increase emissions while still complying with cap and trade? It's absolutely possible. And then I think the bigger issue here is, are the communities that in part felt like they were promised that they would see reductions in the pollution and the co-pollutants in their areas as a result of cap and trade and AB 32, are they seeing the full benefits that they could be and that they were promised? That I think is more of getting at the heart of the question. It's not so much a matter of, are things necessarily getting worse everywhere? It is, what is the justification for taking away that reduction in co-pollutants and putting it into DEBs elsewhere? I think we can make that. I think we have to make that argument. I think ARB is going to be pressed to make that argument as you look through the 2017 recommendations, as you look from the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee and the comments that we've received on this. I think that is very much still a question that they're hoping to be asked. And I think the acceptance of any new proposals are going to be dependent on us adequately responding to that question.
Does this amount to a criticism of cap and trade or a criticism of offsets specifically as an instrument within cap and trade? Because it sounds to me like that's a criticism of the whole cap and trade program which is kind of outside of our scope. But maybe I'm mishearing it.
And I'm going to shut up after this, I promise. But it may be that our response then, JP, for a particular offset is that look, we understand the criticism of cap and trade and the offset program as a whole and that concern that I just described. And we don't see that this new protocol would exacerbate that. But I think we are being asked to actually propose, I think that reading the public comments, we do want to take a look at that and see if that makes sense. Are there some protocols that we would put forth that would, more than others, tend to offshore or outside of the boundaries of the pollutants, take away the reductions that would otherwise be had more so than others? And it is certainly worth a look. If the answer is as you just described it, that should be our answer.
So Brian, in other words, it's a screen. One, is it going to exacerbate a situation? And then two, is there sort of a geographical dispersal of benefits out beyond the polluted area?
And is there a difference among these different proposals, or what does your particular proposal, what are the implications of that one?
Yeah, so in other words, it would be a screen and the proposals would go through those screens, potentially, something like that.
And all of this caveat, please, I am not a representative of the environmental justice community, and nor do I make no claims to being able to speak for the community, only that work in allyship with these and try very much to make sense of these comments.
Well, Neil's hand is up.
Could I just follow up with one
Please.
question, since this is sort of, I will end my questions here on this line of conversation. But
No, this is helpful. You folks are clarifying things. It's helpful.
okay,
Go ahead.
I just I don't need 100% resolution of this today, but I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding this. I've learned I thought I knew a lot about some of these matters beforehand, but I found out as soon as I got on this task force that I knew very little. I've learned a lot, and I probably still have a lot to learn, but I don't quite understand it seems to me like when you're looking at a project and the protocol, you're really just trying to verify that those emissions reductions will happen and we won't cause a problem in the process for generating those emissions. But then those credits are going to be banked into a registry, and we don't have no idea who's going to buy those credits or use those credits at that time. So I'm not sure how you can evaluate a project based on where the credits might be used. So I'm a little confused about that, but I don't want to continue using up too much time. But just want to kind of at least express that I don't feel like this has been entirely resolved here.
So if I can just jump in briefly and very briefly in the interest of time, I think Brian's exactly right in saying that from, fence line communities are exposed to very high levels of co-pollutants. So beyond the greenhouse gas emissions that affect all of us, there's a whole sort of set of toxic compounds that tend to be emitted along with those co-pollutants. And those communities are expecting, under a declining cap, that those sources are going to be reduced. When we introduce new offsets into the system, we weaken the price signal that forces those reductions. And therefore, it's more likely that, for example, we're going to see an increase in forestry-related activities, then that will see those major polluters reduce emissions. And that's where the rub is. So to answer JP's question, is this a fundamental critique of cap and trade? I would say it is a challenge, the offset program, to say, can we do offsets in a way that does not limit the beneficial impacts of a declining cap? And that if we cannot meet that challenge, then then we are going to see a lot of resistance, as I think you will have seen in the comments, that that the offset program as a whole is counterproductive. And I think if we want to be able to meet those criticisms, then we have to say, we have to find ways to introduce these kinds of screens, or, for example, a limited geographic tag so that an offset can only be used by a covered entity if it is within a certain radius, or if it has similar co-benefits right? So if we have dissimilar types of environmental benefits, then that will not get to the concern of the EJ communities.
This is Gavin. I would just jump in to say one. This is certainly something I have heard as a criticism of cap and trade as a whole. So it's not limited to offsets. Some people perceive that, the better way to regulate is, forcing direct emission reductions at facilities. And that if a party can, instead of reducing its own emissions, go to whether it's an offset or they buy an allowance, because people can sell allowances as well, that they won't then reduce their own emissions because they're able to buy an allowance. So, and I think it is a structural issue and something that CARB has grappled with. Something like an oil refinery has a permit. It has a Title V permit that limits the amount of pollution it can emit. I don't think anyone's saying that this causes them to violate their permits. I think it's saying that they may, they may have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They may, have to somehow change the way they emit or control their emissions in a way that would also reduce co-pollutants. But not that it's causing anyone to go and exceed their permit that they already have. But yeah, it's one of the issues overall with cap and trade. So I don't know that I don't know that our task force can resolve that, but I think I agree it's a really important point for us to keep in mind as we make recommendations that this is a question to be considered and will be looked at by the public when they receive the recommendations for further comment.
So just to make sure I've understood everything that's said here, what we're really saying is we think the mission of the folks who are advocating this position are saying we think the mission of this task force is not just to determine whether there are opportunities and evaluate the opportunities for creating protocols to generate compliance grade offsets. That's not our only mission. Our other mission should also be to determine who should be allowed to use those offsets once they're generated. Is that a fair summary of the conversation?
No, I don't think we're saying who can use the offsets necessarily. I mean, there's a market where people go buy them, but for us to take into consideration whether this will lead to the types of failure to reduce the emission of co-pollutants. So I don't think we're being asked to make recommendations about who may purchase offsets. At least that's not what I understood. But I don't know if we're prevented from including that, but I don't think that's what we're being asked to provide.
So folks, I just want to give us some time framing. We are a lot farther behind than we thought we would be. It's 15 minutes to 2 p.m., which means we've got 3 hours and 15 minutes plus a 10-minute break to go through all the chapters. What I would suggest is that people entertain, one, either the subgroup is taking all this in and they will go and work up some language and that's reflective of the broad range of perspectives within the task force so that that's captured. Something like that, because we really don't have the time to work this through to this level of specificity.
I agree.
And so I'm, is the task force comfortable with that? Emily's been listening carefully and she and Brian had some potential idea of drafting some language. I don't know. I would ask Emily, do you need anything else from the task force to help clarify what you're going to do after today? And you are muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wish we could spend another hour discussing this because I think it's a worthwhile, but I know we can't, and nor would we have the stamina, I think. But I think, you know, with Brian's help, I think we can go back to our subgroup and Neil as well, actually, and you know, everyone on the subgroup, and you put some pen to paper and try to flesh that out. I think, Ariel, what you said about presenting the range of views is a really important one, and that's one that we've, you know, discussed from the very beginning. So I mean, I think we can work with what we've got right now.
Great. Thanks. Yeah. And, you know, the rubber's starting to hit the road, folks. And so that's where we may be at on some of these things. It's just ensuring that the variety of perspectives is in there, so CARB can take that and learn from that. With that, I know that Robert has his hand up. We understand that Andrea is calling in, and I think she's in a position where she's able to press *9 to raise her hand. Any other thoughts? Robert, did you want to finish this out here, or did you have additional pieces for Emily's group?
Mine is just a real short thing to try to a short request, and that's to ARB staff. If they, I mean, they're the ones ultimately that are taking this and taking it back to the board. Perhaps we can ask them, ask Paul or Jason to give us some guidance on this of what would be helpful for them, because I think there's a lot of question here and a lot of people trying to wrap their brain around it, and it'd be good to know what they need and want from us.
Sure. Thanks, Robert. And this has been a fascinating and necessary conversation. I mean, I think the way Brian framed it makes sense to me. And again, we're receiving this from you guys. So if there are filters or additional considerations that you guys want us to consider, and I think looking at, as you say, there's a robust amount of public dialogue on this already. So if those types of filters are helpful to say, here's a type of offset protocol that we think would meet some of these filters, whether this is applicable in this community directly, or I think that's very useful for us to hear. But again, you guys have the breadth and the scope to provide us recommendations on a lot of things. But I think that type of filter, the way Brian described it, sort of made sense to me in terms of a manageable thing to write down, I guess. Does that help at all? I'm not trying to be directive. I just.
Sounds good. Okay, I'm seeing some thumbs up and things like that. Okay, so excellent. So I'm just going to. Andrea does have her hand up. Go ahead. I will send you an unmute. I guess we need to do that. And I'm going to ask Corin, if you know a way that we can allow Andrea to unmute herself, that would be wonderful.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, the internet totally crashed here, so I'm finding my way through this, but I can hear you. I just wanted to raise one point, and when we were talking about allowances, and just to remind everybody that the difference between a cap and trade system and a carbon tax system is that at least cap and trade puts a cap on the emissions that go into the atmosphere. And that is part of the reason why California chose to go that way, because it's far more predictable in reaching an emissions goal than a carbon tax is, which would put a firm price on the carbon, but as long as you can pay it, you can emit as much as you want. So I just wanted people to remember how we ended up with cap and trade, even in spite of some of its perceived flaws. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrea. All right. With that, I believe we are now ready to move on to blue carbon and wetlands. Yes, great. So, Tim, great, you're here. Good. If you'd like to introduce this, that'd be wonderful.
Sure. This is Tim Hayden with the Yurok tribe, and I'll try to be as brief as I can and get us back on track. Let's see here. So, you know, the blue carbon and wetlands subgroup consisted of myself, Andrea Tuttle, Gavin McCabe, and Neil Tandry. I was asked to serve as the chair for the subgroup in July or late June. It took a while for this subgroup to kind of get established and find some momentum, but we got organized around July. We had a total of 11 meetings through the summer and fall. You know, this was a really interesting subgroup, and I definitely, you know, I was honored to ask to chair it, and I did my best. I think that, you know, we took a process of, you know, of research and outreach. We, you know, wanted to research the existing wetlands and blue carbon protocols that were have been, you know, reviewed and adopted by the major registries. So we wanted to do as much outreach as we possibly could in the time that we had. So we reached out to the, you know, the American Carbon Registry, Vera. We also reached out to the Climate Action Reserve, who doesn't have a wetlands or blue carbon protocol. But I think that was really helpful because we wanted to find out why, you know, why wasn't there one? And so I think that gave us some perspective and some understanding about some of the challenges, the state of the science, and just some of the, you know, obstacles and challenges to developing and adopting, you know, these blue carbon and wetlands protocols. So through that process, you know, we recognize a couple of key elements: that there wasn't a standardized methodology, you know, that would really could be applied broadly across California. The existing methodologies have been somewhat specific to the wetland type. So for instance, for mangroves or tidal marshes. And so we really wanted to say, well, what are we, you know, looking at conditions in California and looking at the, you know, what the scale of, you know, applicability here in the state. It became apparent that one methodology kind of stood out, has been most developed and advanced, and that was the California deltaic and coastal wetlands methodology. Has been adopted through or by the American Carbon Registry. So that methodology has been reviewed and approved. It's been applied here in the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta. It seems pretty rigorous, and there's been several projects developed to date. So we could basically, the subgroup come up with just two major recommendations. One was for CARB to consider the deltaic and coastal wetlands methodology as one for consideration for further development for a compliance methodology. But then, of course, we still think that there's a need to kind of monitor the state of the science. There are several other existing methodologies that, you know, as they advance and become more developed and refined, could have some potential. So we'd certainly recommend, you know, further research and evaluation in the future. So I do appreciate the, you know, the work from the wetlands, the subgroup members. And you know, I learned a lot about wetlands, so it was pretty great to be involved with that. So thank you.
Great.
Oh, I did want to mention a couple of things. The comments. Yeah, sorry. One last thing. You know, I know that most of the comments that we've received, you know, we've had a chance to review the letters. I think for the most part, we're supportive. I think we received some comments from the Nature Conservancy and a few others, so, but we're in general supportive. I think there was one comment to consider another methodology. So I think one of the questions I have is, you know, how and I'm sure we'll talk about it here in the afternoon session, is how ARB staff and or the subgroup members will address those comments. So, but overall, I think the comments that we've seen were generally supportive.
Great.
So
Thanks,
thank you.
Tim. Thanks, Tim. Okay, Andrea, do you want to go ahead? Do I need to? I will try to unmute you.
Okay, ready? Yeah, Tim did a great job of summarizing. The reason that we came out with the recommendation to take a deeper look at this Delta protocol is two. One, the sheer number of emissions that are coming from land subsidence in the Delta. This is not just a corn and hay conversion to rice production. Yes, there's that additionality, but really it's the prevention of the oxidation of the peat lands that is going on. The numbers are in the report there, but it's, fractions of inches or inches per year. And those emissions are so tremendous that we thought this was worth taking forward to ARB to have them consider having a stakeholder group take another look at this, because not only is it a huge emission source with a lot of potential gains, but also it has obviously very high DEBS benefit. And Tim can speak to some of the EJ benefits from the communities that live there. So that's why this one bubbled to the top. There's, as he said, there's many wetland protocols, but they're less mature. They don't apply to California so much. And so we didn't find other candidates, but this one, in my mind, really popped to the top.
Tim, did you have more you wanted to say? Go ahead. Tim, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
Not a problem.
Yeah, I think Andrea touched on it, but I was just going to follow up and say, yeah, another factor really I think that stood out for this methodology was the environmental co-benefits, from wetlands restoration, really seeing, with, flood prevention and resiliency to like sea level rise, and so some of the environmental co-benefits, habitat and wildlife and fish habitat improvements. So there, I think this one really did stand out in terms of those co-benefits, DEBS benefits for the state. So
great.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Tim. Okay, folks, so we've got the Blue Carbons Wetlands subgroups work. Is there anything that you might want to suggest they look at a little bit more, or something else they might want to look at? Give us your thoughts for the subgroup. Or is it all just really good right now and they don't need to hear anything else? Go ahead, Neil.
So I will put on my oceanographer hat for a moment here and say that I am actually quite skeptical of the carbon calculations involved here. There is a lot of debate right now in the scientific community about carbon cycling, particularly soil carbon cycling and soil carbon lability and storage rates. There's a whole debate going on about sampling protocols and how deep soil samples need to be to get any kind of consistent data. So I think that this is an issue where the science is evolving very quickly, and it would be a mistake to create a protocol based on a certain, a misunderstanding of where the science stands when that is changing rapidly. And we've seen that when you take scientific uncertainty and you put you match that to the free market, where there's a real interest in events turning out a certain way or the other, it can create some negative consequences. So I would think that before we would want to recommend this, we should really run this by not carbon registries, not voluntary markets, but some of the leading voices in the scientific world and the academic world on this topic.
Okay. And I think the next step had been suggested was some sort of a stakeholder group. Was that it? So
yeah, I'm suggesting something different, which is scientific review.
A scientific review process. Yeah. Great. Thanks, Neil. Other thoughts, folks? Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have my video on. Here we go.
And then
I really appreciate how this chapter wrapped up. I very much appreciate the recommendation that they came up with, that this is something that is very attractive, but it needs more research. I'm very, very pleased to see kind of that kind of thoughtful approach and the way that they've couched all of it. At this point, I need to be completely honest that everything I know about blue carbon and wetlands carbon was from this chapter that I read in the proposed recommendations. So it does raise the question that I think is going to be applicable to the entirety of the document, is what do we do with that? What do we do with that? The fact that some of us are not going to be able to comment, offer really any assessment of some of the other sections. There's 13 of us, and we would all presumably be listed at the top of or at the bottom of this report, but it would definitely be a mistake for a reader to assume that this had the input from each of us, all of us, and for me, the Center for Biological Diversity, endorsing some of these ideas, when I want to be upfront. Some of these points I do not have any expertise in and any ability to really offer the kind of review and backstop that we would expect from an academic review, scientific review, or that Neil's talking about.
So Brian, I'm just going to throw this out as your facilitator to sort of, maybe this is just something that CARB can think about including in its contextualizing introduction, is, that folks came from various areas of expertise too, and that the group, depended on the expertise of certain of its members in particular areas or something like that. Would that address your concern?
I would definitely appreciate that kind of context. I think what we want to be able to be clear about is which of these, who actually is proposing each of these proposals. Because what we currently have is a laundry list in some ways of the desires and proposals, recommendations from different people on this, members of this committee. Right. Instead of just trying to finesse it, maybe we should be thinking about attaching who is actually supporting individual proposals on here, so that a reader and ARB can actually make sense of that.
What if this works for you? If we can move on and then return to this when we have our last discussion about overall pieces, let's do that. So we'll sort of flag that. Okay, let's see. We've got Connie, and then Tim, and then Robert.
Thanks. And Brian, good point. I have to say my area of expertise begins and ends with the forestry. So I'm in the same boat. I do want to point out that the little bit I do know about wetlands and the whole challenges there of preventing further losses of these vast amounts of carbon is that it's really complicated. It makes forestry seem simple, and and may not be amenable to good quantification, though I know there's been a lot of work on it the last few years. So in principle, because it is a huge emissions area, I think it deserves more investigation, and that's my understanding of what the subgroup is recommending. And to the point about that Neil's brought up, that we need scientific academic engagement in this, the stakeholder process can include that. That's, you know, in doing the forestry stakeholder group, we availed ourselves of many scientists over 2.5 years that led to the forestry protocol. So they aren't mutually exclusive. But I think simply saying, this is important, we need to be focusing more effort on seeing if there is a way to have an emissions reduction type of quantification and meet all the other standards of a high quality protocol. I would support that, knowing that not everything is going to pass that hurdle. Not every good thing for climate can become an offset project. You know, we shouldn't, even this group should not conflate the two. You know, there's lots of good things to do for climate that will reduce emissions, that will create incentives for reductions outside the cap, are amenable to being quantified as offsets.
So it sounds like we have, yeah, potentially, you know, it's a large issue. It's creating a lot of emissions. It deserves more of a focus of interest. It may not be there yet. We're sort of hearing ways to bring these all in. Tim and then Robert.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I agree that, you know, that there's certainly a need for, you know, really in-depth, you know, critical, you know, scientific peer review. But I don't think that was the task force or the subgroup's charge. And I think, you know, I think we recognize that, you know, based, like I said, on the time and the time that we had and the resources that we had, you know, we looked at a broad range of what's out there, and what had been developed, you know, and at least through ACR's, you know, review process and standard had been adopted. So to us, I think, you know, with our recommendation is, okay, here, CARB, now take it to the next level. We're recommending you review this, you take it, now you run with it, do that scientific peer review and go through that, your review process. And then, you know, if it goes through that adoption process, then, you know, eventually it could be developed into a compliance, you know, grade offset protocol. So I think, I mean, that's what we're saying here. And I agree, you know, that there is, you know, based on what we've seen here, you know, the science is still developing, but I think this protocol did stand out as being the one that's been most advanced. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Tim. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Neil kind of a question on that, because I think, you know, you're right on the question about soil carbon. I think that has been a real challenge, and the whole soil carbon nitrogen cycling is particularly challenging. There is one of the people in the leadership of ARB once said to me is, we thought calculating emissions from refineries was difficult, and then we started working on natural systems. But my question is because wetlands are a large methane source, you know, is there a benefit, and methane being such a climate forcer, and we can almost buy ourselves some time in being able to reduce methane. Is there something around this blue carbon protocol where there is a net reduction in methane that could be a benefit, or does it end up being the other way around and it being a net source? I think, as other people have said, I am not an expert in this field.
So, well, I mean, I think actually it's not really about the system, right? If it's an offset and the offset works perfectly as designed, then in terms of greenhouse gases, there's no net benefit or harm, right? Because the offset credit then allows emissions that are increased relative to baseline elsewhere in the state. So I think that that's the best case scenario, right? Is that it's a net wash. That's the way offsets are designed, and that's how they're supposed to function. I think the danger is that with all of the uncertainty, there's questions about whether we're over-crediting, and then that would lead to a net increase in greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay, folks.
Well, I would just say I was on the subgroup too, and I know less about science than anyone not probably on this entire task force, and I learned a lot from being in on the presentations. And I do think that we looked at the AB 32 criteria and whether the reductions are real. And we all we're saying is this merits further review. It has attractive features. We certainly are not in a position to say this is a definite, this is a go. We're merely saying to CARB that this is something that we think bears further review by you and extreme scientific scrutiny. Because we as task force members are not fluent in that. So our subgroup members, and we certainly welcome the input of other task force members who have maybe more scientific knowledge than we do on that issue. And just briefly, I take Brian's point very well, and I appreciate Ariel flagging that to the end, because I do think we overall have to grapple with each of these chapters was written by a subgroup, and how is that going to be credited, or there are different ways to approach that, and we should reserve that. And I think that will probably be true for each of the chapters we discussed. So it's a good, general topic.
Yeah, I think we can address that with language. Okay, folks. So Antonio has had to leave, or he is going to be about to leave. He may still be here. So because of an unfortunate situation, something he has to deal with. So. All right, so we have any other thoughts on this? This has been a good discussion. David, go ahead. We will move to public comment once, I think after this. Go ahead, David.
No, thank you. Just David Ford, just a quick comment. I agree that the discussion at the end, I think we also, in addition, ought to add, when we look across all these recommendations, it's a bit overwhelming. And I don't know if it's possible, but I think from a perspective to be more productive for CARB, if we're able to give a sense, when you look at all these recommendations, are there some that should be a higher priority for CARB than others? I know that opens a whole can of worms, but it seems to me, if I was in CARB's shoes and I would see a 180-page report, I would love to be able to have a sense of, are there certain things that, yes, this is all interesting and important for a range of different reasons for different constituencies, but is there a way we can put some prioritization around it? And I just flag that for maybe later discussion.
Thanks very much, David. Andrea, go ahead. Hopefully, Andrea, you should be getting a box asking you to unmute. Great.
Thanks. My comment has been covered, so I don't need to take any more time. I just want to make clear that this protocol is essentially an end agricultural tilling and soil oxidation, and it replace it with re-wetting soils. So just so you get the full concept. But I agree with everything that's been said about putting the caveats on how we describe this. And eventually, when we see all the pieces that we have to work with that we agree on, then we should, yes, go through a sort of a grouping, a tiering of priority actions for CARB. Thank you.
Well, we actually didn't have that on the agenda, so we'll see if we have time to get to that. So let me see. Let's move on to public comment. Are there any members of the public who have thoughts on the blue carbon wetlands? If so, you can click raise your hand. If you're on the phone, you can click *9. John Costantino, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself.
Great, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can.
This is John Costantino on behalf of the Vera Offset Developers Group, and I didn't get a chance to speak earlier because of the timing. And briefly wanted to thank everybody for their efforts, but really wanted to weigh in. The reason I raised my hand was Neil's comment about, at best, offsets are a one-to-one connection to GHG, and it's sort of a wash. But I just wanted to point out that offsets are developed in a very, very conservative manner. And so, yes, every ton that's issued an offset credit can be used as a ton of emissions somewhere else, but that does not necessarily mean the environment felt a one-to-one benefit. The forestry and ODS and I'm not as familiar with the concepts that we're just talking about, but offsets in general really do have a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, sometimes even more conservative nature about them. And I just wanted to weigh in on that at this point. I may have comments again later, but thank you.
Great, thank you, John. Any other members of the public who would like to speak? Okay, if not, subgroup members, is this sufficient? We're ready to move on to the next one. You got what you needed, Tim. Thank you. Great. All right, forestry. So David, if you'd like to introduce for about 3 to 4 minutes, that'd be great.
Thank you, David Ford, chair of the forestry subgroup, and thank you. So just a couple of quick things, recognizing we're about an hour from where we were supposed to be on the agenda here. So just a couple of things. One, to introduce the task force members, myself, Connie Best, Emily Worms, Bruce Springsteen, Tim Hayden, and Brian Nowicki were all a part of the task group. A special shout out to Connie and to Emily for really carrying a lot of weight and helping do some writing, and for Bruce as well. And also Brian and Tim contributed significantly their thoughts and comments. So we had a pretty productive discussion over many, many conference calls. And although I ended up chairing, ultimately it was really a very much a group effort. And we decided early on that we were not going to propose, well, generally we weren't going to propose new protocols, because we felt like the FOP, the Forest Offset Protocol, which is a fairly broad protocol that deals with avoiding conversion, improved forest management, and reforestation, is pretty comprehensive as compared to maybe other methodologies or protocols elsewhere in the voluntary marketplace. However, we did spend quite a bit of time talking about a potential new protocol on wildfire emissions. We ended up not being able to reach consensus on that one, but we still did include it in our chapter. So we ended up with 20 recommendations, and the 20 recommendations that we reached consensus on range from pretty narrow technical fixes, things like maybe adding Hawaii, as well as expanding the applicability in Alaska, based on the availability now of forest information assessment data from the U.S. Forest Service, which was the reason we weren't able to include those originally, to much broader and I would say comprehensive recommendations around things like invalidation or aggregation or reforestation baselines. And then we had another category as well, which relates to what we refer to as verification guidance. And there is some comment that we received in our interactions with various stakeholders, as well as some experience from members on the subgroup that indicate that a little bit more clarity and transparency from CARB on verification guidance as we've been implementing the protocol for a number of years now could be helpful. And so we have a recommendation on that front. The other thing that I would say is that we did receive, of the 34 different public comments that were submitted in writing, 17 of those comments included specific thoughts or recommendations for the forestry chapter. So there's a lot of comment there. We've reviewed all the comments, and we very much appreciate the comments. Some were broad, but some were also very specific. And so we have reviewed those, and between now and the time we meet again, we will be evaluating how to address those comments within our report. And so I know there's a lot of interest in forestry, and I have to say, Emily Worms, who served on this committee, also chairs the overarching committee, and interesting, those two committees seem to have garnered a fair amount of attention. So there'll be some work to do. I also serve on that committee as well. So it's been an interesting approach. There's a lot of opportunity, I think, to make some improvements and help make the forest offset protocol more efficient and more accessible to more landowners. And although we included aggregation in our report, I think aggregation is an example where maybe we should put that in one chapter, or maybe the overarching chapter, because it applies to more than forestry. Although there are some very unique circumstances for forestry related to aggregation, but I think that way we can reduce some of the duplication that exists. So with that, I'm going to stop and ask other subgroup members to please make any comments that you'd like to make, or any additions that I missed. So.
And before we did that, David, I just wanted to clarify, were you suggesting, it sounds like you were suggesting maybe the bulk of the aggregation go to the overarching programmatic chapter, but unique aspects related to forestry might remain with the forestry chapter?
That's definitely an option. And okay. Just to reduce duplication. And there's I think there's a couple other, invalidation is another area where, that probably can be consolidated into one place.
Mm-hmm. Great. Okay, thanks. Okay, task force members. Who has thoughts on forestry? They had quite a lot of work that they did. Connie, go ahead, and then Brian.
Sure. I mean, as you can tell by the long laundry list, I think the forestry was the first protocol developed even in the voluntary market. It's had the longest time to be tested and applied. And so, you know, it is our view, now not everyone agrees, but it's the view of this particular subgroup that, you know, it's an effective tool within the context of the cap and trade program and offsets, but that there's some lessons learned over the many years and many projects that we've had. So it's terrific to have the opportunity to kind of harvest these lessons and bring forward to the ARB a set of recommendations that are, you know, mostly nutsy boltsy. I would say there's some feedback in addition to dealing with some unnecessarily clunky parts of the protocol. That's a technical term. We also have some guidance for ARB itself about its process. So there's some sort of administrative feedback that we think would benefit all the program participants. And in particular, you know, almost all of these proposals are going to benefit entities that are smaller, that are disadvantaged economically, tribal participants, because it takes a lot of capital and a lot of expertise to meet the rigor and quantification standards of this protocol. And so, you know, and Pacific Forest Trust was very involved from the beginning in trying to make a really rigorous protocol. Well, I think there is a lot of rigor. Some people may feel differently about that, of course, but I think compared to any other forest protocols in practice today, this is very rigorous, but there are points in that rigor and quantification and process that are not adding value environmentally and for climate benefits that are really sort of gilding the lily in terms of rigor. So we've really tried to focus on things like that, where there's either unintentional bad effects, side effects to well-meaning terms in the protocol, or just realizing through practice that this burns a lot of money to comply with and creates disincentive to participation without actually improving the quantification or permanence of the benefits. So that's my perspective.
Thanks, Connie. Okay, Brian, Robert, then Emily.
Okay, Brian Nowicki here. Connie, thank you for all of that. That was a perfect lead up. I participated in this subgroup. It was a very positive bunch of discussions, and it was a really great dynamic. I felt like everybody was very upfront and responsive and open. When I read the comments that we received, the public comments, I realized that we had a problem on our hands, and that Connie, what you just said actually doubled my concern, because we did not do a review of the existing protocol. We absolutely did not evaluate the integrity of the current program and come up with an assessment of how well that program is working. And especially, I am not in a position at all to say that these are the recommendations that would be necessary for improving or fixing, solidifying, overall improving the integrity of the forestry protocol. Instead, the way I approached it and what I had felt until we had the public comments come in and kind of questioning this assumption was that each of these was a separate assumption, was a separate recommendation for a proposal. Each of these points in the laundry list stand alone. And when you take those alone, I think that you see that there's, I would assume that there's a lot of support for them, that it's very hard for me to imagine I'm in favor of aggregation if that means that it's going to make it more available to smaller landowners. I have nothing against making it more than just the large corporate landowners. I have nothing against streamlining process that provides us the same levels of certainty of the projects. But I absolutely cannot go along with saying these are the recommendations, that we've done an assessment and that with these changes, we will have a better protocol. Is absolutely my concern and my position that I would need to put into this chapter now that a review of the program as a whole is absolutely critical before moving forward on any of this, laying out some of their criteria that we would want to have especially prioritized, and to make it clear that this is not intended to be either a review or a set of proposals that would fix problems identified in a review. Instead, what this is a list of proposals that various interests would find positive if made to the forestry protocol, which brings me to the last thing, which is that we do need to justify in a way that I realize is not adequate now reading the comments and hearing from the public. We need to justify why we're proposing changes to this one protocol when it's outside of the scope of the actual mandate that's in front of us. And if we wanted to propose a new forestry protocol, this is not sufficient to be that new forestry protocol. So I do think we have some footwork to do to respond to some of those comments, concerns about where does this really fit in, what is this? I think we can do that, but I'm just reading those comments and seeing that we do need to respond to them and be able to clarify all of that.
Great, thanks, Brian. So Robert, Emily, and then Connie.
So I'll build a little bit off of Brian. I'd be curious for the people who have expertise in forestry on their thoughts on Brian's comments of looking holistically at the protocol. So I'll leave that there. There are a couple of things I liked about this. What I particularly liked was the specificity it had. You know, there was direct strikeout language of sections of the protocol, which make it easy to understand what needs to be changed and why. It was very well laid out. So I thought that was really good. There are 4 things that were in this protocol or in this section, this chapter, that I think could go in a more general section. The idea of aggregation, I think that's something that'll also apply to many agricultural practices. And I like the idea of the working group, and it may be something that everyone wants to consider. An aggregation working group with then maybe multiple subgroups on it, because I do agree that there are unique parts to forestry versus agriculture. I like the recommendation of putting out regular guidance on verification. I think that's a really good practice. You know, I'd be curious to hear from other people out there on the reducing the invalidation from 8 to 3 years. Again, that's another general thing that I think could go at the beginning. I think that's a promising opportunity considering the number of credits we've seen invalidated now. We're 8 years into the program. And then there was the comment on 10,000 tons and verifying any project that generated less than 10,000 tons over a longer period of time. Again, I think that applies beyond the forestry. I think it's a really good idea. And then finally, I know it was one that there wasn't consensus on, but the idea on wildfire and a wildfire protocol, I think it's something there needs to be ongoing discussion on. You know, there isn't it is very difficult to be able to get healthy forests, particularly in the Sierras. And so maybe it's a protocol, maybe it's not, but I think, you know, especially after this last fire season, or I guess we're still in the fire season, I think being able, and I recognize this fire season, we didn't have stuff up in the Sierra Nevadas, but, you know, addressing wildfire risks and managing that at you know, we've got to address the risks at the scale at which we have seen fires this year. You know, I think if we put that, you know, that more than 5 million acres were burned, how do we find programs, whether it's offsets or otherwise, to address that wildfire risk? I think that's critically important. So thank you.
Great, thanks. Emily.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, I think I would echo, you know, that the recommendations spanned a range from, as David described, from technical to kind of more meaty. And I would just point out, kind of to Brian's point about, you know, whether these are sufficient for a new protocol or not, or whether we can have the basis for proposing a new protocol, or whether this is outside of our scope. I mean, ARB, since adopting the first forestry protocol in 2011, ARB has made, has updated the protocol, adopted a new version of the protocol in 2014. That had a number of very minor technical fixes, and then or technical changes, and then another one was again adopted in 2015 that had some more substantive changes. But even those, I would, from my perspective, you know, as someone who works with this protocol quite frequently, you know, are not as extensive as what we've put forward in this subgroup. So I think the extent of the recommendations would certainly warrant a new version of the protocol. As you know, looking back historically, what ARB has done in the past. I think again, you know, the timing of when these changes occur is a really interesting one, and I think some of the technical I keep saying fixes, you know, technical changes are, you know, could be fairly easily implemented in the short term. And perhaps some of them require some additional review and work. But I would strongly recommend that, for instance, something like the common practice values, which underpin how the baselines are quantified for improved forest management projects. Those are based on the U.S. Forest Service forest inventory and analysis data. They haven't been updated since 2015. It's, you know, it's high time to update those values based on the latest data from the FIA. And so one of the recommendations in this report is to look at making those kinds of updates to the data outside of a formal rulemaking process to make sure it can remain up to date and consistent with the research coming out of the U.S. Forest Service as you know, more in real time. And that there be a predictable cycle for it. So that, for instance, it would occur every 5 years. So those are just a couple comments, and I will leave it at that for now.
Thanks, Emily. Connie, go ahead.
Thanks, and I appreciate the opportunity to circle back around on a couple of things. I do, Brian, in reference to your point about whether this sort of set of changes falls outside of the scope of the task force's charge from ARB. I put that to the ARB staff. I mean, in our first meeting, we did seek guidance as to what was the forestry subgroup supposed to be doing. And we were told we could recommend changes to an existing protocol. So that's what we did. Now, if for some reason we weren't supposed to do that, then okay. But we did try to do what we were directed to do. I know some of public comment suggested we shouldn't be doing this at all. So I think it would be helpful for everyone to hear from ARB on that. I do, as to whether these changes that we're recommending come out of a wholesale analysis of the entire protocol and somehow represent an endorsement of the entire current protocol or something. I would have to say that the subgroup did talk about, well, do we want to, to start with a blank piece of paper, or are we working with the existing protocol? What do we think? And it seemed to be the sense of the subgroup that our assumption was the current protocol as it's written meets the statutory requirements and went through an extensive stakeholder process originally leading up to its adoption by ARB so that the resulting offsets were conservatively quantified, additional, permanent, verifiable, and enforceable. And so we, as people who are knowledgeable about the protocol, accepted that as the status quo. Now, there are people who feel that the current protocol doesn't meet one or another of those standards, but the sense of the subgroup was it did, and that what we were trying to do is expand participation in the protocol by the groups that the statute wants us to be expanding participation to, so that it's more equitable and available as an incentive for everyone to participate in the critical role of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So, that's kind of where we were coming from in doing this. At least that's my recollection of the discussions.
Okay, Neil and then David.
So I want to thank everyone on this subgroup because this is obviously the most detailed, in the weeds, technical section, and it was clearly a ton of work. And for that reason, I hesitate to speak because this is well outside my expertise. I am not a forestry person, as others have said. Natural systems are very complicated. But I'm hearing something of a mismatch between what I hear is sort of an extra layer of scrutiny and rigor, and I think Connie was saying, we sort of gilded the lily on the rigor with forest protocols already, and can really relax some of that. And yet we've received these comments from the public comments from the scientific community, including some very prominent people. I noticed we received a letter from a former co-chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, whose opinion I take very seriously. that says that this is not rigorous and that these are not sufficient approaches, and really warning us in very strong language to not proceed with these recommendations. So I have no basis for judging the merit of those either one way or the other, but it's certainly a red flag to me that we're getting that kind of pushback from the scientific community.
Thanks, Neil. David, go ahead.
Thank you, David Ford. I appreciate all the comments, and I would also just point out that we received, of the 17 comments, there were a preponderance of those comments that were very favorable to a number of these recommendations as well. So I think we did have some divergence where there was some concern, but there was also support. And I think we need to look at these comments in whole as a subgroup and go back and take a look at these recommendations and to evaluate the preponderance of the comments that we received. And I think it's also part of the objective here is to hear as well from others. And so I appreciate the comments from Neil and others that aren't on the subgroup, what the thoughts are and concerns and anything in particular that we should, as a subgroup, go back and pay particular attention to. So I heard your comment, Neil, and Brian's and who's on the subcommittee and a few others, but this is that opportunity, I think. And then obviously we are probably going to receive some more public comment as well. So, and back to just one other quick thing, and it is an interesting question. I remember, as Connie does, that we did ask this question of the ARB staff at the beginning, and it seems, just for clarification, we were left with the guidance from ARB that it was appropriate for this subgroup to look at recommendations of the existing protocol, and that was well within the bounds. And if that's not the case, I think we need to make sure we get clarity on that.
And that may be a good time for Jason. Would you like to weigh in? And then we have Neil's hand up afterwards.
Yeah, no, happy to weigh in, and thanks for the conversation as well. That's right. We did discuss this at the first meeting, and making recommendations on updates to the existing version of the protocol for a new version. We responded to that was within the scope of this task force. That was definitely not do a historical assessment of a protocol or do a historical assessment of the program. That was really just, are there amendments for a new protocol that would address some of the categories that are in the statutory mandate, AB 398, AB 293. So that's correct. We talked about that at the first hearing.
Great, thanks, Jason. And Neil, I think you took your hand down, right? So yeah, okay. Any other members of the task force have any comments? While I'm asking that question, I will ask members of the public, if you would like to raise your hand to get in the queue, or if you're on the phone, press *9, because it looks like we are rounding down on task force comments and questions. Okay, let's go ahead. Gary Hughes, I'm going to send you an unmute.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Gary Hughes, and I currently work with the small international organization Biofuel Watch. And I wanted to make some comments now because in other spaces I've heard an expressed interest from forest carbon offset project developers in California that they want to pursue the CORSIA scheme, the global aviation scheme for carbon trading. I'm trying to find my notes right now. On page 20 of the draft recommendations, there is a mention of airline emissions and a mention of the International Civil Aviation Organization CORSIA scheme, but it's just mentioned. There's no analysis whatsoever of CORSIA, and I think this is indicative of the very narrow perspective that many of the task force members bring to this work. First off, Many people have been trying to celebrate the benefits of carbon trading, in particular the cap and trade program, but to recognize that the CORSIA scheme has no cap. Everyone here should, study this, and it's unfortunate that the Air Resources Board has once again made reference to CORSIA, but hasn't bothered to examine the scheme. But this is a scheme that relies upon establishing a baseline and then assuming that all of the emissions growth above that baseline would be carbon neutral because of offsetting or other mechanisms, including the use of biofuels. So it's very worrisome that there's this kind of offhand reference to CORSIA without a deeper examination of that. And, aviation, it's known now that the warming is probably 3 times that from the carbon emissions. So, I just wanted to take this moment right now to point that out as a specific item that I think demonstrates the deficiencies in the draft recommendations. And as such, I think this entire endeavor really is very questionable when it comes to California designing adequate and effective climate action. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Gary. And any other specifics you'd like to pass along to the task force so they can take account of those items? All right, so we have somebody calling by phone, and I'm going to send you and unmute. Hopefully this works okay. I think you should be able to press *6 to unmute yourself. Yes, and if you could give us your name and affiliation. You should be on audio right now.
Can you hear me now?
There you are. Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Misty Schmidt on behalf of the Carbon Working Group of the California Council of Land Trusts, which represents over 150 nonprofits in California working on land preservation. We submitted a detailed comment letter regarding the forestry protocols at the initial meeting last year on November 22nd, and wanted to thank the forest subgroup of the task force to the extent our comments regarding liability for carbon reversals and the buffer pool crediting process were incorporated into the draft recommendations. I also want to thank the entire task force for the substantial amount of effort that has gone into this project. Listening to the task force and public comments reminds me of the old adage, perfection is the enemy of the good. And I really appreciate all of the energy that is going into crafting something that will meet all of the lofty goals that we're trying to do here in the face of mounting climate pressure. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, Tony Brunello, and I am going to send you an unmute, and then John Costantino will be afterwards.
Hi, this is Tony Brunello again. Not to speak very long again, appreciate everybody's work. I just wanted to specifically highlight one of the comments that was talking about sort of the general aspect of scientists maybe not having as much support for the protocol. Just the way that we had read, this is number 16 with Chris Field et al. That was specifically referencing some improvements to the buffer pool concept. So I think that goes back to sort of a broader sense of overall that it's a complicated process. The protocols have a lot of detail in them. I think this group, it will be great to just refine the recommendations that are there. And again, I think really opening up the overall protocols to really eventually go line by line on some of the improvements that can be made using some of the technologies. I mean, these protocols haven't been formally updated in 5 years through the regulatory process. So, this is a great group to really highlight some future improvements. I know there's been reference to maybe how to improve the existing protocols. I think those are all good suggestions in our mind that could lead to eventually a regulatory process. But I wanted to specifically call out, just probably needs to reference a little bit closer on that letter number 16 and just making broad statements about scientists' support or not support for the protocol. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Tony. Okay, John Costantino, and I think you're already unmuted.
Hi, making sure you can hear me again.
Yes.
Okay, great. So on behalf of Vera, again, a group VERA, not the other Vera, on behalf of the offset developers, that first point is an updated protocol is a new protocol. And thank you, Jason, for confirming that was the position of CARB. The Forestry 15 protocol will still be there even if you adopt a new protocol. So I think the spirit of the law was certainly to figure out ways to get more offsets into the program that provided benefits to the state of California, and updating existing protocols, be it forestry or others, certainly falls within that guideline. And there's been I haven't had a chance to speak today, but I just wanted to say there's been a lot of debate about offsets themselves and their benefits. And from Vera's perspective, offsets provide, besides being a cost containment mechanism, they really do provide additional co-benefits: air, water, ozone, biosphere. They get to hard to reduce sectors. They add other folks into the mix that aren't just compliance entities. And though this group is not really focused on an analysis of offsets, I think it has to be fundamentally said that the legislature recognized the value of offsets when they asked this group to do what they're doing, and kept offsets in the group. in the program when 398 was passed. There certainly was a push back in the day when the cap and trade was extended to get rid of offsets, and the policy reasons for having offsets were made clear, and that's where we're at now. So again, want to thank everybody for their time. Last point is, a lot of these fixes Vera supports because they do or could improve the number of offsets for forestry, and if used in other protocols as well, aggregation, invalidation, some of the bigger topics, certainly carry over outside of forestry as well. And appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, I don't see any other members of the public in line. Once again, there's a click of a hand at the bottom, or press *9 if you're on the phone. With that, we'll turn it back to the task force. And David, first, if there are any additional task force comments, and otherwise I'd say, David, do you have what your need? Is this sufficient, or was there any other clarifying questions you had for the task force?
No, I don't have any at this time. I do appreciate the comments and the feedback, and we still have work to do here, I believe, to one, review the comments as a group. I think many of us on the subgroup have already reviewed the comments individually, but we haven't had a chance to really talk them through yet. That certainly will be a next step action item for our group. And looking forward to full participation from the subgroup members as we do that here in the coming weeks and months. So thank you.
Great, thanks, folks. Okay, so it's 3 o'clock. Do we want a stretch break? Do we want to move on to ag? Where are we at? How about we move on to ag and take a stretch break after? Power on through there. Sounds good. Okay, great. So let me see here. So that would be JP and Robert. You are chairing.
Yes.
And
so I'm going to start, and then I'll have JP chime in.
Thanks, Robert, for reminding me.
First, I'd like to start by saying, I'm sorry we can't all be together in person. And one of the things I reflected on at our kickoff meeting in March is the expertise of this group together that ARB has gathered together, and I commend them on the selection. We've got an incredible group of experts here. I mean, we don't have everything, and we're not specialists in all the areas, but it's an incredibly diverse and dedicated group of people. I also really like to thank Frank Mitloner, Tim, Hayden, and JP. JP is my co-chair for bringing this together, because it was a lot of work. And we all had a lot of things pulling us in other directions. Multiple of us had challenges with the wildfires this year. When we were considering what to focus on this, we looked at this from two different angles. The first was, what protocols currently exist out there in the voluntary market, how many credits have been issued, and how many projects have been created by them. And then overlapping with that is, what's the latest science and how does it support the existing protocols? So that's really the framework we use in developing our recommendations. Over our, I believe, 17 meetings we had, we spoke with experts from 7 different organizations, including 4 of the leading registries, commodity groups, as well as scientists. And what we came down to is really 7 different areas that we focused on. The addition of compost to grazed grasslands, the avoided conversion of grasslands, feed additives to reduce enteric fermentation, subsurface drip irrigation, the diversion of manure from anaerobic systems, limited or no-to agriculture, and the use of cover crops. And so we recommended, coming out of this, 3 different protocols that for ARB to consider developing. The first is avoided grassland conversion. This is a protocol that keeps carbon in the ground. And there have been about 10 projects that have been generated under this protocol with, I want to say, around 60,000 tons.
I'm fine. Thanks.
I'm going to jump down to the cattle manure protocol. This is one that builds off of the work in the manure management program that CDFA has, and it also intersects well with the livestock protocol. So the same type of measuring tools that are used for livestock projects, we believe could be expanded to use for manure storage. We did see some comments coming in about how you don't want to overlap these, and that would be absolutely the case, is that you'd have to transition from out of one and into the other. I skipped the enteric fermentation intentionally. I wanted to close with that one. That's one where there are some protocols out there, but there is some science to catch up with that. I know ARB has a report that's supposed to come out next month that scientists at UC Davis looked at 94 different compounds that could be used to reduce enteric fermentation, and there was they grouped into multiple tiers, and some of them are much closer to the market than others. But we do think that having a protocol in place will be very important. So as soon as those feed additives are available on the market, that you've got a protocol that can use them. In the second tier, there were 2 protocols that are 2 practices where protocols could be developed, but there's some scientific or economic barriers. The first is compost additions to grazed grasslands. We've identified a number of economic challenges with that. The economic data that we had that was available is outdated, so it would be worth ARB staff or other stakeholders out there to refresh that information to make sure that it's accurate. But just the transportation of the compost to the grasslands and the cost of procuring the enough compost to apply it makes it challenging for that to be economic as a practice. And then there's the subsurface drip irrigation. There's just some more research that's needed for crops in California. And I should have mentioned that at the beginning. That's when we're thinking about this, we look at this, where is the opportunity with California primarily, and then where could it also be applied more broadly? And then finally, the last 2 practices that we looked at, where there is quite a bit more research that's necessary, the no-till and cover crops. The challenge of carbon sequestration, the measurement of that, the certainty of that, the permanence of it are still there's some issues that need to be worked out. So with that, let me turn it over first to JP, and then we can turn it over to Tim and Frank for additional comments. JP, what did I forget?
I think the only comment I would add to it is the importance of a protocol in enteric fermentation really can't be overstated. A significant amount, more than half of the methane emissions in California are coming from agriculture, primarily livestock. We're making some great progress towards the SB 1383 goals of a 40% reduction by 2030 through use of things like anaerobic digesters. However, we cannot get to the goal of 40% on digesters alone. So some of these novel feed additives, which are showing great promise, they're not there today, but if we wait until they are available, then to begin developing a protocol, we're going to be causing a lag time in adoption of those products. So there are a number of them. We talk about some of them in the report. There's, as Robert said, there's a new report from UC that talks about a number of promising developments, and that report almost couldn't keep up because it's based on the published academic literature, but we're keeping a pretty close finger on the pulse, and a lot of these products are rapidly developing in places like Australia, here at the UC and Stanford University and that kind of thing. We're seeing advances in products from traditional animal feed companies, innovative new companies, products based on seaweed, products based on things like garlic and citrus products. There's just a lot going on out there, and it's going to be coming into the market soon. The other important, so again, I think an offset protocol would be helpful in developing an economic incentive to adopt these products as they come into the market. And the size of this opportunity is also very important. Again, half the methane emissions in California coming from ag, and half of those roughly coming directly from the animals. There's an opportunity to perhaps reduce as much as 3 million metric tons carbon dioxide equivalent of cattle emissions. So it's certainly not the only opportunity that our committee thought could be pursued, but it is one of the largest, one of the most likely to actually be realistic and successful and widely implementable, if not today, very, very soon, in the next 2 to 3 years. And in that time range where, we can meet the 2030 requirement that ARB has laid out. So I wanted to highlight that one. Thanks for the opportunity, Robert. Otherwise, I think you did an excellent job laying out the broader recommendations of the committee. I also want to thank Robert myself for as a co-chair. He did so much work to keep our committee on task, and we went through quite a bit of work. I'm sure all of you did, but he really was a horse in terms of getting work done and in getting us through to the goal. So thank you for that.
Thanks, folks. Okay, task force members, thoughts, questions? Anything additional you'd like to see? Any questions or comments? If you think what this group has produced works just fine for you, that's helpful as well. We've got a quiet group today. So what we can do is actually turn to the public then. Why don't we take public comments? So once again, at the bottom of your screen, you can click on raise your hand. Yeah. It might be time for chocolate, says one of the task force members. Once we get through ag, we'll take a break and we'll be able to do some jumping jacks. That'll help, or our, equivalent thereof. And those of you on the phone, if you'd like to get in line to speak, you press *9 and that will raise your hand. Michael, and I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher your last name, Seminitus, I think, and I'm sending you a, there you go.
Hi, and thank you to the task force for doing this work. I am just going to repeat some comments that I try to submit via email. I think it's very important to focus on carbon sequestration and the benefits of using compost on rangelands to accomplish that. Carbon offsets are, a great tool in lowering our total carbon output, but we really need to sink carbon into the ground to reach a lower climate stabilization point. And thanks to some of the other provisions of AB 1383, including increased food waste diversion into compost programs and mandatory procurement targets, making cities responsible for buying a certain amount of compost relative to how much they are generating, will change the economics of applying compost to rangelands. And a lot of cities have expressed interest to consultants like myself in finding projects to get this compost applied to. So, the big hurdle for us is, trying to have a protocol that's easy to implement to test the soil carbon before and after the application of that compost. I think some of the analysis we've done can show a payoff of under 10 years for farmers. So it was mentioned that some of that information might have been out of date about the cost of applying compost, and I would agree with that. And I could see a lot more compost availability and lower prices for that subsidized compost from cities being available in the near future. So having a protocol to generate carbon credits from that would be extremely beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And that looks like that is it as far as our commenters from the public. I'll just do one more sweep. Any other members of the public? And if you're on the phone, you can press *9. Okay. Don't see anything. So back to the task force. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to say, task force members, let's assume that you're happy with what this group has produced. If there's anything else you'd like to change, why don't you just raise your blue hand, and that'll sort of give us a feel for general comfort with this. Frank and David. And so is that general comfort with what is here? Yeah. Okay. So we can do it that way too. If you want to raise your hands for general comfort, and that was my fault for not clarifying it.
Maybe you ask if there is some general discomfort and have people raise hands, because maybe some people need
Yeah, Frank, that was actually what I meant to say. I just didn't say it clear enough. So why don't I do it that way? Is there anybody who would like, who does not endorse this group's work, or would, recommend some changes or some suggestions? If so, raise your blue hand. And Andrea over on the telephone there has her blue hand raised, so I'm just going to unmute her so she can clarify where she's at, because she's technologically in a different place.
I'm sorry, you guys. Sorry, you guys. And thanks for rolling with all this internet stuff. I just wanted to say, I think this group has done a really wonderful job. Yes, I feel good comfort and move forward with any editorial cleanups you want, but I think you've done a great job, and I agree with the sense of your priorities and recommendations. So thanks.
Great. Thank you, Andrea. Let's see. And then back over on this side, we've got Neil and then Bruce. Neil, why don't you go ahead?
So I don't have any specific requests or edits to make. I just want to echo some earlier comments that were made in the other chapters, that most of this lies well outside my expertise. And so I would hesitate, just as a matter of principle, to be putting, to be endorsing it or not. I think that I would have to defer to people with greater knowledge of these fields.
Great. Well, thanks, Neil. And we appreciate hearing from you. And so that sort of goes to that question that we'll discuss at the end of the meeting, is sort of how to characterize you all in terms of some of you having great expertise in certain areas and others of you not so much. So Bruce and then JP. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce Springsteen, Placer County Air Pollution Control District. Did the group consider biochar production and biochar addition as a soil amendment?
That was a good question, Bruce, because I do recall that being mentioned in meeting 1. Did David or JP, you had your hand up? Did one of you, I'm sorry, not David, Robert, want to?
I can offer some thoughts, but Robert, if you want to go first, go ahead.
So when we looked at things, we there are no protocols that I'm aware of that have biochar as a part of them. When we talked to the leading scientists, or we talked to scientists in this from UC Davis about practices out there, biochar was not identified. So that's why it didn't make the list, was that it isn't in the, it didn't fall into either of those spheres of part of our process. And I'll let JP add to that.
Sure, we reviewed some material, and this might go to address an earlier question that I wanted to talk about too. Just, when we made conclusions in our section of the report, we tried to refer to the best published information that is out there, not just kind of our personal opinions. And so when we could not find data to back our claims, we simply didn't make them. And so you'll see a lot of discussion in the report about, we couldn't find evidence of this, or there was evidence of this, that sort of thing. Biochar is a very interesting area. It was certainly something we looked at. Carbon amendments to the soil in general, and what we were able to discern from talking to scientists and reviewing literature is that there is certainly an opportunity here to sequester carbon, but it is highly, highly variable between cropping systems, and it's very difficult to quantify. And there are substantial issues related to permanence, particularly in tilled systems where there is a continuing change in cropping patterns over time. This may be an opportunity that could be. We think this is an opportunity for climate change. Because we didn't make a specific recommendation as to adopting a protocol on this doesn't mean we don't think it's an opportunity. But we really tried to narrow our focus from the whole world of agriculture to kind of what's going in California. That's a big enough diversity. And what we were seeing was there just isn't enough information now to support development of a protocol that could be used in even a single cropping system, let alone multiple cropping systems. And so that's we do talk about this in part, in sections of this, but essentially our conclusion is that, more research needs to be done before data can be generated to support a specific protocol. Yeah, there is the exception, of course, and Robert mentioned it earlier about adding compost to rangelands, because rangelands are not constantly tilled and they tend to stay in the same type of use for years. And there is data that shows there's carbon sequestration. That is a promising area. As the commenter earlier mentioned, perhaps we're out of date, and that, we accept that. The information we looked at that was available and was published and rigorous enough to merit consideration was that the economic barriers, at least as we understand them today, are very, very significant. And so we felt that one of the questions ARB was asking us was not just whether or not a protocol could be developed, but if it was, would it make a difference? Well, how much change would it result in? And our economic analysis suggested that even if a protocol were put in place today, it wouldn't change behavior because it wouldn't begin to make a dent in the economic barriers that are in place. That's from the information we have. Hopefully that will change in the future. Maybe those economic barriers will change, but we felt that we were not doing our job as we understood it from CARB if we were to suggest a protocol that would work but wouldn't change anything because of those economic barriers. So we mentioned that just because a protocol is not possible, or at least in our view is not advisable today to be a high priority, does not mean that it couldn't be in the future. I would urge, if anybody does feel like there was, if they look through our bibliography, look through our references and say, hey, you really missed out here on an important piece of evidence, please send that to us. And we did dig pretty deep and far and wide to try to really understand these issues. But if we miss something, I would love to see it, and we would appreciate it. But we need a little more than we think this could work. It would have to be a systematic study, some real evidence and data to back this up. We think this would work.
Thank you, JP.
Yeah, okay.
No, that's great. That's really helpful. So a call for more information if it's out there, more evidence. Frank, go ahead.
Yeah, Frank Midliner, UC Davis. I just want to mirror what my subgroup chairs just mentioned, that there are some really promising approaches. One of them is application of compost to working lands. But as was said, so far it looked cost prohibitive. And so the earlier commenter said that there might be new data available. Please submit those so that we can expand our analysis. With respect to the biochar, there is a significant amount of literature around there with respect to how it works and that it works. But again, we have to also have cost and feasibility assessments. And so if you have literature, if you have information for us, we would be very appreciative for receiving that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, folks. Okay. With that, so Robert, is there anything else that you need, Robert and JP, from and the subgroup as a whole? Anything else that you need to hear?
I think I have enough to take the next step. Thank you.
Great. Okay, folks. So with that, we're now only about 25 minutes late. So it's 3:23. Would take a 10-minute break. Or maybe a 7-minute break. Want to come back? What do you all come back at 3:30? Does that sound good? Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Great.
And Emily did a great job on that, as you can see from the report, with a little bit of help from me and Bruce, a lot more from Bruce than me. And then on the ODS and mine methane, we looked at the existing CARB protocols and really just suggested some modifications to those. they're not heavily subscribed. And so what we were looking at is what are barriers to use of those protocols and development of projects under them. So with ODS, we really looked at whether there are additional gases that could be added, or whether as well as the foam. And I should say, with respect to mine methane and ODS, they're not protocols that really have the much potential for direct environmental benefits in California. Just by the nature of it, there's not the mine methane one is about coal and trona mines. We're not aware of any coal mines in California. There's possibly one trona mine, but even of the overall amount of mines, trona is a sliver of the overall makeup by comparison to coal. However, one thing we noted, and if you looked at the chart at the beginning of the report in the overarching section, see that mine methane, there have been some mine methane projects, but it's about 4% of the overall total. But mine methane emissions are significant. I think they're what, as of 2013, 1% of total U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, and it's while there are mine safety regulations to address the safety of mine workers underground, there's no regulations that exist that prohibit the venting of mine gas. And as mines continue to close and are abandoned, methane venting will, initially decrease, but it doesn't stop. And it will be expected to continue at a near steady state for decades. So it's a significant issue, and we think that it is worth considering ways to remove barriers. And so we did meet with people who are knowledgeable in the area, including CARB staff, who work on the development of that protocol and overseeing projects that are proposed under it. So, we have recommendations on that, which you've seen. That's really all I have to say. I don't know if Bruce or Emily wanted to pipe in on their sections if they have more to add that I didn't cover. But if not, then I would just kind of throw it open to the group.
Thanks, Gavin. I'll just add a little bit more on urban forestry. You gave a great overview. I'll just add that, so we dove into the literature on this a bit. We've really just scratched the surface, but did find a number of co-benefits, in addition to absorbing and storing carbon dioxide. Urban trees remove other pollutants, such as ozone, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and particulate matter. There's stormwater management benefits and water filtration and groundwater recharge. There's a lot of interesting research, suggesting that urban forests promote human health and well-being in a variety of ways. And a large body of research that disadvantaged communities in particular, tend to have fewer urban trees and parks. And so I guess in the context of, some of the EJ discussions that we had earlier and some of the screens, I think there could be some notable benefits to urban forestry and opportunities for urban forestry offsets in urban environments and some of those, really impacted communities that we were talking about earlier. So, one of the major challenges, of course, is cost. And so that's a major barrier. And so one of the intents with this urban forest management protocol is to try to address cost by, getting projects at scale and leveraging the benefits of remotely sensed data to drive costs down. So I hoped that there would be some more written public comments on urban forestry. We didn't get a lot, but you know, there are a number of folks with much more expertise on urban forestry than myself. So hopefully we can get some more public comments either later on today or you know, further on in the process.
Great, thanks, Emily. Any other members of the subgroup?
I would just say, yeah, as for the other sections, there weren't a lot of public comments on either the ODS or fine methane. There were a couple of things said, but it wasn't, we didn't get a heavy amount of comment on those. So, you know, we certainly are interested in hearing anything that people have to say.
Great. Thanks, folks. Andrea, go ahead.
Hi, okay, am I here?
Yes.
Yeah, let me speak to the urban forestry protocol. You know, we've been trying to make this work for a long time. We know that urban forests are important for all the reasons: carbon, heat island, visual, property values, all that. We know it's important, but we just have not had uptake because the transaction costs are just more than communities can deal with. And I appreciate the effort that the group made on this section, but I'd like to just have us think about whether urban forests are now really ready to be segued or are more appropriate for just flat out direct GGRF funding, and support them programmatically rather than trying to contort them into an offset. I don't mean to speak out of school here, but it's just the mechanism is so cumbersome to meet the compliance standards, and we want them. And I just wonder if we should make a recommendation that says, look, these really need strong support through the Forest Carbon Plan and the, what is it, the Natural Solutions Inventory. I forget the names of our documents, but just put them high on the list for flat out GGRF funding through the, you know, California Climate Investment Program.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, I'll assume people know that, but the GGRF being the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is the proceeds of the auctions and allowances, which are, you know, distributed for various purposes.
Okay, Robert and then Neil.
So I would echo what Andrea said. I think that the economics are challenging on urban forests, and so I'm not sure if the redraft of this, to me, it would be worth having someone do some economic analysis on it. And I wonder if there's anyone from the reserve. I think I saw Sarah Westcott on here. If they have done any economics on the new version to see if that can be worked out, because I think that's a key barrier on it. I do think there are some really interesting and promising studies out there. There's one that was done by the Nature Conservancy in C40 cities that had some really positive benefits of these practices. You know, if we want to talk about practices that have benefits in disadvantaged communities, there's some promising information in this TNC report about PM 2.5 and some other local air quality issues. On the ODS, I'd be curious to know if, I'm not sure who can respond to this. Maybe it's Emily from a markets perspective. If we've started to see a tail off of the ODS offsets, there's a set supply or there's a set amount that's remaining in in chillers out there. And so, as we go forward, it's always been expected that volume would fall off. I think that the recommendations on expanding it make a lot of sense. It kind of continues to bring us down that curve to the refrigerants that have less and less an impact on the ozone hole and on climate change. So those would be the two thoughts that I had on reading this.
Great, thanks, Robert. So Neil, go ahead.
I just want to very briefly piggyback on what Andrea and Robert just said, that I think for some of these projects that or project types that we see have a lot of benefits but don't look viable as offsets, it makes total sense to recommend a different financing mechanism such as GGRF. And I can think of that applying not only to the urban forest program, but to the composting programs that we heard a lot of interest about. And maybe even some of the forestry programs that would not only alleviate the burden of trying to prove and quantify a certain emissions reduction from programs that we know to be overall beneficial, it would also alleviate a lot of the concerns about what the impact of those offsets are doing, for example, on UJ communities. So I think that's a great suggestion.
Thanks, Neil. Any other task force member thoughts? If not, members of the public. In this case, you're specifically being asked thoughts and feedback on this one, ideas. So you've got your hand to raise at the bottom of the screen, or *9 if you are participating by phone. And we have quiet members of the public today, it looks like. Okie doke. So going back to the task force, additional thoughts? Okay. So, Gavin, Emily, looks like you've heard what we're going to hear at this point. Was there anything additional, any specific questions you wanted to ask?
No, I didn't have any other questions.
Okay. All right. Well, with this, Gavin, I'm getting a little bit of feedback when your mic is on, so I'm trying to make sure it's not me and my computer. But so with that, we're switching back over to our discussion of flagged areas in the initial draft recommendations. So this is also our opportunity to once again talk about the document as a whole. And we had put off for further discussion several topics in here. And one of them is a discussion over schedule. You all wanted to have a chance to hear public comments today. So there was this question about how to handle your schedule, how to ensure that there's enough time for the subgroups to meet and think about maybe the next round of public comments before you finalize the report. So that was one item. The other item out there was the at-a-glance box that was suggested that, each group develop for their chapter that has a summary of basic information. And what I had here was sort of an easy at-a-glance table trading card version that might include things such as trade-offs, statistics, why we think it would be worth putting forth, the numbers on potential emissions that this project could reduce. Those ideas were thrown out. So there was the opportunity to get focused clarity on that piece so that each subgroup could go out and develop that. And then the third topic I have is how the report might handle this question of the varying expertise of the task force members, with some having very specific expertise around subgroup topics. And so that was sort of a wording question. And then there's how we wanted to deal with the flagged items, which most of them were overlaps. And I think we heard some recommendations from today about how to deal with most of those, so we can talk through those. Gavin, I'm going to ask you, am I missing something? Was there something else we needed to touch on? And out of those, which do you think would be helpful for the task force to take on first?
Well, I think it would be useful to just go through the flagged items right away. Just kind of, I think I have a list of 15. So maybe we can knock those out one by one.
Okie doke. And I actually have a table here. Ah, perfect. Thank you. So Paul's got the table there. So there were a couple major conclusions which we'll want to talk about, and then the others were overlaps. So why don't we start with that page 13, number 1, major conclusion. And this was in the overarching and programmatic considerations. And we just flagged anything that sounded like it might potentially be sort of an overall opinion, where we would want to see, you know, are the task force members all on board with that, or is there a diversity of opinion? So this was the comment: with the dual benefits of generating GHG reductions in uncapped sectors and promoting environmental, social, and economic co-benefits, the offset program has been a success story by almost all measures.
Yeah, so I think we had some discussion of this, and
yes,
it became a focus of some of the commenters. And my understanding is that Emily and the overarching group will either remove or edit this, probably subject to some discussion of theirs, going forward. I think it is, as pointed out, it is possibly indicating that this group is doing some type of work that we're not actually doing, and we don't want to leave that indication. It's also, a statement of opinion that could be debatable, and some group members may think it's accurate, some may not, and so it seems like it's best left to I would leave it to the group that produced that section to work it out going forward. But I did pick up that there's some consensus that it either needs heavy qualification or outright removal. But whatever. I think that the group should discuss it and come up with a fix.
Right, and with the idea that you all have come together and shared your perspectives, so there's a greater sense of what the group as a whole range of perspectives are, so then the subgroups are able to develop language that's reflective of a range. Emily, did that work for you, or did you want to speak to that one?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I think revisiting this makes a lot of sense, and I think there was some discussion of perhaps putting in the executive summary a statement about, maybe I'm misremembering, but a statement about that this task force, did not do a comprehensive independent review. And so taking out conclusions like this that could be misconstrued to have done that kind of review, I think is very appropriate.
Great. Okay. Does anybody have anything else to add, either feeling differently or anything in addition you all want to mention with regard to this? If not, we're ready to move on to the others. So we had overlaps regarding invalidation, aggregation, disadvantaged communities, Native American or tribal lands, and rural and agricultural regions. And let me get over here. And verification. And I believe, please push back if I'm wrong, but I believe that there were different folks today who mentioned that it would be helpful to include all of those in the overarching category. And then if there was some specifics related to the subgroup topic, that be discussed there. So I'm throwing that out as a straw proposal. I believe that's what I heard in relation to all of those items. Would any task force member be thinking differently or want to push back on that? Robert.
I don't want to push back. So can you go back one slide? So we get them all.
And I'm sorry, I'm looking at a different table than it's on your slides.
Okay. So I think there may be a couple more things that I would recommend in there. So I heard the aggregation, the invalidation. There was a recommendation, I think it was chapter 3 on routine regulatory guidance. That's one of the recommendations there. It was on the forestry one, which I think could apply to any offset protocol. And then the small volume, there was the 10,000 ton item. There's a little bit there that might have to be finessed because it was talking about the number of years. And so from a forestry perspective, I think that makes sense, but from an ag perspective, that may not. But that small volume, longer period of verification, I think is something that there is some of it in the regs, but I think the ability to expand that could be very helpful to try to drive these practices.
And did that relate? There was a piece you had mentioned about the 8 years to 3 years piece. Does that relate to this?
That's the invalidation.
That's the invalidation.
So, Paul, if you go to the next slide, I think that's caught in the, and that the number 2, page 18, the invalidation, that's, I think that's where I see that.
Perfect. Oh, right, here it is. Right, I did write it up in my notes here. Okay. Great. So Robert's proposed some additions that he sees as having overarching programmatic value that were first discussed in the subgroup chapter. Any other thoughts from anyone else on items such as that might have value more programmatically? Okay. And then I'm going to ask once again, does it make sense then to go along with that straw proposal? If you think differently than that straw proposal, please raise your blue hand. Or go ahead.
I'm just not quite sure if can you restate the straw proposal one more time?
Sure. So, and I apologize because I'm working off of a Microsoft Word table, but it's essentially all of these flags except for 2 relate to overlaps on this table. So it would be all of those overlaps, as well as Robert mentioned from chapter 3, the routine regulatory guidance and the small volume. approaches that he thought that those could be valuable, maybe tweaked slightly going into overarching and programmatic, in addition to the overlap flags that were mentioned on this chart. And I think it might have been Neil who'd, it might have been Tim who'd suggested the disadvantaged communities, Native American tribal lands, and rural and agricultural regions go into overarching too. So did I clarify that, Gavin, or did I
I think
confuse?
so, yeah. And so then in the body of the document that follows that, there would be a reference back to the, rather than repeating, a lengthy statement on one of the topics, there would be a reference to the place where it exists in the overarching.
And I could potentially imagine some circumstances where the subgroup wanted to talk about some unique applicability to their particular topic related to that they might want to elaborate on.
Okay, that seems good to me. Thank you.
Emily.
Oh, that's helpful. I think I was going to request if we, for instance, on the recommendation about small volume, if we wanted to address, because that recommendation is really tailored to the forest protocol, if we wanted to incorporate some specific suggestions that might be slightly different for ag or for other protocol types, can we request proposed language from those other subgroups, or does that run us afoul of Bagley-Keene, and how can we do that?
David, any thoughts on that?
I have a potential idea on how to do that.
Great.
So what I would be willing to do is submit comments through the public comment, and I'll defer to my other people on my subgroup, but I can submit comments on what I think should be in there, and then Emily, you can take it from there. So that way, it's everybody from a public access perspective, everybody has access to it, and I can express the thoughts that I understand from the agriculture community.
That is a great idea from my end as a facilitator, but not a legal expert. Do we want to get David's okay? I'm asking David to unmute. I'm not sure if he's. All right.
He might have had to step away. I'm texting him.
Okay.
No,
Sounds
I'm here. I just was getting another call, so I couldn't find my unmute button. So I was trying to ignore another call.
David,
So-
we were actually referring to David Holtz, the
Oh,
CARB
all right.
attorney, and I apologize. We have multiple Davids here.
So, while I have the floor, I
Go ahead.
agree with the approach. Yeah, I agree with the approach that there is an opportunity, I think, within the forestry sub or chapter or two specifically talk about uniqueness related to aggregation with small, forestry projects. But the bulk of it ought to be in the overarching. And I support Robert's idea about providing some feedback and others as well from their perspective. So.
Thanks, David. And it looks like David Holtz may be on the mic.
I am, and I apologize. I was having technical difficulties. If someone could restate the question, please, then I'd be happy to offer any thoughts.
So it looks like since we're going to be moving some ideas to the overarching programmatic chapter, the overarching programmatic chapter authors need a little more specificity. And what Robert had proposed to do was to provide that by making comments and putting them in as a public comment so that they'd be available as part of the public record, and whether that would work with Bagley-Keene.
And so I'm sorry, when would these public comments, when would these comments be made?
Robert, go ahead.
Sure. So let me add a little bit to it. So in the chapter that Emily authored, there is information about the about verification of smaller projects, and there's some language about 10,000 tons and the frequency of it, of the verification. And I'm saying that that's great from a forestry perspective. It could also work from an ag perspective. And so the question around Bagley-Keene is that how can I communicate that stuff to Emily without running afoul of that? And so I proposed that I can submit comments into the public comment period tool to be able to do that. From a timing perspective, what would be ideal for me is to be able to do it by the end of the month or November 30th. That may be a little bit long, but I've got a couple other things that I have to get done that are backing up right now. So if I could have that time period, that would be ideal. And I also can turn to the other members of the task force. There's been a common theme in here that we would love to have more comments. And so adding it to the end of the month, that may be a benefit for all of us.
And Robert, you're thinking by adding it to the end of the month, are you talking about expanding some sort of public
Extending
comment period?
I meant extending the time
Yes.
period to the end of the month. I don't know if we can do that from a Administrative Procedures Act perspective, but I think we all benefit from getting more, getting public comments in through the end of the month.
Yeah, and David, I don't know if you were here, but I think the last couple groups had said, please, if there's information out there the public knows on these things, please let us know. So we're wanting to sort of make sure there's a vehicle for that.
Yeah, and so I guess a couple, and thank you for the context and the, and the questions. I have a couple of reactions, and we might want to even kind of take it back and follow up. I mean, I think the concern with a task force member providing comments on other parts of the task force's work that is outside of the subgroup is that we end up having what's effectively a conversation outside of a noticed meeting. And I understand that you're attempting to kind of lessen that concern by doing it through a public comment portal, but it is it's not a full cure because it's still not a noticed meeting. It's not something that is being happening with 10 days notice so that everyone can see everyone is being alerted to what's happening. Now, it is one thing if it's just one member having a particular point that he or she is expressing to another subgroup member. I mean, the ultimate concern with Bagley-Keene is that we don't go past quorum. So there may be kind of other ways, there may be a couple of different ways of dealing with the issue. But I think we probably want to avoid a scenario where there's like a bunch of task force members submitting a bunch of comments to one another outside of a noticed meeting.
So David, I'm going to frame it to you this way, and this may be something you need to think about. We're here for the next 50 minutes, and we're hoping by the end of this meeting that we have an avenue for that information to get passed along so that we can have it discussed in this public meeting. Do you all need to sort of go through and think how we can find an avenue for Robert to communicate that information so that it can go in, and maybe you all think about it? It sounds like you're suggesting potentially if it's one member, it's a little bit different.
If I can ask a clarifying question to that, because I think there are organizations for the people here that are represented that submitted comments on other parts of the report because the first time they saw it was on October 7th. because that's how we met Bagley Keene. So I am not implying that I would work with JP or Tim or Frank on submitting comments. Is that I have this idea. I think it's important. I'm speaking for the stakeholders I represent, whom I have spoken with, and that I would submit them saying, I think this is in the best interest of the agriculture community. There wouldn't be any other, I wouldn't be meeting with any other task members in the review or development of the comments. So I'm not sure I see the Bagley Keene issue here if I'm not coordinating with others. You know, it would be no difference than an organization here that was submitting comments on the overall report.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think right. So the issue is just by submitting a comment to other task force members outside of a notice group, outside of a notice meeting, it's effectively like the subgroup now plus one. Even though you're not engaging, you're providing kind of a one-way communication to the subgroup. You're not having like a back and forth.
David, do you need to go think about this? Do you need to think it through and then come back?
Well, I mean, so I have a reaction, and that's it. Which is what I've told you, is that it raises a concern to the extent we have several of these communications occurring, and we're starting to enlarge enough beyond the subgroup that we're hitting quorum. Now, if it's one person who's doing this, then it doesn't, we're still below quorum. So if we're only talking about this one example, then I think there's a way forward. But if we're talking about multiple examples of it, then it starts to get messy quickly.
All right, so I think I'm hearing a way forward. Go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion here? And Robert, I'm not sure if I fully understand the proposal here, but given the Bagley Keene concerns, I mean, I think you guys are talking about try to reflect where there's overarching issues that apply to everyone, and then there's some nuances for the ag sector. I mean, as you guys work through this with the overlay of Bagley Keene, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with having some repetition as long as it's nuanced within the sector. And I think from what David Holtz is saying, that would be a safer bet than trying to wrangle around Bagley Keene with a public comment.
It was actually that we needed to get some specific language because the thing that was specific to the forestry chapter, it needs to be modified slightly to be described correctly in the overarching chapter. Robert has that information, but needs to work it up. I think what David said seemed to allow for Robert only to make that public comment, and I'm wondering if that is a path forward.
Yeah, and I think that's right. If that's all we're talking about, I can, double check this, make sure I'm not seeing anything else. But I think that's right. If that's all we're talking about.
Great. So David can double check that. It sounds like we have a path for Robert, and we're understanding that it's not a path that the task force in general should take, but this will plug that one content hole. Great. Thank you so much, folks. So we have one more flag, and Emily, you may have felt that this was already dealt with. And Paul, you may be able to find this in the slides better than I can. So, I mean, just in general, Emily, there was a note which I'm assuming we don't need to address, but that the overarching programmatic group had recommended that report compilers expand that section as appropriate. That seems like that's the discussion we've been having here. What else could go into overarching? So that's covered, correct? We've covered that piece. And And so then the last one was, Paul, that's item 8. So I think that'd be in the next PowerPoint slide. The major conclusion for task force review, the mindful that quality and integrity of offsets are of primary importance in ensuring credibility and public confidence in the market. We want to ensure that CARB continues its tradition of setting high standards for credits and their enforcement. So once again, that was just, it was a perspective. And, you know, we as CCP, being not experts at all, but helping to review the content, thought that it may have in some way have been a different perspective than some of the folks talking about aggregation, where there was there was some comment to the effect that maybe standards were a little too high and it was harder for small actors. So we just flagged this, wanting to make sure that it was something that, you know, the task force as a whole felt comfortable with. And so I guess the question for the task force, you know, do any members, you know, do any members not feel comfortable with this wording? Because this would be sort of in an overarching chapter that would sort of more represent the task force as a whole. And if anyone does, if you can raise your hand.
I don't have any issues with it. I want to support that language. It's kind of a no-brainer to me that we would want this.
Thanks, JP. And once again, I acknowledge fully that I have no expertise whatsoever in your area, but I just, I thought I potentially saw multiple interest perspectives. So, okay.
I would just say, I have no problem with that. I thought that there was some follow-on language regarding whether, you know, CARB should consider its own staff capacity to undertake the process to develop a new protocol. And that cost effectiveness and potential uptake of the protocol would be a determinant in whether to go forward. Was that on the table as well?
Yeah, that's true. Cost frequently emerges as a barrier to compliance offset development. CARB should therefore consider cost effectiveness and potential uptake of the protocol by project participants as a central determinant, and whether or not to go forward with the effort of developing a new protocol. So that was a recommendation as well.
Yeah, I thought that was, I think that's a good suggestion that CARB should consider that. But I just wanted to make sure, I thought that was part of the discussion of the other part too. So I wanted to.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
For what it's worth,
oh, go ahead. JP and then Connie.
For what it's worth, I would support that part as well.
Great. Thanks, JP. Connie,
in fact, I think that was actually part of our charge. You know, I think CARB asked us to consider those things in it. So us mirroring back to them what they asked us to do, I don't see why we'd have a problem with that.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Connie.
Well, and just to be clear, in the aggregation proposal, and frankly, all of them, there's no suggestion whatsoever that CARB loosen up standards. We believe that these improvements being recommended are consistent with the same rigorous standards that it's had. So it's not like we're going to dumb it down for small landowners.
Okay, cool. Glad that's clarified. That's great then. So that I think should deal with all of our flags. And now, did we want to address the schedule issue? And some of you had raised questions about having sufficient time to be able to review the next set of public comments for subgroups to meet, to be able to think through and discuss public comments before you next meet. Yes. All right. And Jason is reminding me there was another issue where staff was working off meeting and was going to come back to you, and that was whether the subgroups could hold sort of a workshop and hear from the public. The interest there was that, not having gotten some written comments, they were hoping they could hold like a Zoom workshop and get some oral comments. Jason, did you or David want to report back on that one?
I'm happy to speak briefly to it. That approach broadly sounds fine. I understand that it would be using your own resources, or resources available through Zoom or Teams or what have you. I think that board members, task force members would need to keep in mind their Bagley-Keene responsibilities regarding that meeting. So it's one thing if a subgroup is going to have a meeting and allow for the public to participate in that meeting. It's another thing if a task force subgroup has a public meeting and the rest of the task force ends up joining that public meeting and it's not noticed. So we need to avoid a scenario in which the task force as a whole ends up meeting through this informally organized subgroup meeting. With that caveat, it sounds fine.
Great. So essentially the subgroup, because these are informal subgroups, the subgroup is informally holding a public workshop, so it's not using CARB resources. And then if it's got to, David, it needs to stay in 6 or less, right? Task force members?
That's right. Yeah, so it should be, I don't know how big this particular subgroup is. Do you know? Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, well, in any event, I think it should remain confined to that subgroup.
Okay, wonderful. Yay, we've got to go on that one. Okay, and then there was this scheduling issue, and Gavin.
One question further on that topic related. When we were talking about the potential, upfront quick hitter, on the information regarding each of the chapters.
The at a glance box?
Yeah, the at a glance. One question I think we posed was under Bagley-Keene. Would it be possible, subsequent to this meeting, for just the subgroup chairs to convene, which would be less than 6 people, or 6 or less, to discuss that, or is it something we have to complete today? It's not its own subgroup. It would be just 6 people that were members of the task force having a discussion regarding how to structure it, not the substance of it, but just how to structure it. Would that be something that would be okay?
Yeah, now, this is David again. I think that sounds fine as long as the discussion is limited to structure and not substance. The concern, which I think, Gavin, you're anticipating, is that the subgroup heads end up being conduits for communication among the entire subgroup. And so even though the number of subgroup heads is less than the quorum, they end up effectively enlarging beyond the quorum. But if they just confine the discussion to structure, I don't see an immediate issue.
That would be great. So then that would mean that we don't need to discuss and firm up the structure of the at a glance table today in the next 45 minutes. Love it. And And Jason and Dave, there might have been one other question out to you all. If there had been a question about whether the portal could be opened for public comments, people felt like there was a lot of discussion today and that potentially there might be further public comments. And David might have partially spoken to that a little bit earlier, but that was something I think, Jason, you were going to come back with today.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a specific response as to whether our technical portal can stay open that amount of time. What we can do for sure is if people submit comments to the offset's email, we can load those onto the page. That's really easy.
Great. I think that should do it then on that one. All right. So then we just, there was this suggestion that there be some wording in the overall executive summary that CARB would be working on that might include the fact that as far as the composition of the task force goes, that you know, some people have a lot of expertise on ag, some people have a lot of expertise on forestry, et cetera, but they're, you know, how to characterize that level of expertise, because some task force members wanted it to be clear that they didn't have the expertise to make a judgment about certain other topic areas that, you know, when they were not in a subgroup. So if kind of CARB hears that and is able to work with that, or Jason, did you want more clarification from the task force on that or more clear direction?
I think what we discussed this morning was that CARB staff would do a description of the selection process, description of the statutory criteria. I think on this part of if there's any specific caveat that folks want, I mean, we included a really brief one in the 2-page upfront piece of this draft report to say this doesn't necessarily reflect the specific recommendations of any individual task force member. If there's more direction on what you would all like to have us specifically write, that would be helpful. In addition to how folks wanted to reference affiliations, we could use more direction on both of those.
Well, and that was a question too of clarification, because it sounded like we were overall discussing generally affiliations, but then there was going to be this appendix, and I think people were developing their own content on that, correct?
I don't know that I've heard guidance to us yet on what that content is, but maybe I missed it. I may have stepped away for a moment.
No, I think that's, yeah, you all had discussed different items, and I would say there was somewhat of a range of perspectives, and the idea was that it was interests, not conflict of interest, but interests. Potentially you all might want it to include expertise as well. But I think as Brian proposed it, and as I think we were molding it through, it might be how you might characterize yourselves in regards to interests. And as I said, you know, expertise may be a piece of that as well, or longevity with these issues, some way of characterizing that so that there's a fullness, but that it sort of satisfies that question that members of the public may not know much about you all and may not have easy access to LinkedIn or something like that. Does that, will that work for folks? And I think I'd sort of thrown out this may be a work in progress. You may need to tweak this a little bit at the next meeting, unless somebody has a very clear, you know, list of questions to propose right now that you all can get consensus on. Neil, go ahead.
So, I mean, just going back to this point, I think, a lot of the questions and the comments or the public comments focused on financial interests. So I think whether we or our employers have a financial interest in any of these is something that we should declare, not to the maybe depth and detail of like an official conflict of interest statement that's required by the regulatory process, but I think just in a simple couple of sentences that helps the public understand who we represent. As others have said, that this is this is a stakeholder group that does have interests, and I think where those interests and is convened for that reason, and so where those interests are financial, I think it makes sense to state them.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that it could be as simple as that, in my opinion, that in the description of the affiliation, there could just be a statement that this organization has a financial interest in offset project development or whatever it may be. But yeah, I don't think it needs to be like some itemized dollar amount or even anything approaching that. And I think for some people, their organization doesn't have anything like that, so it would just be silent. I think, or I don't know if you need to say the negative, that I'm part of such and such entity. I mean, I'm not affiliated, but I'm fine with saying I have no financial interest. But I do think it would be as simple as that, flagging it without getting into some detail, or even it's I don't know, you could call it potential interest or actual interest. Could be a way to just flag it.
And I think as Brian had initially raised it, he had also said, I'm kind of known as a gadfly. I've been involved for 12 years. It can be a little more rounded potentially as well. It gives people a sense of, how you're involved and what you're bringing to the table, which is your expertise and your experience with offsets, which is part of it, as well as your interests. Just throwing that out there.
Not to be a gadfly to the process, but sounds like we just raised two different issues. So okay. I thought we were, first that started out as, how do we deal with the issue that this is a 180-page report with a lot of recommendations that a lot of people thought very hard about before making, but not everybody thought very hard about making. And so folks have raised this issue of, how do you list everybody on the task force without implying that this is the recommendation of each and every person on the task force? Now, if ARB is going to try to make a stab at that, I just want to separate those two issues. The financial interest and that issue are not the same thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry if I indicated confusion. I was responding to the final part of what I heard.
Okay, but I didn't hear resolution on the first thing before we moved on. I in my view, by the way, I don't know if this is helpful to resolving that. While we are all experts at something, right? I feel like I'm an expert in dairy management practices, for environmental issues, but I'm not an expert in offsets and that sort of thing. So I had to learn a lot of things on this. None of us has enough expertise to sign off on everything in the report. I think we all feel that way. But I don't think we were convened as like an expert panel. We're not a bunch of scientists who are focusing in on a very narrow issue and how to do it. What we're really saying is, we're sort of the pre-screeners for ARB. Out of all the things that you could do out there in the world, we all have interest in this, and here's the things that we think you ought to make a priority for looking at further. And when you do select from among those suggestions that we're making, then you will need to do all of the thorough science that goes into actually changing a protocol, making a protocol, all of that. So we don't have to necessarily be, expert at everything, as long as we agree that these are priorities that ARB should look at. So, but I'm sort of trusting the other folks on their subgroups to be experts in their area. So I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know that I need to agree that the recommendations of the forestry group are my recommendations. I just agree that those people are experts and that they made recommendations, and so I'm happy to throw my recommendations alongside theirs as part of this protocol task force. So I don't know if there's a way to concisely word that, but that's how I feel about that particular issue.
So I'll just read you the sentence that we tried to craft in the initial draft to reflect as much as we could this concept. So we just said recommendations do not necessarily represent endorsement by any individual task force member on the subgroup. If your desired direction is to say, let's expand that and say recommendations don't reflect any individual recommendations from any individual member, or additional language you'd like us to add, we're happy to do that. And if each subgroup is interested in doing that within their subchapter, I mean, I think that's up to the task force and the subgroups, but we tried to capture that high level concept.
I would like to say that we felt that, at least, and I'm not going to speak for any other subgroup, but for our subgroup, we did work very hard to achieve consensus on our subgroup. And there were a lot of discussions about what to recommend and not to recommend, and that was productive, and it changed what we recommended so that there was consensus. So, so I don't want to make it sound like, oh, well, this is just a bunch of opinions. That the people who were on our subgroup worked to reach consensus on the recommendations that we have, and I believe we do have consensus on those recommendations. So anyway.
And I think, you are different constellations of folks, and you ran your subgroups differently. So I would encourage, the AG subgroup to have some sort of a flavor of that you did work towards consensus. You can characterize it that way, so it's reflective of where you got to.
Okay.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, David Ford. So to build on JP's comment, I mean, the forestry subgroup, we did strive to reach consensus. Hence, we had some items that we didn't reach consensus on. We still wanted to document them. However, that being said, we didn't really have full participation in all the discussions. And so that's a bit of a challenge. So it's difficult to achieve consensus when we don't have full participation. And so that's a bit of a dilemma, I think. I guess I'd like to make one other comment about the whole financial question. Yeah, I read that in some of the comments, but to me, when I reviewed the comments and I read them all, there were only it didn't seem like the majority of the comments were focused on that. There were a few comments that were pretty explicit about that, but I would say the comments, at least around the forestry arena, and there were 17 of the 34, were generally pretty supportive of the recommendations that we were suggesting. So we spent a lot of time talking about this today, and from my perspective, I'm happy to share in this document my affiliations, but I think going beyond that is really not necessary from my perspective, and it isn't really contributing to these recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, David. So folks, it's 4:40. So I just wanted to mention there was one other thing which one of you had mentioned, which seems like it may be a big lift at this point, but I want to make sure that we tracked it. Somebody had suggested we may want to have a discussion about whether there are recommendations the task force would like to prioritize over other recommendations. I don't remember who proposed that, but if you're still there, David, okay, maybe if you can propose how we might go about trying to do that.
Well, yeah, I don't know that I have a particular proposal other than I know that we've had discussion within the forestry subgroup that we think it's important to, out of all those 20 recommendations, to figure out a way to identify them in some level of priority. And we've talked about dividing them into here are what we think are fairly simple technical fixes that really don't change the character of the FOP. And for example, including more area of Alaska as the native corporations in Alaska have requested, and including Hawaii, who I know is interested, as well as I think examples like updating the FIA data to be more current. Those are fairly simple things. And then within the more complex things, finding a way, and I don't know if it's possible, but to at least try to identify what the priorities might be, because I think it's a bit overwhelming for the ARB staff to have to sort that all out by themselves. And if we could provide some of that, that would be helpful. And then I think more broadly, I think it would take more time for this task force to be able to go through each of these, because we don't have expertise. I don't have expertise in the ag space. I know a little bit about it, but or the wetland space, but I think it would be challenging to do it. But I think it's worth at least having a discussion, and maybe somebody has some good ideas. That's why I raised it, about how we might do it, and I think also asking ARB staff if that would be something that would be helpful, and they may have some suggestions as well for us.
Okay. I just wanted to ask folks too. So we've got we've got Neil and then Robert with their hands up, but Gavin and the task force, does it make sense for me to ask the members of the public if they have any additional comments? Things seem to be winding down per content area, but did we want to check to see if they had any comments regarding sort of these overall topics? And I'm not even seeing Gavin, so hopefully you're still with us. There he is. Hi.
Sorry, I had to attend to something.
I understand. I was just looking for direction on whether we should do one final round to see if members of the public had general comments.
Yeah, if there are anything remaining that people haven't had an opportunity to bring up,
okay,
I think that would be a good idea.
Great. So what I'm going to do, so members of the public, if there are additional overall general comments that you have, if you want to go down to the bottom of your screen and you can click raise your hand. If you're on the phone, you can click *9, that will raise your hand. And meanwhile, let's go to Neil, and then we know we have Robert in the queue too.
So I have, I hope, a concrete suggestion to address the priority question, and one other suggestion that was raised by Andrea, which is about recommending project types that are better financed through other means. And that is that given the complexities of our meeting, or trying to create consolidated lists, that each subgroup simply identify within their the project types that they have considered which ones they would put on each of those lists. So if there are any that they would prioritize, and if there are any that they would that they think have strong enough benefits that should be financed, but perhaps not through a carbon offset program. So then we have a few different priority lists. It's not one integrated list, but hopefully that still pares things down enough for CARB to work with.
So there's one idea. Thanks, Neil. Robert.
So I think I'm building off of Neil's point. Is that I've heard multiple people mention that they don't feel comfortable weighing in on other chapters, and I think there's portions of it I feel the same. I also recognize that giving ARB 40 recommendations of what's most important for them to do is overwhelming. But I think what I heard Neil say, and what I agree with, is that for the folks of each of the chapters to give some level of prioritization of what they see, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I would also be open to any suggestions that ARB staff has about how they'd like us to help them with this going forward. I mean, ultimately, I think everybody here, and I think that was the intent of AB 398, was that we want to see more offset protocols be generated. So how can we, help us help you? How can we help you with the right information to go forward? Because it's going to go to the board, and then the board's going to say, staff, go do this. And so if we can help make that a better process, I'd be very interested in hearing Steph's thoughts on it.
Great, thanks. Okay, let's see, we'll go to Emily. Emily, and then JP, and then we do have one member of the public who's in the queue. So maybe we can go ahead, Emily.
I'll just say, if JP wanted to comment along those lines, I was going to shift to a comment on timeline. So JP,
Thanks. I just wanted to add to Robert's. Yeah. And I just would add that we kind of did that in our section. I don't know if that's if that wasn't enough, then let us know. But we looked at a number of ideas, number of protocols, dozens when you add it all together. We didn't even write about a lot of them because they just didn't even kind of have enough to evaluate. We ended up talking about 7 specific practices in our section, but then we sorted those into categories. And one of the, I would call it, very simplistic way, I would say ARB should develop a protocol. We put 3 in that category. ARB could develop a protocol, but there's big problems right now, economic or scientific barriers. So they're not ruled out, but probably not a priority right now. And then the third category was, we don't know. We looked at these, there's just not enough information to even know if you could develop a protocol or not. But there's so much talk about them that we felt that they were important to look at. Things like no-till agriculture and cover crops, because they get so much mention as practices that should be considered, that we felt they needed to at least be discussed in the report. So we did try to very much, focus down to 3 concrete proposals out of all of the dozens of ideas and protocols that were out there to get to, actionable steps. So I hope we did it, but if further focusing of that is needed, we'd love to hear about that.
So thanks to JP, and that, we could use that as a format: should, could, don't know, and that could be a way of prioritizing. There's 10 minutes left. I really would prefer to have you all be able to move like real human beings after being in front of the computer all day. And I know one of you has a hard stop and needs to leave at 5. And we have one member of the public. I just want to check in with the task force members. Do you feel like we are closing in on this one and we will be able to complete what we need to do in 7 minutes? Great. Okay, sounds good.
One thing that I would add is that I hope that there will be a sort of a follow-up email or instructions that list the main points of the steps we've just been talking about how this will be structured, so that the group has an opportunity to see it written down.
Perfect.
Because we're all we're all hearing this, and I think we're agreeing on it. But 2 days later, when you read it, want to make sure that we all read it. So.
All right.
Yeah.
So we will get you all a list of action items. That's one of our action items, to work with CARB and get you all a list of your action items. Emily, and then yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, this is just really brief. Circling back to the timeline question, I think I guess my view is that a little more time for to digest the second round of public comments, and understanding that we can't make any additional changes to the report, but that we could at least meet as subgroups to discuss those comments and come to our final meeting with any, informed by those. I think that would make a lot of sense. So I guess my proposal would be to, and I think Jason may have mentioned this at the beginning, but that we move our last meeting to either March 1st or March 2nd, if possible, and just, share final thoughts and hopefully approval of the report then, and any further guidance, verbal guidance we want to give to ARB as context for the report, would just give us a little more time to meet as subgroups, digest the comments, and kind of come prepared for that meeting, that last meeting.
And with the public comment period as it was specified here on the chart, right? So you would just have that additional time? In other words,
yes, that's,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great. Does, okay, once again, task force members or CARB, is there anybody for whom that would not work? Or you would not prefer to do it that way? And there we have it. So that works, CARB, that you folks will look at trying to schedule the meeting March 1st or March 2nd.
Yes.
Assuming
that works
those
for
are
us.
not weekend days.
Yeah, we'll make sure it's not a weekend or a holiday.
Great. Okay. So with that, we have a couple oh, Andrea, go ahead, Andrea. I am unmuting you. And then we've got Kathleen McAfee from the public who will speak as soon as we finish this cycle of conversation.
Okay. The lady just said I was unmuted.
You're unmuted.
Yeah. Since I can't raise my hand and nod at you, I just want to make sure that I record my concurrence with all your conversations. I want to compliment the task force members and the public and Ariel. There's a lot of knowledge and expertise and experience and knowing the jargon and understanding the issues that are convened here. And I just want to thank everybody. This is an important policy area. And it's really fun to have a knowledgeable conversation on this and understand what each other is saying. I think it's a good idea now to toss this back into the subgroups so that we could take each one of these tasks forward among ourselves and then reconvene and bring the document back together. But I just wanted to, since I can't wave my hand at all of you, I just wanted to compliment and thank all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrea. We appreciate that. Let's turn it over. Kathleen McAfee, I am sending you a request to open your mic.
Okay. I have done that. Am I the only person speaking now? Okay, great. Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything. I'm a researcher in environmental policy based at San Francisco State, and I've done research over the last couple decades on market-based management of conservation. And I wasn't going to say anything, but when someone said that based on AB 398, it's clear that they want us to propose more offsets, and that's our job. And at the same time, people have been saying, well, we can't really, it's not our job to evaluate the effect of offsets already. So early in today's discussion, I heard people referring to the fact that there is an awful lot of science, both on the social and environmental effects of offsets. And I'd say that's true, but I'd say that much of the work, and there's a tremendous amount of literature and data on the real world effects of offsets that has never been considered by this process. So since you all mentioned it toward the beginning of the discussion, I'd like to know how that is going to be addressed, because here we are proposing new offsets. And some of the folks, and I know you've worked very hard and your intentions are absolutely impeccable, but some of the folks here were not even aware of the fact that the use of offsets can have the effect of increased emissions and not reductions, much less the real world, well-documented fact that that is already happening in California because of who the major users of offsets are, where they are located, and where the toxic co-pollutants end up in frontline communities. So just to finish, I think until this group and CARB more broadly takes on a more honest consideration of the science, the actual real world science on the effects of offsets, we're going to continue to get an awful lot of suspicion and interest. Suspicion and skepticism. I mean, it's no wonder that the majority of the comments were seemed to be in favor of the support, because in favor of the proposals, because it's seen as a kind of in-group thing of a group of people that are doing offsets and want to do more offsets, and of course they're going to end up proposing more offsets. So I'd just like to know how the process will unfold that can include more consideration of the actual real world experience of offsetting in general and specifically in California.
Great, thanks, Kathleen. So, Andrea, do you have your hand up? Or
No.
Okay, that was left over from
That's
last
all.
time. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay then. 5 o'clock. So we have a list of action items. Given the time, I won't go over it. We will work on working with CARB to get those to you in a timely fashion. Gavin, Paul, Jason, if you're still there, did you have any final comments you wanted to make?
Yes, I would like to just say one quick thing, which is great thanks to you, Ariel, for your management of this day, and to CARB for their participation and guidance, and to all the task force members. Really, to reiterate the thanks for the really hard work that went into this. I know we have a lot more work ahead of us, but I think we did a really great first step. I know there's, a lot of issues up in the air and topics that are subject to debate, but I appreciate everyone's good faith efforts to engage with one another on challenging topics, and including members of the public who made comments that gave me pause and caused me to think about things, and that I think we all want to consider as we go forward. I look forward to the next round, and I really hope you all had as much fun today as I did. I'm joking sort of, but no, I think this was really for me, a edifying experience and educational. So that's all, but thank you.
Yeah, and I'll jump in here and I'm going to do things like super backwards because it's Friday the 13th, so it makes perfect sense. I want to introduce myself first of all. My name's Shelby Livingston. I'm the new manager of our offset section, and Jason did have to take off to get his kids, but you know, so I'm just coming into this process. Clearly, you all have done a tremendous amount of work in a very challenging kind of a situation. And I know we are very grateful for your time and your efforts on this. And we definitely look forward to helping in whatever way we can as we move forward to finish this, and look forward to seeing your final recommendations.
Thanks everyone for all of your work over the summer and all of your time today, and hope the rest of your fall and winter are safe and wonderful until we see you again.
Thank you so much, Ariel.
Take care,
Thank you.
everyone.